K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Clone?
Yeah.
K-Chain, is that really you?
Randy wins.
Like, actually?
Right. I'm coming
You're
for
not
your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck? Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy. He gets me every single time. It's like... a little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part. Turn it off! It's so... Oh my god! How's she not dead? Please. Peek? It's empty.
This is my will.
Oh my god, please, no.
I need to color correct my screen. Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing.
I was just gonna go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh no! Mina! Miss. Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Press space, press space, press space. Space, space, hold space, hold space, hold space, hold space, 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 space. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Oh my god, she died.
Nicole! Yeah, okay, look up and hold space. There you go.
Oh my
What
god.
hell was that?
Oh my god. See, it's not just me. I don't make weird noises, just not just me. If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly. Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here. Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy. He gets me every single time. It's like... I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair.
I'm the only alien here. Frick. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Crazy.
Clock?
Oh my. Yo, who's we? Is he like that, bro?
I love it. Do it again. Do it again. Bet you won't.
Whoa.
Bro.
Okay.
That's how lonely I am.
You can talk to yourself about it. Oh yeah, fuck. I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny. Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping on it. Hey. We're stuck with this because of Moogle. Moogle, what'd you do? Hold on. I can change it. I have to refresh the source. We're good. There we are. We can play some music too. Hopefully it's not too loud. No idea if it's too loud. We'll check. I need to hide some of my audio, my audio things. I think we're playing Fall Guys today, but I need to double check. I know I'm streaming earlier than usual on Friday. But I got out kind of early because I had some appointments. So let me go ahead and ask what we're doing. I can't hear my brain because it's so loud. Hopefully it's not loud for you guys. Let's see. Where is this person? Okay. I think we're playing Fall Guys, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. Kind of waiting to see. I normally start streaming like an hour later, I think. I'm pretty sure, but we're here early, guys. I don't really have anything interesting. I feel like I had stuff that was interesting to show you guys. Oh, it's in my bedroom. I'm not going over there. I'm sorry. That's way too far. Hmm. So if we're not playing Fall Guys today, we'll probably start Adventure Time. I mean, I guess we could just start it. If you guys want to, we could do that. My lava lamp's not completely warm yet, so it's like, it's not yet there. Okay, I'm gonna leave Discord up here and we're gonna start playing the Animal Crossing game. Yes. I have to set it up. I think this will be okay. Wait, hold on, I just got a message. Would be right. Okay, it looks like we're not streaming Fall Guys today, which is fine. Unless you guys want to, then we can play. Oh my god. Does this not? This should fit in the... Oh, okay. I have to take these off. It doesn't match my Switch though, so it's kind of... This is the color of my Switch. And then I have bright green Hori split pad, but it's okay. Alright, where's my Switch controller? I obviously don't know where anything is today. Hopefully it's charged. Are you charged? No. We're starting off great. I just got a text message. What's happening? A lot of things are happening today. I've had a pretty chill day too, so that's really, really nice. My Switch should be turning on in a second. Alright, sweet. Let's go ahead and switch over to the Switch. Wait, what game is in here? I think it might be Mario Kart. Oh, shoot. Okay, I have to switch the game. I am so prepared. I was actually also thinking of playing a new save on Story of Seasons. I think that might be really fun. I also never finished Pokemon Violet, so I'm not really known for finishing games, so I don't know what to tell you guys. Tough. Tough. It's tough. Let's switch this game. Alright, sweet. I probably should turn the music down. That way you guys can hear everything going on in the game too. Okay. I'm actually pretty excited to play this game. Cartoon Network games. OG Outright games. You know the round border filter I have on my screen? I did not expect that to also be on the projector, which I should have known that that was gonna happen, but it is what it is. It's fine. It's fine. Autosave. Is it loading? It's taking hella long. Oh! What did I click? Okay, I'm gonna pause the music. Oh god. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hopefully the audio isn't too loud.
Hey, maybe we'll see another comet. Man, I hope not. I don't think I'm emotionally prepared for that.
For a comet?
We boring you or something?
Yes, but also my battery is low.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. You better turn in. I'm still wide awake, though. I'm gonna stay up here for a while. How about you, Jake? You know me, dude. I'm a non-stop stargazing machine. I can go all night.
Okay, good night.
I don't remember the last time I went
I
stargazing. I
almost
think it's been a
forgot.
while.
For breakfast, do you want?
Oh. Oh god. Same
Not
though.
again. Well, if they're late for breakfast, I will throw water on them and wake them up.
You do that, Bimo. Hi, Soap. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? How's your Friday? The flood has donked everything up. Just hold on. This may take a while. In Kyridion? Ridian? Is it Ridian or Ridion? I don't know. I don't know which one it is. Doing good? I'm glad. I'm glad. We're just playing. I bought this for like 13 bucks. So I was like, we might as well try playing it, right? I actually wanted to play it last week, but I was kind of like super depressed. We're okay now, but like, yeah. A lot of work stuff was happening and it was just a little crazy, so I needed time to process everything. And after that time, it was like, great. Okay, I do not like how long the loading screens are. Your hair looks so pretty. Thank you. I did it yesterday. It's actually like a more gray color, but all the lights reflecting is making it look blue. We're on a boat.
Ben!
What's
Oh.
up? Oh, don't tell me we slept through breakfast again. Bemo's gonna be so... Whoa.
No, right?
What the flip? How'd we get into the middle of the ocean?
Is the
I don't
audio
think we
okay?
are
Should I
in the
turn it
middle of
up?
the ocean, man. Look.
Looks like the Ice Kingdom. It must have melted.
Oh,
What are we gonna do, Finn? This is seriously messed up.
there's a
Straight up
flood.
dong bongles is what it is. We better find out
Dong
what's up.
bongles?
Wait. what about
Hello?
Bemo? He was down in the treehouse. Should we look for him?
Just
He's
a tad
pretty
more?
good
Okay.
swimmer. He'll be fine. Set course for the Ice Kingdom. What's left of it.
I'm hoping I can change it in the
Which
settings
way was that
too.
again? I'm not good with both directions.
It's over that way.
Whoa!
Oh my god, what the heck is this?
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Oh, like that one?
That's
That's
weirdly
an
convenient.
actual boat?
You know what they say, man. Don't look a gift boat in the mouth. Or something like that.
What?
I don't think they say that.
Yeah, probably not. Let's just take the boat and go.
Okay. Hope that thing comes with a manual or a tutorial or something, though. That's way bigger than any boat we've ever sailed.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Speak to the Ice King. It's reverse steering. Oh my god. What? Okay, no, it's not.
Is that
I
our
lied.
fridge?
Where? Can we go off course? Will it let me? Oh, it will. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do some audio settings real quick. If there are any. Okay, audio, master volume. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and turn the music down a little bit. And the sound effects down a little bit. But we're gonna want the volume all the way up. Okay. Let's pause, jump, ability, interact, steer. Awesome. Seems pretty simple. Oh, I forget. What? I have to press the trigger to steer. That's so weird. I wish I could change the sensitivity though.
Jake, maybe we should grab some of this floating stuff.
What did I get? Ooh, maybe there's more floaty. Oh, go back. Wait, where is it? There it is.
Snagged it.
Cute. This game's gonna be cute. I can feel it.
Snag.
Oh my god, I almost freaking ran into that. Okay. We're going to speak to the Ice King. Oh god. Did I hit something already? Jeez, bad driver. Woo. Woo.
Smell that sea air. Makes me want to express myself. Like, melodic.
I'm not sure I like where this is headed.
What?
Jake, raise your voice. Let's sing. Me and Jake are off to see the Ice King, or what's left in the case that he has melted. Come on, Jake, let's go and do our hero thing. Set course and let's sail.
Oh, I
This is
get
so
it.
cute.
My turn. We found a boat in the middle of the ocean, which is
Wait,
good
where's the
when you stop.
subtitles? What the hell? I thought there was gonna be subtitles. Yeah, subtitles are on.
About it.
What?
So I'll stop and I won't think about it.
Why is this game
Anyways,
so
let's
cute?
go. How's that? Pretty great, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Not bad. I've got a feeling we'll have plenty of time to work.
The boat's name is Jeff. Who's Jeff? This is too cute. I don't know, do you guys like Adventure Time? Do you guys watch Adventure Time? I still haven't watched the last season, that's about it. Whee! I'm gonna make everyone dizzy. Ice Kingdom, okay. Disembark boat. Oh my god, make it stop. Why is that noise still playing? I thought I turned down the sound effects. Right? I did, right? A little bit? Oh, I'm considered a hero? Oh, I kind of don't like the sensitivity of the controls.
Up.
Oh, I have a sword. The controls are kind of stuck. Also, it's very, very bright. Hi! What do I do with him? I just throw him places? That's kind of cool. Wait, can I not get up there? Okay. Oh, I don't like that zoom in. That was weird. I wonder if my weapon has, like, damage. Okay, you can't hurt the penguins. That's very nice to know. Looks like he's upset. His kingdom melted, right? I think this is supposed to be... Got alert, gotta process some stuff. Okay, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. Enjoy your lurk. I'm just gonna still be here. Hitting things. I really wish I had a new Pro controller. Or, I don't know. Did I not hit this one? The heck? Okay. The controls are disorienting me. Oh no, he's crying. What the heck is wrong with you? What's going on?
Oh,
Oh,
Simon, what's going on, man?
his name is Simon?
Am I glad to see you guys.
I don't remember.
What a
I
mess.
watched Adventure
we
Time such a
noticed.
long time ago.
My kingdom is ruined, my crown's gone forever, Gunter and the rest of my babies are missing. You know, just your basic average worst day of your life.
Oh, I would be crying too.
Other than that,
Oh God.
yeah, we can get this all fixed up. Somehow.
How? My
So does
insurance
he create
doesn't
his
cover
Ice Kingdom?
acts
That's
of war, I
crazy.
checked.
Acts of Glob?
Dude, he's gotta know something about what happened. We have to find a way to make him talk.
Yeah, make him talk.
It's time we went all popo on his butt.
Went on what?
Interrogation time?
Interrogation time.
Oh, the sound is off. I'm sorry, guys. Interrogation time. Okay.
Ice King, what happened here? We can't help you if we don't know where to start.
Yo, that's kind of
How would I know? You think I have time for this now?
Right, let's get
How
to
do
work.
they split
We'll
the
take turns
audio
working
then?
him. He's no softie, so be tough. What the heck's wrong with you? Snap out of it and just tell us already.
Whoa there. Okay, well, it started when I tried to freeze something. One quick blast and somehow I melted a wall. Anyway, what was I doing?
He melted a
Now we're getting
wall.
somewhere. Let's keep up the pressure.
Okay.
See what happens when I get
What?
mad?
I'm sorry, guys. It's my fault. After the first wall melted, I tried to refreeze it, but another
So
wall
he's
melted.
melting
Before I knew it, I was
walls
living all open
instead.
floor plan, and the water started rising.
Okay.
We're almost there, man. Keep going. We need your help to fix our house. It's all underwater.
We're going
Oh,
around in
no.
circles, aren't we? But the stuff melted.
I did bad. Oh shit.
Jake, you're up. We need to take turns working him. Remember.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, come on, guys. Is it getting warm in here?
No. Shit. You wanna know why?
Say
It's
what?
because I freaking
Are we done yet? Oh, cut it out, guys.
amount of
I'm too busy
lag.
for this.
Oh,
I've melted my
no.
kingdom, my crown is all broken, and I screwed everything up. I gotta get on.
Hi, Buttery. How are you
Oh
doing?
man,
Welcome in.
interrogation fail, bro.
Wait, can I do it over? Retry. Retry. I did
First thing
bad.
we need to do is find your crown, Ice King.
Yeah, if we can figure out what's wrong with it and fix it, you can start refreezing the Ice Kingdom.
Oh
Hmm. Think
man.
about it, I kinda like having beachfront property.
Oh man.
Dude, we cannot leave Ooh underwater because you want to kick it at the beach.
The audio is really
All right.
off, guys.
When I threw the crown away, it landed on an iceberg. Last time I saw it, it was floating toward the Candy Kingdom. You know, if it's still there after all the flooding and stuff. Ooh, I almost forgot. I found this. It was frozen into the wall before, you know,
Oh.
the melting and stuff. I figured you might need it.
Thank you, Ice King.
Cool, thanks, man. Come on, Jake. Time to set course for the Candy Kingdom.
Okay, I think I have to turn the volume all the way back up again. Something's off about it, though. I don't know if it's sound effect or... Maybe we'll just leave it all up. Okay. We'll just leave it all up. It's fine. It's completely
Simon?
fine.
Where's the sword?
Oh, that thing isn't like a regular sword. You gotta summon it during a fight.
Yeah!
Oh, okay. Interesting. Reach the Candy Kingdom, huh?
To the Candy Kingdom!
I like how simple the game is. It's very simple. Okay, where are we going? We're going this way? It's a pretty cute game, actually. Press what? Minus to access the map? Okay. Where are we? Are we the star? Okay, that's where we're going. Okay. This is where we are. It's so washed out. What the hell? What the heck? We have a legend? Objective, Finn, Jake, boat, dock. Okay, so we're the boat. Wait, no, it's really hard to tell between what is what. Okay, so we have the Ice Kingdom, Candy Kingdom. Ooh, this map's kind of nice, actually. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's close the map. We know where we're going. Oh, what the heck? Can I go around?
Sure gone piratey overnight. Grabbed it.
So, what's over there, though?
Jake, we've got company, man.
Let's
Who's
show these chumps
this?
a thing or two.
Already? Oh, they're the bananas. Okay. So this is our first fight. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
Whoa! Broke banana carts!
Wait.
What's the deal with these guys?
Well? Wait, why is this game hard? Wait, use a heart from the backpack.
Special delivery!
Okay, this is very strange.
Dude, I know!
Miss.
Try using the sword that Ice King gave you!
How do you miss? It's not fair. Special? Ooh, we can have 3 types of special. That's interesting. Yes! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. This looks bad.
He said the same thing I did. Blocking can reduce. Okay, we're gonna block.
Not cool. What we ever do to these guys to make them mad?
What?
Dude, chill, man. We're just talking.
Wait. No, Jake. Oh my god, when they get hit, their little icons. Wait, he has a special? A twister.
Awesome!
Oh, shoot. Oh, I should have aimed for the middle then. Do I have enough for a special again?
Mathematical.
Nice. Oh, jeez. Wait, let's do that again. Okay, that's not gonna work. This is the strangest, like, I don't know, this is very strange how it works. Oh, he missed. Oh my god. Do I get to heal after this? Because if not, that would kind of suck. I really hope I get to heal. I hope so, I hope so. Victory!
Yeah!
Alright, now we're level 2. I think this game came out in 2017. Okay, so we leveled up, and then what? Let us see. Hero boost. Spend Dosh to upgrade your hero abilities. So I have 126. Dodge health. Accuracy, attack, block. Let's power through a little bit. Yeah, let's power through a little bit. Okay. And then we'll make... Hi, Rasu. Welcome in. How are you doing? We'll make Jake a little tanky.
Hard it actually is. Oh, I got it! Oh, shit, dude!
Oh my god. How's your clears? How's everything? Oh my god, I didn't know I could upgrade the frickin'... Hi, Dragon! Oh my goodness, it's been such a long time. How are you doing? We got that week 1 clear. Good job. Good shit. Dragon, I miss you. It's been such a long time. What have you been up to? You're beautiful, amazing, awesome, and your hair is on point. That's too sweet of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh my god. I was wondering where you were. It's been a while. But yes, good shit. Ross, are you guys still running more? I kind of have really bad vertigo today, so
Jeez,
there's
Ice King
that.
really did it this time. This flood biz is bad news.
Oh, so the boxes. Oh my god, I'm not pressing it. I'm
The
not
Ice
pressing
King,
it.
his powers went cuckoo bananas, and he flooded.
Oh my god, I can't drive. I can't drive. I can't drive.
And now we are
Wait, I'm not pressing
to
it.
find the last resting
What's wrong with
place
my
of his
controller?
crown. This mess to undo.
My controller is
Hey
going freaking
ho,
psycho.
this mess to undo.
Or there might be some lag.
This mess to undo.
I think there might be some
Sing all the
screen
way
lag.
there, are we?
Nah, man, that'll probably get old pretty quick.
Yo, Dragon, me too though. Me too. Me too. We're gonna go for another 4 to 5 weeks. I'm just trying to go life. Life has not been kind, but fighting my way through it. I feel you. I have so many appointments coming up to just take care of myself right now. This might be making me seasick. Wait. Am I playing a game that's making me seasick? Not sure if it's the same for others, but the game is definitely louder than you. Okay. I'll turn it down. Dude. I think the game's making me seasick. Which I think is ridiculous. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It's like the motions. It is possible. I've heard of people having that issue before with games. Yeah, I think it's making me kind of dizzy. Or maybe I've just had too much tequila and I'm dizzy, you know? Could be both. One, the other, or both. I tried to turn the sound effects off or down, but it for some reason
Turn it off!
turned... It's so... Wait, why did that play my clip? Why did you shout me out? Wait, what? Also, I like the hair, thank you. Oh, you tipsy too? Then def the tequila. Stop. Yeah, it's a little hot. It's a little hot here. So I tried turning the sound effects down and the music down, but for some reason it also turned the game audio, like the talking in game, the cutscenes, down too. So I don't know if it's... I don't know. We might have to switch the game if this really is actually getting me seasick. Oh no, it's not the tequila, that's just you, girl. Stop. Stop! Ah! What is this lag? So I'm not pressing it, it should stop. But it's not stopping. It's very strange. Unless it has like some type of push.
Got it. Snagged it. Grabbed it. Snag.
I do
Snag.
think the game is really cute though. Okay, where's my checkpoint? There. Got it. Got it. We got it, guys. There's no like stop, you know? There's no hard stop, so. Anti-Ridian. Ridian? It's a little hot today. Unless I turn the AC down too much, then I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of not feeling the load time. The load time is tripping me up. Hold on. We're at the Candy Kingdom.
Be on the lookout for intruders. Repel all borders.
Intruders? Not me, right?
That's weird. Yeah, this place is on lockdown.
The colors are so crazy. I also don't like
The
how
banana
this...
guards don't look happy to see us.
I didn't want to fight. Why are there so many fights? What the heck is up with this game? I mean, what did I expect, right? But still, ultimate ability. Fill Finn's ultimate bar by whomping enemies. When the meter is full, you'll be able to unleash the incredible power of the gauntlet. Let's see. Let's try a special.
Algebraic!
Okay. I think you can heal and okay, let's heal. I think you can heal and attack in the same turn.
Nice! Woohoo!
Why would you hit the one that was blocked? Jeez. We'll finish. Oh, he's still guarding. No, Finn. We'll keep. Oh my god, that's all you did? Really? You could have done better. Oh, no, no, no. I didn't mean to run.
Yeah!
I don't know if I really like the mechanics for the game. He's getting ready?
I'm really bad at this.
We'll block. Oh no! Nice, okay.
Get my hackles up, man.
Oh! He's mad? They can't be controlled until they calm down. Interesting. That makes the game interesting, right? Ooh, we have elemental damage. I like that. That's good. I guess it's fine that I can't control him. It's whatever. That makes it so different, though. It's very, very different. Oh, he's calm. Sweet.
Check, please!
This makes me want to watch Adventure Time again, for sure. Alright, where are we going? Who are you? Can I talk to you? No, okay.
That's the door to the security room.
The colors are a little crazy though.
We need to
Right?
find who's in charge.
Oh my god, I'm getting tired of being... A red skull means the enemy is bad biscuits. I'm getting really tired of stopping every couple seconds for this tutorial. We go in there? Oh! Oh! Let's go hit everything then. Rolos? That's what they look like. Is there anything over there? No. Okay. We have this donut over here. Donuts actually sound really, really good. Oh my god. Oh my god, are they still after me? Go back! Can I run and get this roll over? They're after me! Oh my god. Oh my god, I have no aim. I have no depth perception whatsoever.
Dude. And for once, it ain't
Also,
me.
Dragon, what are you drinking tonight? Happy Friday, right? Oh, I'm horrible at controlling his character. What the hell? Why is it so hard? You know, I've always had issues with the Switch because I don't have something that has like a lower latency. So even when I play Mario Kart and I play handheld, it's fine. It's completely fine. It's when I put it on stream that it gets all weird. Oh, there's enemies. I had 2 Henny and Coke, 2 tall beers, and a shot of Casamigos? Ooh. That sounds so yummy.
Check it out. It's Choose Goose.
What does he do? There's a shop. I might not be able to play this, guys. I don't think I can play this right now. Okay. Small apple, super apple pie, big heart vial, big sticky bandage, super sticky bandages. Why are they sticky? House Buffalo Wild Wings. That sounds really, really yummy.
It's time for me
I
to
think I'm gonna
say
be
goodbye,
hungry.
but I'll be back with more supply.
Oh no. Why does he look like that? Yo, he's tripping me out. How did they make his model? What the hell? I guess I can just jump on them or walk on them? No, I have to actually jump on them. What the hell? Please! I swear I know how to Oh, I have to go right there. Okay. Well, give me a second. I'm getting the rest of the Rolos and marshmallows. Way more important. You know what also sounds really good? Just like a bunch of donuts. Like a bunch of donuts right now. It was good. Had new sauces, General Tso, and sweet chili lime. Do they see me? Okay, now. I might go take a break and warm up my food, guys. I think I might be a little hungry. Just like a tad bit. I keep saying that we're gonna turn it off, but I keep playing it. It's so bad. It's so laggy. I don't know if this is like really playable or not. I guess I should have checked before I started stream, right? Oh shit, I'm rich. I'm completely rich. Wait, oh no, that's guarded. Okay, how do I save? I know it's autosave though. I think it's autosave. Can I save? Yeah, I don't think I can play this. It's kind of giving me a headache. Just like a tiny bit. Might have to switch to something else. Honestly, though, I've kind of had a headache since I was at work, so that could also be a thing. It was, yeah. Just chatting. Let me change this. Done. It's taking me to the main menu, so I'm gonna wait so that it saves the progress. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream this game. Maybe we'll play Fall Guys. It sounds fun too. Sorry. What is this? What does it make me download? Microsoft Visual C. Wait, I don't understand. Hopefully it doesn't make me restart my PC. Let's find out, right? What do you guys like ordering at Buffalo Wild Wings? Oh, Leo, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you.
Have the Alexa, yeah, he got it.
Espionage is in the chat. Let's go.
Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out. No, what?
Mark was there.
Fun fact,
Are you still
her
streaming?
Her favorite Eevee evolution is Espeon.
That's a very.
You're probably still streaming.
That's very good. Espeon.
It's making me download something, which is very strange to me. So I don't know. Ooh, no, we're not restarting. I'm not gonna restart stream just to play a game. Come on, dude. What? Okay, we got Fall Guys. We're playing Fall Guys. We're gonna play Fall Guys. Apparently, that's what we're doing today. Hopefully the game volume is accurate. Okay, let me see. Let me see if this volume's gonna work. I would like for you guys to hear what's happening in Fall Guys. Okay, you guys should be able to hear both now. I'm gonna switch to controller. Let's see what's in the store. Oh, what is this? Oh, I clicked it too many times? What? Please, stop. New items available. Every time I switch between the Switch controller or basically any other controller, I get so confused. Fireworks, cucumber, everything is common. Everything is so common. I don't even have that much money. Okay, I guess I need to play the game more. I guess we need to just play. This is gonna be interesting. I've never played Fall Guys by myself before. I usually play with other people. We'll see how this goes. Hopefully the music isn't too, like, disrupting. Let's see. Avoid the moving doors. Let's see if I remember, like, all of the controls too. I feel like that's gonna be very interesting. Okay. Let's try. Let's see. Someone looks exactly like me. That's gonna be... Wait, I'm just playing solo, so it doesn't even matter. Oh shoot. What's dive again? Oh yes. Whee! Let's go. Okay. Like looking at everyone's names. Oh no! That person got knocked out. See, it gets hard when it's like so crowded. Like that. Oh, they got lucky. No! Look at your fit though. Looks so cool. Top 20%. Let's freaking go. Alright. Let us see what we get next. What we got? Dizzy Heights, of course, would be the one that I'm playing when I'm drinking, right? Right? This is great. Let's see what happens. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Oh shoot. Why is it so hard? There we go, there we go. Okay. Why is this game so crazy? I just can't help but think like how chaotic it really is. Okay, I'm going pretty okay. Oh my god. I hate this one. Oh my gosh. Ugh. This is so stressful. Oh my god, I'm so close. Echo, oh my goodness, it's been so long, Chimkin. How are you? How are you doing? Yo, not gonna lie. This tequila's kind of hitting. I'm good. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I can't complain. We've been doing our thing, you know? It's been rough. It's been a rough month, but love the hair. Thank you. My hair is crazy, dude. It does its own thing. I literally mixed all of the colors. All of them. I just mixed them all together and I just slapped it on. And I was like, I don't know, I don't have dye, but I hate the color it is right now. And I just kept squeezing all the tubes, mixed it up, and then just slapped that shit on. But thank you so much. What did everyone have for dinner? That's what I want to know. I did a good job just mixing random shit. Wait, how do I play this game? Find the path. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, that is so funny. Oh shit. Oh shit. Nobody wants to go. Nobody wants to go. Nobody wants to go. That shit's hella funny. I'm honestly just pushing people to see where the path is. I'm pushing them. I'm pushing them. No, don't be first. Don't be first. God, I'm so scared. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck my life, bro. No! Everyone's scared? Scared of what? Oh, to move? Oh god, it's terrifying. Darn! Ugh. Jump club? Wait, I didn't leave. Crap. How do you leave? I'm not very good at playing this game by myself, guys. I'm so used to having Fridays playing with everyone. Okay, exit. Exit, please. Alright, we're gonna play 5 times. And if I don't win 5 times, like out of 5, we're not doing it. I fell. I didn't qualify. I did not qualify. It was very sad. But it's okay. We'll survive. We'll be okay. Yeah, I don't play this game much, guys. Oh, I met with the Friday Friends night. Namo said he wasn't feeling like streaming today, so he definitely needed a break. He's been streaming a lot, guys. He's been streaming so much. So yeah, that dude needs a break. Wait, what were we playing? Oh, solos. Okay. Yeah, he has. Yeah, no, for real. I really miss Versi. I miss Versi streams. Cynical too. Cynical, if you're there, you need to stream, my girl. I want to see your adventures. I saw that Beyonce concert. So do I. Yeah. Versi, come back. I miss you, my sister wife. Dave just made a comeback this week. No way, I missed it. Shut up. Oh, I miss everybody. Actually, don't think I'm... Does Dave have a Discord? I don't think... I'm very bad at keeping up with socials and Discord, by the way. Oh my god, we need to play. We were just gonna do a just chatting. He's streaming an hour earlier now, though. Doesn't he usually stream late anyways? Or late-ish? Okay. Bro, which way are you going? Okay, we're all going this way? Okay, cool. Oh shit, we're going this way, I guess. Yikes. Okay, okay, let me in. Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay. 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 Oh my god! No! Oh shoot. Ah, look at these people. Oh my god, what asshole. I mean, top 50. I've never played that one. That one was kind of hard. But at the end? Swear jar? No. No, 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 no. We don't have one of those here. We're okay. We don't do that. We don't have money to do that. Okay. Run and balance across. Run and balance? I can barely walk and balance. What makes you think I can run and balance? What is this? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Oh, where am I? Oh, I'm in the 4 and balance in your current state? Yeah, California, right? No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am kidding slightly. Kidding slightly. Not. Oh, oh god. It's time to get sweaty. Oh, shoot. Ooh, 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 no, 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 no. Hey, we're doing pretty good, right? Like, we're good, we're good. We're pretty good. We're pretty good? Did you see that stutter? Oh my god, no! Shit. 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 Whee! Oh, oh, oh. Jeez, I don't like this game. Hello? Oh my god, oh my god. Ugh. I'm not sweaty, you are. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. That was funny. Rare orange? I cannot believe you did that. I don't know how I did that. I felt like I was doing very horribly. But people are just like messing around too though. Alright. Are we gonna win something today? Are we gonna win a game today? What if I accidentally quit? I need more Fall Guys experience, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Jump? Oh god. So funnily enough, the music plays during stream, but it's not gonna play in the VOD, so... And you can do exclamation point song. Sometimes it's a little laggy, but it's pretty accurate for the most part. I'm just gonna run in a circle. Oh my god, please stop getting in my way. What are people doing? Oh shit, oh no. Are people even getting knocked off? Oh, that hang time though kind of sucks. I qualified! Copyright. Yeah. My VOD's not gonna have the music. It's so upsetting. Am I good? Am I doing good? Could I possibly be doing good? Possibly? We remember what happened last time we played this one. We remembered. You done alright. Thanks. Thanks for the words of encouragement. Alright. We got this. We got this. We got this. We can do it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, I don't want to go. You can go, you can go. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Oh shit. Fuck. That was actually kind of funny. Shit. What's this one? Nobody wants to go. Oh shit. Oh my god. It's slim pickings, my dudes. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. It's not that one. It's this one. I'm scared. Oh fuck. No. Been here before. Fuck me. Why is it so scary? I kind of want to go this. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah! Yo, this dude almost fell off default though. That's so funny. Just go straight. My dude, just go straight. Just go. You got this. Just round over. Good damn job, man. Oh my god, I almost did not make that. Oh, so scary. I'm in it, guys. I'm in it. Roll. They always save the really hard ones for last, I swear. I swear, they do this on purpose. Might as well just fall off right now, bro. Yo, if someone pushes me, swear to God. iPad. Oh no. Why did I jump and dive? I should report. Thank you. I'd like to thank Celestic Pan. I'd like to thank Eka for being here today. Yes. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Hi, Kimchi Lunchi. Hi, Penny Lenny. How are you doing? I leveled up! What is this? Color? Oh. My god. Who made me this way? We're gonna change that color right back. Hold on. Sorry. It's this one, right? I think. What other color? I really just don't like these color combinations. What? This one's okay. I still do think I like this one more. No, actually, this one's kind of grown on me. Or orange, but let's do pink. I don't like how this matches the like background. I'm doing good. How about you? Hi, Jules. How are you doing? Welcome in. I'll go ahead and give you a shout out real quick.
Can I multi-tap it? Oh, I guess not. I guess it's just for show.
My music's too loud.
It was the original price was $1,200.
Okay. What's up? What is everyone up to? Did you guys have a good day? Tell me about your day. Tell me about what you guys had for dinner. If you guys have had dinner yet, because I haven't had dinner yet. But I know I'm gonna have it. Or what I'm gonna have. But thank you for the shout out. Oh my god. Dude, I have the same reaction when people shout me out. I'm like, please, don't do it. Don't do it. No, don't do it. How are you? I'm good. I'm chilling. Yes, I'm just vibing as well. Yes. We're vibing. I have tequila and guava juice. It's pretty good. It's so good. Thank goodness for Costco. We're just playing. We're just playing random stuff. You enjoying the music, Pan? I'm glad. I'm glad. I need to hide all these audio sources on my OBS though because it's like such a long list. I will really only need my mic. the music and the game. I think. I don't know. Oh my god, I was so close to winning the last one. How annoying. And if you do exclamation point song, it tells you what the song is playing. Sometimes it's laggy though, so you have to like wait a little bit. Everyone jumped at the same time. That noise was hella funny. Okay, okay, checkpoint. Checkpoint coming up. Oh shit, yes, yes, yes. Let's go. Slide into victory. Let's go. What? Let's freaking go. That was great. It pops up on my screen, I think. Let's fucking go. Dude, see, once I play it like once or twice, it's locked in there. It's locked in there. Oh, what are you doing? It's funny when I play the VOD back though, because I'm like lip singing to nothing. It's really funny. What's next? What's next? What do we get next? The Whirligig. I've never played this one. It looks really hard. Navigate the obstacles and race to the finish line. Okay, let's see if we can do this. New jeans, yes! Oh my god, so good. Oh, what the heck is this? What the hell? Not gonna lie, we might buy new game today. Because why the fuck not? Nobody get in my fucking way. Nobody get in my way. Oh my god, I swear to god. You noobs. I'm so mean. Woo! That was close. That was so close. And oh shiz. Oh shiz. Whee! Oh, I was so close, bruh. Ugh. Stressful. I remember this. Oh, I was close. I felt it in my plums. Felt it. It was so close. Okay. Attention was such a great dude. Dude, I freaking love the song Cookie. Oh, I hope I don't catch the tail end of that. Jesus, that was terrifying. That was terrifying. I did have a doctor's appointment though today. I have tendonitis in my Achilles and I have golfer's elbow and just really bad acne. Like, guys, I was suffering. Oh my god, that was so close. You go. Yes, you go. Oh no, you should have dove. My bestie's gonna see Twice in a couple weeks. Ooh, I wanna see Twice. Okay, bro, you need to learn how to dive. My bro, you need to know how to dive. Woo! Thank you for the hug, Pan. Let me hug you back. I know, like, the noise is a little crazy because the game is also playing. I told her she needs to make sure Gio I could just take the ticket. Just take the ticket. It's fine. Just take the ticket. Let me turn the volume up. I don't like this one. Dude, her tickets are so good. They're like front row. Oh no shit. Dude, I almost had August D floor tickets, but they were like $600, dude. I couldn't do it. I was like, the way my bank account works. You B words. They just took a leap of faith. It's straight. It's straight. How do I know? I just know. I just know these things. It's straight. It's straight. It's straight. It's straight. Oh my god, it's left. It's straight. I'm so good. Imagine being this good, bro. It's this way. It's straight. Oh fuck. My luck ran out. Keep going straight, bros. Keep going straight, bros. Oh my god, you just leap of faith, huh? I almost didn't make that one, nah. Yeah, I hate about that much for Blackpink Sekiro, and they basically didn't even look at us at all. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. That freaking sucks, yeah? Yeah. No. My friends went multiple times to see the August D concert. I really wanted to go, it just was not feasible. ITZY was so much better, was a much better show. I wish I had front row for that. Well, now you know. Like, now you can, you know. Yeah. I feel like it's also who produces the show too. Because I don't think it's completely up to the performers. Like, it's definitely up to the performers to deliver, but yeah. That person just jumped out of nowhere. Nobody's getting knocked out. It's just kind of funny. Oh! As soon as I said that, as soon as I said that, they could have looked at us. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see right in front of you though sometimes, especially if you're focused on the performance too, right? But yeah, I understand. It's rough. Let me know if I need to turn the game volume down or anything down, because I know the music might be loud. I don't know. Not sure. I'll live. It was an experience. It's still like, when you pay for that much though, it is very much like, music is actually pretty low. Oh, it's just because my headphones are pretty high. Okay, I can turn it up. Let me go ahead and finish up this game though. Am I going forward? Okay, we're going forward. Okay, we're going pretty slow. Yo, don't touch me! Oh my god, I'm getting sweaty. I'm so focused right now, guys. Yee! Oh my god, my heart's beating so fast. Oh my god. Jeez. Jeez. Thank you so much for the follow. My heart's beating really, 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 really fast. I'm sorry if I'm screaming. Oh my god, I'm so... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's not even going that fast, probably. I'm probably just freaking out for no reason. Oh no! That's so close. Oh no, you summoned Kirby and it didn't work. Hold on, let me go ahead and fix that for you. I know it happened. I didn't put my app on. Horrible streamer. Oh, don't tell me you have an update. It's gonna take a minute. I'm so sorry. It's gonna take a minute. Let me go ahead and summon Kirby for you when it's done. Also, the Windows 10 crash should not be there. Don't know why it's there. Let me go ahead and remove that, I guess. Ooh, I was not prepared to stream. It's because I didn't stream last week. I streamed like 2 times? 2? 3 times. 2 or 3 times. I don't remember. Also, did anyone redeem anything else? Oh no. I wouldn't know. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Thank you for redeeming Stretch. I'll redeem Hydrate. And then, and, where is it? Where is it? Summon Kirby. Here you go. And then you also redeem first, so I'm gonna play it, but I'm gonna cheat the way I play it. I'm gonna play it through here. Where is it? Hello? Hello, where are you? There you are.
Poggers, bitches.
And then, yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm gonna drink water and then stretch. Thank you so much for redeeming Hydrate. I appreciate it. You're singing along with the music? Oh, I'm glad. Oh my god, I'm so thirsty now. Oh my god, I'm so thirsty now. Why are you doing this to me?
Hi guys. Hi guys. Hi
yes,
guys.
hi. Oh my god.
Hi guys.
I'm gonna turn it off.
Hi guys.
I'm gonna turn it off.
Hi guys.
I'm gonna turn it
Hi
off.
guys.
I'm gonna turn it off. What is this?
Lion6 raided my stream with 2 viewers.
Oh my god! Leo? Is that Naruto music? Maybe. Who are you to not know this?
Yes, yes! You just have to make me get sick.
What happened? Why does it always cut off? Why does it always... Ooh, I just burped.
Of course!
I screwed Husky over. Hey, how's it going, Mad Tips?
Tracks! That is
We should play Mario Kart again. It's been a while. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. It was definitely fun when I was there. I appreciate the raid. If you need to go ahead and handle anything, check out, sit, lurk, whatever it is you need to do, eat dinner. I'm trying to find something.
Hi guys.
Oh yes, I'm turning that off. Hold on. Okay. Thank you for the cookies, Leo. I appreciate it. I hope you realize that there's more bass in that redeem now. I hope you realize it. I hope you can tell. Because you redeem it like 20 more times than I normally do.
Hi guys.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn that off. Wait, hold on. Stop.
Hi guys.
Stop it. Stop it. Okay. I'm gonna limit it. Oh, that's not where you limit it. You limit it. You. What? You want my attention? What can I do for you? Can I help you? Can I, what, do you need something? What's up? What do you need from me? It's supposed to be to catch my attention, Leo. What's up? What do you want? What can I do for you? Let me just go ahead and go to my creator dashboard real quick, and I'm going to limit the amount of times people can redeem high, because I know I put it really low, but it's literally just to say hi. So let me go ahead and put a cooldown. I do love cookies. I actually don't have any cookies right now, which is disgusting. I need cookies. I need cookies. Like, what? What am I thinking? Alright. We should be good. We should be good. Yeah. Sorry that took so long. Woo! Okay. Let me minimize that. We're gonna play music again. We're gonna head back into the game. That cookies music is fire. It's literally the Wii Shop music. G-Bro, it's the Wii Shop music. How are you, G-Bro? What have you been up to? When's the next stream? What's going on? My guy, you've done a karaoke stream, and I think I like stepped in for a second, but I was playing games, I want to believe. Also, if you guys want to play Fall Guys, like, just let me know. But you have to add me because I don't know. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. It's my first time playing, like, by myself. I didn't even know you unlock different colors. Like, this is all new to me. Okay. Let's go ahead and play a solo. I almost won one. I'm doing a lot of responsibility stuff with a daughter. Okay, awesome. Yeah. I'm down for Fall Guys soon. For sure. Just let me know. Just let me know. We can hop in a Discord call. If anyone else wants to play too, we can play. Like, I'm not... Just moved in with the GF? Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, I see you. Making moves there, G-Bro. How to play, navigate the obstacles. Wait, I'm glad you still play this game. Have you gotten better at it? Yeah, a little bit. You moved in with your... I did. What? Yeah. Crazy, making big moves. Huge moves. Alright. Oh shit! That was fast. Whee! Whee! Oh my god, fudge. Yo! Yo. I don't know how to do this one. I've never played this in my life. Okay, okay, okay. I think we're okay. We're doing okay. Like, not great, but like, definitely not the worst. Okay, we qualified. Well, technically, she moved with me. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I need to make that a redeem. I want to do that. I need to do that. I need to do that soon. Alright. I wish we were playing some more like hype music. I don't think my playlist has anything quite like that. Let me see. I can change it to this playlist. It's a little funkier. A little funky. Got a lot of bass in it. We've got a lot of bass in this song. Wait, can I show you guys my lava lamp? Hold on. This one. Look at my lava lamp! Oh wait, Kirby is in the way. Look at my lava lamp. It's so pretty. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Sorry, my bad. Okay, okay. This is going fast. This is so fast. Holy Wait, that person got booted into it. That was kind of funny. Okay. How are we supposed to? It's so slow. Okay. I don't know how far we've made it through, guys. Not gonna lie. Oh, you can use that to launch you. Interesting. Oh, shh. That kind of surprised me. You want to see? You need one. Yeah. It's still warming up, so it's not really like... It's not flowing yet. It's still like kind of just chilling there. It's waiting. It's thinking. It's thinking a bit. Okay. Where we go? Where we go? Free falling. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Oh god. Oh god. But 40. So that's a lot, right? So... Nobody get in my way. Nobody get in my way, thank you. Okay, so far so smooth. Wait, what the hell? What bumped me? Oh shit. What? What was that bullshit? Did you guys see that? You guys saw that, right? Tell me you saw that. Shit. Okay. That was cheating. That was so close. Thank you so much for the lyric. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the raid, Leo. Take care, okay? Go do whatever it is you need to do. Do what Leo do. I'm probably gonna eat soon, that's for sure, because it is my phone. It's dead. My watch is dead. It's 8:41, so I'm probably gonna eat in a little bit. Yes. Okay, we need to leave. Can we leave, please? I missed it. I was looking at my phone. Actually, I think right now would be a good time to take a break and eat. So if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna go warm up my food and probably just take 10 minutes to eat. So I'll be right back. Feel free to stick around or whatever it is you need to do. Take a break, stretch, drink some water. Definitely drink some water. I know y'all need some water for sure. Y'all dehydrated as fuck. Space, space, space. Hold space. Hold space. Hold space. Hold space. Space, 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 space. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Oh my god. She died.
Nicole.
If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly. Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here. I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair. It's a little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part.
Yeah, okay, look up and hold space. There you go.
Oh my god. Oh my god. See, it's not just me. I don't make weird noises, just not just me. It's such a chore, like you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to wash the cup after. And messages, you'll see the version and the IP. Can we live together again? We'll find all of the animals again? Yes. And all the diamond armor to the pros. Oh my god. Mina, of course I'll be your Minecraft waifu. I love you so much. I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny. Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy. He gets me every single time. It's like...
Man, shut up, Ballsy.
Macaroni in a pot? No, no one got the reference? That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. Time for bed. Ross. Joe?
Kill.
Joe?
Who did you kill?
Joe?
Who did you kill?
I
Kim
killed
Q?
Moogle! How did that even happen?
We're going back to...
Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so it doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in... What the hell is that? Namu?
Apparently...
Namu, what the fuck is that? K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Well,
Yeah.
Hey, Chain, is that really you?
Granny, win.
Like, actually?
I'm coming
You're
for
not
your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck? Turn it off. It's so
my screen. Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. I can't. What the heck? My heart's beating really fast, okay. I'm the only alien here, frick! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Crazy!
Fuck.
Oh my. Yo, who's Weezy like that, bro?
I love it! Do it again, Bet you won't.
Whoa.
Okay.
That's how lonely I am.
You talk to yourself about it. Oh yeah, fuck.
I was just gonna go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh no! Mina. Miss.
I can't. What the heck? My heart's beating really fast. Okay. If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly. Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here. I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny. I'm the only alien here, frick. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Crazy!
Fuck.
Oh my. Yo, who's Weezy like that, bro?
I love it! Do it again, Bet you won't.
Whoa.
I was just gonna go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh no! Mina. Miss.
That's how lonely I am.
You talk to yourself about it. Oh yeah, fuck. Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy. He gets me every single time. It's like...
Yeah, okay, look up and hold space. There you go.
Oh my
What
god.
the hell was that?
Oh my god. Okay, I'm back. I have my food in front of me. We're gonna play a different game. I know, we didn't know what we were doing today, so this is the result, okay? I'm very not sorry. Yeah. Alright, let me go ahead and change this game to what we're about to play. Hold on, I can't even see it. What the hell? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, here. We're gonna play a game that I've been wanting to play but didn't have anyone to play with, so it's still installing. I warmed up my food. I went and ate out with my coworkers today. So we got Chinese food. I got Szechuan eggplant. It's really, really good. So we've become just like a just chat and eat stream. Eka, if you're here, here's the food that you were missing. I warmed it up really, really hot though. Maybe we should watch something while I'm doing this. You guys want TikTok? TikTok. 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 Hold on. I don't know if you guys can like hear it. Let me add the source. Add it real quick. Not a display. What is it? A window capture. Yes. Yes. TikTok. Okay, we got TikTok up here. And I also have to do an audio source for it, so yeah, for everything that I have to have both. Ooh. Alright. We should have audio now for TikTok. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Pretty sure you can hear it.
To where that oxygen mask is going to come from. That's awesome. 3 of you are going to get oxygen. That's great. That's perfect. The rest of you, when you're done screaming, okay, I need you to let go of your neighbor and grab that mask. You're going to place it over your nose and mouth. You're going to look at each other and you're going to say, Aflac. No, you're going to breathe normally. Normal breathing in an emergency. Who writes this stuff? You're going to breathe as normally as you possibly can. They want you to assist yourself first and then a child traveling with you. Ladies, listen to me. A child traveling with you. They come in many different shapes and sizes.
Hi, Misha. Welcome. Oh, thank you for following. I appreciate you. No.
Mish_22_01 is now following.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi Crew. We're still watching TikTok. We're gonna play Minecraft Legends after I eat. It's also still it's done downloading, but I'm still eating. So
do you hear me?
For now, we're watching some
more
TikToks.
than one of these child traveling with you. Assess your situation. Who's it gonna be? Well, you can't help everybody, so y'all are gonna have to decide. I mean, pick your favorite. You know you've got one. You probably don't want to tell them. But children, if you did not do your homework last week, I don't think you're gonna get a mask. It's not a good thing. All right, we do not anticipate this flight turn into a cruise, folks.
You like
if
the
we did, I
alert?
wouldn't have
Thank
worn
you.
this. I would have worn a bathing suit. All right, but if it happens, where's the life vest? Underneath the seat in front of you. Right. So whoever didn't get that mask, just give them a life vest. Maybe they'll be okay. All right. You cannot smoke on board, but don't worry. If y'all need to smoke, step out on the wing. If you can light it, we'll let you smoke it. We're very accommodating here in Spirit. Very accommodating. Just step right outside. The rest of you are going to get something for free, so you didn't think this was going to happen. The minute they step out, in-flight movie, Gone with the Wind. Just watch them step on out there. Okay, flight attendant call button, this little blue button right here, you push it, it goes ding, and normally one of us would show up. Yeah, no. Look at the time. Don't touch that button. You do not need me at this time. Y'all need to just go night-night termite, and when we land in Vegas, I will let you know. I will not let you miss it. 2 hours and 50 minutes, almost 3 hours. Go to sleep. If you push this button, y'all don't get confused. You're on Spirit. Whatever hand you use to push that button, you better have a credit card in the other hand. Because don't get confused. All right, now you can't break anything on this plane, okay? They told you don't break anything. Don't disable anything. Let's face it. If you could pay for something you broke on this baby, y'all be flying Delta first class. You wouldn't be there. So don't break anything. All right, no, seriously, folks. We will serve you up until we are on final descent into Vegas. So party up, have a great time, do whatever you need to do. I will leave the lights off for those of you who don't want to party and want to try to go to sleep if you're on a Vegas flight. Good luck with that. Oh my Lord. And we do, folks, we apologize for the delay. We're happy to see you here. Welcome aboard.
She was really good. I like
Thank
that.
you very much. Next show is tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's
Oh
see
shoot, it
who
doesn't
is
have
paying
auto scroll,
attention.
bro.
Discovered a dead baby in the bathroom. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Please not. Cry in your neck. What did you do to it? Like, how big is the baby?
It's full term.
What?
In one of the most incomprehensible crimes.
I might have watched this video
No.
more than 50 times.
No, we could not finish that. We could not finish that. Oh my god, I'm terrified. Actually terrified right now. What? What's happening? Oh my god, so demanding. Orange cat energy.
Vai lá no berço, mamá, vai. Vai lá no berço, mamá, vai. Vai.
Yo, chat. Hello?
Don't date. Date aqui pra mamá, date.
This cat is being treated like a human.
Dá aqui pra mim, dá. Dá mamá, dá.
Holy, oh my god. Also, G-Bro, I get most of my alerts free. They're all linked in my, like, artist thingy. The artwork stuff. Where I share all my tips and tricks and stuff.
Dá aqui pra mim, dá. Dá pra mim. Dá uma mamá pra mim, dá. Dá. Dá pra
If you see this, run.
After the conversation that I just had with one of my homegirls, I realized that there's a few fucking things that I need to remind you about. There's no fucking excuse as to why there should be bruises on your body, especially when it comes from a man's hands being laid on your motherfucking body. After something like that happens,
Here's a couple things that would have been real nice to know before I was old as fuck. If you mix white vinegar and coconut oil together, put it on a rag, you can wipe away surface level paint scratches off your car like it's fucking
No way. That's bullshit. That's got to be a whole bunch of bullshit.
Spider, I won't leave me while I see everything like this.
That's bullshit. No way. Where's she going?
Hurry, honey, hurry.
Where's she going? What's she doing? What?
Name me 5 countries in Africa.
Papa? Not it. No, Jeremy, you can't eat that. Here.
Oh my god, no.
I didn't get a
stop.
whole lot of sleep last night. No, I didn't. Because my
Why?
daughter woke up in the middle of the night,
Uh-huh.
looked me dead in the eyeball, and said, "Mommy, I'm afraid of what's under the bed." And in my head, I was thinking, that's really fucking creepy. I, too, am now afraid of what's under the bed. That's not what I said, though. No, what I said was, "Honey, there's nothing under the bed. Just go back to sleep." Did I believe that? No. Actually, I'm pretty sure there was something under the bed. But I lied to her for her comfort. And then she asked me to check under the bed. And in
Oh
my head, I was
my
like,
God.
ain't no fucking way am I getting out of bed right now to check under it. Instead, I reassured her that there was nothing under the bed, and I told her to go back to sleep. And she tried for a minute. Her eyes fluttered. They like a little bit, and then they popped right open again, and she was looking at the TV that was turned off in our dark room. And she goes, "Mommy, who's that on the TV?" And in my head, I'm thinking, dog, I don't fucking know. You tell me. You're the one seeing dead people. Who the fuck is that on the TV? Because I don't see it, but I'm terrified. I don't say that. No, instead I say, honey, the TV's turned off. There's no one on the TV. Just go back to sleep.
Hell no.
And she falls back asleep eventually. You know who
Nah.
does it? Me. Because I'm afraid of what's under the bed now. And I'm wondering who the fuck that was on my TV. On my TV that was turned off. Who was it? And now I'm thinking, I need to fucking spray my daughter with holy water. Except I don't have holy water. What I do have is Dawn dish soap power scrub. I could spray her with that, hit her with a microfiber towel, and hope that fucking works. I'm terrified right now.
This one. Okay, let's try.
A few moments later.
That's really fast. I mean, this is probably sped up, but... Oh, I just got chills. Oh, Dude, they must have been studying how to play for like life. Holy crap, bro. I wish I could play instruments that passionately. That'd be crazy. I don't know, put this over here, I guess. This is so intense! Oh my god! I'm glued! Bro! There was a whole crowd? That was good, that was so good. Wow! Okay. We're gonna play a game. We're gonna play a game? Play a game? Let's see how this game goes, yeah? Okay. Oh, okay, it's loud. That was so freaking loud, what the fuck? What? Oh. I was very confused. Yeah, I'm blind, so what? You got a problem with that? We're also gonna hop into a Discord call if I can stop burping. Jesus. Jesus. Alright.
experiences in general, just because my sister existed.
Wow, imagine existing.
You're right here, Kimchi. Also, what's good?
What? Am I actually here? What is this?
Oh, you in hell.
Oh!
Yeah.
Alright, how do I join y'all's game? I just booted this shit up.
Okay.
It's so pretty. Shut up.
What is?
The game.
Yeah, it does look kind of cool. Also, let me see if I can invite you. If not, Moodle can.
Okay.
Tab friends. Kimchi's in the menu. Let's invite. There you go.
Sorry, I'm
Also,
watching the backstory.
Nah, you good. You might want to play through the. Well, it depends. It's up to you if you want to. You can play through the campaign a little bit while Moodle's gone. He said he's gonna be absent for a minute. The campaign tutorial isn't that long. It's like 10 minutes. Touch face. Or you can just go in straight in. Up to you. Kimchi snuck in here. Nah. She said she was going to join earlier. The homie going to join, you know?
Who said snuck in? Yeah,
G-bro.
snuck in.
Bruh, she ain't even sneak in.
Sneaky. Oh my god, my volume's way too loud.
You sound fine to me.
No, not for stream. For the game.
Oh, you mean game volume? Yeah, it's stupid loud. I put mine like 50.
Yeah.
Set
How do
the
I
master
change
volume to like, so go to escape, then settings, and then
I don't like their expressions. I want them to frown more.
What's wrong with you? You want people to be upset and frown?
I didn't say upset. I just want them to frown.
Do you generally frown when you're happy?
No, I always smile even when I'm uncomfortable or in a sticky situation or upset. I don't know how to not smile or laugh.
That's tough.
This is what I'm trying to say.
I know, straight face everything. Happy,
I can't
sad,
do
whatever. I just straight face. You just look straight into that camera.
Okay.
And don't move a muscle. Like that,
Tab
chat.
for friends. Do I have friends? Oh, I don't have you as friend.
You're my
What's your
friend.
gamer tag?
Wait, you're not. I see you on my friends list.
I don't see you.
I invited you. It's AfroJoe759. It's weird how I see you on my friends list, but you don't see me.
Report. Block.
Dang. Racial motivation.
Oh, I can't join your game. I don't know
Why not?
why. I don't know.
Let me ask Moogle why.
What's Moogle's name?
Chief Moogle.
Oh god. Is this the right one?
Let me see. It means it's the right one. I can't see what you're
The
doing.
right Moogle?
Just share your. You can share your screen or send me a picture, whatever.
Okay, I'll send you a screenshot. Sent.
Yep.
How's your day so far?
That's the chief. Chief Moogle.
Yeah. What have you been up to?
Moogle has to approve the invite. Where's the Moogle? Moogle said he went AFK for a minute. I think he probably went to talk to Miss Moogle or something. I think she's cooking Korean sweet potato on the over a fire.
Damn, and I wasn't invited? Fuck.
I wasn't invited either.
Well.
Although I could low-key just drive there and raid their house.
That's what I was saying. That's what I
I'm
meant.
very tempted just to be like, run up.
Jeez.
Nah, I just don't hear this.
Yeah.
Run it up. I want the food.
Give me the
That's-
food.
Nah. Pass that potato. Run
I
it.
really like the layout of this game. It's so cute.
Yeah. It looks really good, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to play. I've been wanting to play, but nobody wanted to play, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna play by myself, so...
Yeah. This was super last minute. Like, Moogle and I talked about this yesterday, and I'm like, wait, you're going out of town next week. I haven't played a game with you in a minute. I'm like, do you want to play Minecraft or something? And then he reminded me Legends was free on Game.
Yeah, I've been wanting to play, like I was asking Gabby to play, but she didn't really want to, I guess, so...
Yeah.
I don't know. I wanted to play, nobody wanted to play. Moogle said that he would play, but then... Or no. It was someone in my stream,
Yeah.
I think, said that they wanted to play.
But we here now. You playing now. Once he approves and comes back.
10 hours later.
Hey, yo. Nah. I'll pull up to his house by then and rob all his food if he doesn't come back.
What does that do good for me? Like, that's just nothing for me.
It does, because they don't want me coming over to steal all their food. They will have no kitchen.
No kitchen.
Nothing.
Oh my god, so what do you do when you go to the store? You just take the whole store with you?
Do you understand how often our family goes to the grocery store?
No, I don't. Please enlighten me.
My mom goes to the grocery store 5 days out of the week.
5 days? I assure you I'd make you incredible bentos for your work if I lived nearby. Ballsy, then move here. The hell? Who wouldn't want to live in California?
Alright, who wants... I'm sorry, who said move to California? You tripping. No. She's trying to make you go broke. Don't go to California, man.
Go get broke.
You about to be broke.
Do
okay,
it.
like...
Bet
listen.
you won't.
Yeah, he's not trying to be broke.
Oh gosh. Why not
Kimchi
be broke? It's fine.
Kimchi don't be the first person trying to convince us to go broke.
Just a little bit, you know?
Bro, he sent me picture of food. Moogle, I'm coming over. I swear
Moogle,
to
what
God.
the hell?
I swear to God.
What the hell?
How far is your
Where's my food picture?
How far is your house from me?
Hi, Kimchi. Let me send
Moogle, where's my food picture?
I don't want you to feel left out. Have a food picture.
Thank you. It's too hot and I don't want to lose half of my salary on insurances, one for my health and the other for my stupidity. True that. True. Oh my god, I also got a doggo pic. Shut up.
Wait, you sent her a doggo pic too?
Aww. So cute. Shut up. Okay.
Nah,
What are we doing? How do we play this game?
Say all that. All I know is that boy Cash, he waiting for it. He's waiting for something to drop. That's all I'm going to say, Moogle. He waiting.
Oh, no, he loves Korean sweet potato.
I know, he's patiently waiting. He's like, let that thing drop. Promise you. Let your hand drop too low. That thing mine.
Oh, absolutely, he would. He would jump up and take it in a heartbeat.
I
It's
appreciate
a good idea. I'm not over, because if Cash tried to do that to my food, he might see the end of the world. His world, at least.
You would do that to a dog? You're never allowed to my
No,
face,
I
ever.
accidentally almost said Moogle's.
You what? You cut out.
No, in my defense, he's similar color to Moogle's couch, and he hid in the pillows.
The man almost turned my dog into a pancake.
So I sat down, and the dog is so tiny, you don't feel anything. And then Moogle starts screaming, "My dog!" And I stopped. I paused mid-squat. I looked underneath me, and Cash is just looking at my ass like,
Please
Oh,
don't
no.
do it.
he just looked at me. And Moogle came to pick him up. He just kept staring at me like life was over. He didn't move.
Oh, poor puppy. No. Why would you do that to the poor doggo? You saw the light flash between his eyes and your butt.
Man, he just saw the darkness come. It was over.
Wait, I still can't join your game.
Moogle, I invited Kimchi, but she said she can't join. You mean
Are
try
you
inviting
two
her?
Microsoft friends?
Yes, she is sad at me.
See.
There
Start
you
a
go.
game.
Oh, it
There you are.
says start a
Oh,
game
right,
to unlock online
she has to
play.
do the tutorial first.
Oh.
Okay, do the tutorial
that
for like
makes
5 or 10
sense.
minutes.
It's locked. Boo, I could have been
tutorial?
doing this. No, I mean, like, I'm just saying.
To be
it's
fair,
locked
I
in
did say
general.
do a tutorial just so you learn how
Yeah,
to
but
play.
you said
Yeah, she does that when she know I'm right. You feel me, Moogle? You know what I'm saying?
No, don't know what you're saying, because
I
that's
hope
what
you're
you're
feeling okay.
saying.
That kind of trip always
Wait, I'm gonna
upsets
def
my
into play
stomach.
through this real quick, okay?
Alright,
for
go
having
ahead.
the
I'll be
courage
back.
to come. I am Foresight.
I'm Action.
And I'm Knowledge.
I wish we had met under different circumstances, but this world is under attack, and we need your help. Foul creatures known as the Piglins have emerged from their fiery home, and they mean to conquer this peaceful
They look
land
kinda
and all
scary.
the creatures that live here.
We need your help to make sure that doesn't happen.
We need
But
your
don't worry,
help.
you won't be
Say
alone.
that.
Behold, I always wanted to say that. We present to you,
Gifts.
with the right melodies from this loot, the LAs will gather your resources, keep them safe for you,
Oh, that's cute.
and build whatever you need.
Within this case burn the flames of creation. The flames will call upon friends to fight by your side. These golems helped us shape the overworld, and now they will help you defend it.
And last, but not least, this is the banner of courage.
I thought
Raise
it was just
high,
a flower.
And this world will rise to your aid.
The Piglins' hunger is insatiable. They already have a foothold in the overworld. And if they are not stopped, they will devour everything.
We didn't prepare the creatures of our world for this day. But we believe you can.
That's why we called upon you. If there is any hope, it's you.
Uh-huh.
We don't have much time, but just enough to show you a thing or two about these tools.
Why is this so cute?
There's no telling what you'll face in the overworld now that the piglins are here. So the sooner you master these tools, the better. Head over to Action and we'll get started.
Great. Now let's get to work.
The overworld is filled with resources you can gather to help you fight the piglins. And that's where the LAs come in. Play the right melody on your lute, and they'll gather anything for you.
Let's start by playing the melody to gather wood. Well done.
Make your way to where Action is and use your lute to gather some stone.
Nice work!
Let's do that again. This time, play the melody for gathering stone.
How do you gather stone? Oh, okay. I'm doing horrible, by the way, guys. Oh my god.
Now you've got the resources you need. That's step one. Step two is playing the melody that will inspire the LAs to build what you need.
Hey, build some stairs so you can come and join me up here.
Why can't I use it? See? Wait, what? Oh shit. That's crazy. They just built it just like that?
Well done. Stairs
I
are
can
going to
remove
save you a lot of time out there.
You'll use flames of creation to call your friends to battle. Lapis will keep these flames burning bright. Take some from that chest to play a spawner melody.
Okay. How do I... Oh, cute, open chest. You mean I have to know what my keyboard is?
Now, let's light those flames.
Light
Use the spawner
flames.
melodies to call the golems you met earlier.
Wait. X... Golems?
What do I do with it?
Great!
Okay.
Each spawner holds the flames of creation that will call upon your allies. Call them. Call your allies.
How do I call them?
Nice!
Oh my god, you can just keep spawning them?
The
That's
golems
kind
are
of
new
cool.
to battle, but they'll rally behind you. Use the banner of
It's
courage
using
to bring your
like
friends
hell
over.
of my... Use the banner of courage. Q. Oh, come here, friends. Q. Q. Come here, friends. Come follow me. Come follow me. Come follow me.
Excellent.
Look at all these cuties.
If you want the golems to stop following you, use your banner again to ask them to stop.
Yeah. Cute. Cute. How do you wait?
Nicely done.
Oh, you hold it.
There you go. You can also use the banner to send your friends in any direction you want. Send them over to action.
How do you send them over? Press E? E? I'm pressing E. Why does E not work? Oh, like just actually pressing E. I can barely see where it's at though. Like where I sent the flag to?
Hello, little
Okay.
friends.
The
Interesting.
idea of piglins inside the Well of Fate is terrible. So we've created some false piglins so you can practice using the banner in combat.
Okay. How do we gather them again? Q? Okay. I have them. Let's go. Shall we head out? I don't know what we're doing.
The best way to stop the flow of piglins is by taking out barracks.
Oh shit.
You've done it! Now take everything you've learned here into the real fight, and the piglins won't
Okay.
stand a chance.
It is good that you are ready, as I must ask we get moving. One of the villages has just been attacked.
Oh no! Quickly, come with us. We'll get you out into the world.
Where are we going? We're going out to the real world? I don't want it there. I don't want to go there. Let's see.
Thank you again for your courage. We are honored to have you as an ally.
You're very
We'll
welcome.
be with you every step of the way.
Toodaloo. Yo, calm yourself. He's going crazy. Okay. We can get back into the call, I believe. I believe I can play with them now. I think. Hopefully. Oh, it's so pretty.
Welcome to our world. We would love to introduce you properly.
Okay. Let's see if I can join them now.
I don't even see any when even if you go past Ohio, you really don't see any. Now I think about it.
you be thinking?
Yes, Kimchi, my one brain cell out of 3 is thinking hella
Just
hard.
1 out of 3? Just 1?
Yes, one is focused on conversations, one is focused on gameplay and streaming, the other one is focused on just normal thinking. To try and combine these two thoughts, all these thoughts together. Oh no.
Okay, fun fact. To answer the question of where are Coney Islands, a Coney Island is a type of restaurant that is popular in the northern United States, particularly in Michigan.
Yeah.
There are 3 Coney Island chains. There's James Coney Island, which I've actually never eaten at.
I've never have either. I've had Leo's National.
James Coney Island is located in Houston.
Okay,
In
where are
G-Bros?
you guys at?
Are you in the game?
Yes.
Can you fast travel? So click M, and then you can see where our names are.
Yeah.
Go to the blue square near our name, and then press space.
Wait.
There should be a place called the Well House, which is where we're at.
Oh, okay.
Top right of the map. Just press space over that.
Oh, that's so cool. The rest of the place loaded hella slow. That scared the shit out of me. Okay, apparently I'm in the Badlands.
Yep. Yes, sir. We about to raid.
Okay.
About to throw hands, Kimchi.
How? How do you want me to throw hands when
You see,
like,
you
quite
click
literally I
that
don't?
left. Look, I joined this game too like an hour ago. See that left click? Yeah,
Is
that's
it
how you.
friendly? Can I hurt you if I hit you?
The afro is invincible. This afro will never
Let's
be
go.
cut off.
Let's go. Let's go. We ready to fight. I'm gonna die.
Bruh, why is she spinning in a circle? Here's a question, Google, that we need to account for in our strategy.
Alright.
Is Kimchi tipsy?
No.
Okay, good. We have a chance.
Kimchi
Let's go.
wants to be tipsy.
Hell no.
Why not?
I mean, you can be, but
Alright, I will take the position of a field commander. You guys lead the charge.
okay, Kimchi. If you want to grab your army, double press Q. Yeah, you get the entire army, Kimchi. Okay, the entire army. Now you ready?
Yeah.
You charge in.
Okay.
You see those big
let's
towers?
go.
They can fire at you. You press E.
Let's go.
Don't catch these hands.
This is definitely a joke game. Oh my god, I'm glitching everywhere. What is this cinematic? What the hell?
Yeah, Moogle, they've been open since like 1916, I think. The first Coney Island was like Lafayette or American.
The dark sky is fueling the
I
piglins'
believe it's
aggression.
Lafayette, yeah.
What can we do?
They always argue about which one actually came first, but kind of like how they always argue about which Buddies or like Cloverleaf first. Because technically Buddies Living Change started first, but the owner made Cloverleaf after it was bought out. Yeah. So they argue which one is the actual authentic Detroit style pizza. Send your army and press E.
I brought reinforcements.
Oh, you piss and catch it.
The wall is breached. Keep it up.
Oh, you breached the well. Good job, Kimchi.
I have no idea what's happening yet.
Kimchi, all you need to know is violence is going on.
Okay.
And
Also,
violence is wonderful.
The zombie skeletons and creepers are our friends.
This is beautiful,
Oh my God.
Moogle. They are literally pigs to the slaughter. I'm making bacon tonight, boys. And Kimchi.
Boys and kimchi. I have no idea what is
Hey, yo! Ooh.
enemy and what is
The
not.
nether portal? I'm literally fighting in hell.
Well, actually, they brought hell to us.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna bring it back.
Oh, they brought the artillery.
Yeah, now I'm bringing the sword. When it comes to throwing hands, Moogle, I'm undefeated. Never lost.
Big Piglin down. Good job.
Oh my god, that noise!
Yeah! I told you, I'm bringing down piglins for real. I am him.
Okay, this is
what's up,
way cooler when there's a bunch of us doing this.
One
What's
more
up?
push and the portal will fall.
One
more
more
push.
push.
Man, these little piglins ain't got nothing on me.
That portal is almost down.
Keep fighting! Break their magic!
They have magic?
Good job. Good job, Kimchi.
Oh,
You did
that was
work.
it?
You put in work. You put in
I
work.
pressed buttons.
And you put in work.
Oh my god, this is so funny.
You know what, Moodle? I know what
Jeez.
I'm ordering Coney Island.
What time is it though? Isn't it late?
I haven't ate all day, Kimchi.
Oh.
Is it late? Hell yes. But you know what else is open? Coney Island.
Jeez.
Is this the best Coney Island? Probably not. But it's a tried and true one. Eat water? Hey, yo. Like, eat ice?
Ooh, ice? I like chewing ice.
I used to do that a lot. My mom does that a lot.
So do I. I was told that's a bad thing to do, and I was like, why?
I don't care. Everything is bad.
Listen, all I had to do, this might make G-Bro happy. So there is this interview of a lady who lived to be 104 years old, and she drinks like three like big bottles of Dr. Pepper every day, basically.
What?
And they're like, don't you know this is bad for you and stuff like that? In an interview, she's like, I had 3 doctors tell me that Dr. Pepper will kill me. I've outlived all my doctors.
Bruh.
I'm like, bruh. That's cold. G-Bro, that's the one thing you might like of everything so far.
Are you guys watching the story?
I am.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. No water? Nah. We got water right here. Right here. Right here.
How do I change how I look?
You brought back the sun!
You could have done it at the main menu screen, I think. Can you do it in game, Moodle? Or no?
I'm trying to check.
I don't
Look,
think
this
so.
is
Doesn't
the
look
closest
like it.
afro I got. I'm taking it.
Can I leave? I think I'm gonna leave real quick just to change.
Alright, I will be right back, actually. I use the bathroom.
Switch hero. Oh, interesting. This is
Wow,
pretty
there
cool.
are so many mobs around here for us to take with us.
Wait, there's literally only these few. Oh, download more skins in the marketplace. I see. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. We gotta pay for it. Of course. Of course. Did you buy a skin yet, Moogle?
Absolutely not.
I thought you were gonna say absolutely. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't have that level of commitment.
Fireforge hero? Oh, sick. That's crazy. Meadow Tiger? I want this one, whatever this is. RGB Ranger? Bruh. That's so cringe. That's so funny. I want that one.
Joe, I got a
Lava
question
bird.
for you.
Joe's in the bathroom.
Oh, that's right. Oh no.
Moogle has fish brain right now?
Moogle is continuously fish brained. He is holding tightly to his one brain cell, and he's hoping that it's not Mrs. Moogle's turn to use it.
Stop. Unicorn. I have to have a unicorn. I didn't see a unicorn in there. I saw a lava bird. That was kind of cool. How long have you been playing for, Moogle?
This is a good question. I don't know how many hours I've put onto this. I've probably put maybe 30 hours.
Oh, sweet. I really like the graphics.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's really cute.
It's, if I remember correctly, it's running off of the Minecraft Bedrock engine.
Oh. It kind of has like a cute... I don't know, the outlines are so cute, what the hell? And it's just the outline. Like, that's the only thing that's really making it super different.
I think the scale of the world being so much smaller than we are actually helps because we've got the chibi heads.
Yeah. It makes everything look so cute.
Yeah.
And everything is really nicely decorated, for sure.
Yeah, the color palette is really nicely done. They did a really good job with the lighting and shading. Honestly, if they could just port this style of, I guess, what they did with this engine into vanilla Minecraft, people probably wouldn't need to download any of the shaders or anything.
Yeah, probably. But I think that's like the fun of it too, because you get to pick and choose what it looks like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We need a fourth. Who's gonna be our fourth?
Well, it could have been Namu.
I think he's playing a game, right?
I'm pretty sure he's probably playing 7 days.
Most likely. Let's find out.
I was gonna say I'm gonna poke my head in and see.
We're just hella nosy. Oh no, I don't think they're doing anything. Spotify? I think they're just chilling. I think they're tired. Yeah, he's playing Outlast Trials. Oh, he's playing Outlast Trials? Okay.
Oh, that's what it is.
I mean, Outlast is really fun, but after the same chase for so long, it's kind of like... I don't know. It's kind of repetitive after a little while.
You will not catch me playing that game.
Why not?
It's spoopy.
Yeah, and?
Too spoopy 5 me.
Really? You played Mortuary's Assistant though, like that's pretty spoopy.
Mort is probably the game that's got me to swear the most out of any game I've ever played.
Really?
Every single one of my Mort clips is just like, fuck off, leave me alone.
That's actually kind of funny. Oh, so we have cobblestone, mossy, grindstone, and flink. So maybe we can explore a little bit and get some more resources? Maybe we'll do that.
Yes.
Just
So,
not too far, yeah?
The other side of that, and we don't have that unlocked yet, we could eventually get to the point where we can increase our army size to be like 60.
Yes. More hands being thrown.
How do we cap reaches on resources? Oh, we have the cap.
Yeah, so we've got a bunch of different research we can do. So Joe, now that you're back, the question I was posing to you.
Okay.
We have 100 Prismarine again, which means that you can choose one of these upgrades to build.
Okay.
So are we only on like Joe's world essentially right now?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you entered your own, I think you'd have to have your own save file.
Got it.
But anyway, with that being said, so if you already have an improvement, and you build again, and you just increase the cap. If you get a new one, you can actually harvest that resource, and then you unlock the things that you can actually use to build that.
Okay.
The last 3 things in the melody list right now, the Cure Netherrack, Wake the First, and Collect Power Towers, are what I might call extraneous. Wake the First and Power Towers are definitely more mid and end game upgrades, and Netherrack will let you like clear out the Netherrack that's been created so you can build stuff closer to the outposts and bases.
Gotcha. So, gather coal, gather diamond, gather redstone. From your experience, which do you think is more beneficial? Or even second iron one, since you said you can stack them, right?
Honestly, I like unlocking things early on, so redstone will give you access to zombies, coal will give you access to creepers, and diamond will give you access to skeleton archers.
So I can blow things up, have an undead army, or just have
Things up.
And you said redstone lets you blow things up?
Coal.
Yeah, we blew blowing shit up.
Alright.
Yeah.
And if you like, you can see that we have a bunch of like mobs around us. You can just go run around and collect them right now, and you can have a small standing army.
Now the overworld can better
Did I kill
prepare you
him?
for
What
the
do I do?
fight.
Just hold Q? Oh yeah! Yeah!
And you'll notice that is not increasing your unit or your command cap. They don't count towards the 20 people you can control.
Yeah, I got little baby bombers. I mean, creepers. Yeah,
Ooh,
creepers.
I don't know about that sentence.
Oh god. That's a little rough there, man.
Nah,
Where can we
I
get
just used an
coal?
effective strategy that's been used across history.
Coal.
Creepers are best at getting through the piglins in defense. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Coal.
I mean, to be fair, explosives have always been an effective method of getting through a lot of things.
Are my favorites.
Here, Joe.
Give me the army. Wait, can you separate them or not?
Hold on. I'll take mine away from you, and then I can send them out to you. Hold on. You want the creepers?
Yeah. I don't know why I got this one random turtle from Master Yoshi, but sure.
There you go. So, something that they... If you hit M, you can mouse over the various terrain, and it'll show you in each biome what resource you can find there.
Oh my, so there was...
There is a new piglin base in the world.
Okay,
Their
got you,
hunger
That's cool.
spreads like a sickness. This
Yeah.
village will need your help
Also on the
tonight.
map, kind of vital information. Anything with the red dotted lines going around it, if you mouse over it, it'll say piglin forces will attack at nightfall.
Yeah, so we should head over there.
So we can either go and supplement it now, we can wait till nightfall and fight it in the moment, or we can even just like build a base around it and leave it on its own and hope it'll survive.
Fair.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay. Moogle.
Yes.
I have a bomber squad.
I see it on stream. I have concerns.
This is... Oh, and I got Master Roshi's turtle for some reason. I don't understand why he's here. But you know what? Whatever. He can enjoy the show.
I thought my hubby was leaving for work.
Man, tell your hubby to come see this bombing squad.
I'm probably gonna tell him to come play too. He'll probably enjoy it.
Absolutely. He's going to enjoy the bomber squad I got built up. Look at this, Kimchi. Look at this. I got, besides the one random ass turtle, Master
Wait,
Yoshi.
I can't see. Where are you? No.
Where are you? Where are you?
I don't
Where
know,
are
I
you?
ran off. I ran off. I'm sorry.
You ran off.
Yep.
Where did Kimchi end up?
Oh my gosh.
Kimchi.
Jeez.
Look at the squad.
What the?
Look at all the little tiny
Such a
bombers.
cute turtle.
And the
How do I
turtle.
get a turtle?
I just
I
found
want
one.
the turtle.
There's one over here.
Where in the world did you guys go? I see that you're all around the well, but...
She wanted the turtle.
Oh, there you are. Behold my army.
Yeah, I saw Moogles first. I was like, dang, what the heck? I'm just gonna collect
You know what,
all
Moogle?
the
Do you know what this is?
turtles.
I just wonder what my team really is. A bunch of little boom mans and turtle.
1 second.
Dang. But nah, overheat, my man. How you doing? How you doing?
That's hilarious. Alright, so, plan of action, Joe. You are our commander. Where are we going?
Oh, don't tell him that.
I mean, you know me, right?
I know you quite well.
And you know how I love to throw hands, right?
Indeed.
You see how the sun is starting to kind of, darken a little bit, the sky's starting to darken. Yeah. So I think it's time for me to head over there and prepare to throw hands.
Okay. I would think with your boom squad, you might take a more proactive approach and take on the horde of Spore Base closer to us on the way.
Wait, there's another horde? Where?
I've pinned it for you.
I gotta make my way over there, don't I?
Let me see it. Moogle, lead me to the promised land. I will blow them up. Never mind. I will hold
Don't
back.
say that.
I will hold back my excitement till I get there. All I'm gonna say is it's gonna be an early celebration for the 4th of July. The thing's gonna be popping off tonight, boys.
God.
I got.
Wait, what if I bring animals? Do they all?
That's tough. They were in the wrong place, the wrong time.
Some animals do fight. I don't think turtles do.
Wait, look at what they have. It's just whole animals.
Yeah, Kimchi's crew's dead.
She's taken on the role of Noah. Except instead of saving them, she just like, but what if?
Oh
But
God,
what if?
no.
Just what if?
Oh God, this is so bad.
I found a thing.
What kind of thing?
It's a tower.
Buddy, where are you?
You don't have the cutscene. I'm watching it alone.
Wait, where are you guys?
I'll head back.
No,
I
I
was
can
looking for
see.
movement.
I just don't know which blue arrow person thing you are. You know?
That is fair.
Are you?
Why zoom in? If you zoom in, you can tell. Yes, you know in the map and you zoom in, you can see where who's who easier.
There you are.
Yep. Alright, Moogle, according to my map, is... Wait, why is it moving me? There we go. Making sure I'm still in the right direction. Yeah. I'm dead. Unless Moogle moves again, then I'll kill him.
I have done no such thing. We're meeting at my ping, though, at the, Horde of the Spore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we will connect there.
What's that I see?
Ori, thank you for the alert. I appreciate
you.
you.
No, run! They're gonna
What?
bomb.
Kimchi, you dead.
No!
What happened?
My squad, what happened to you?
You lost your squad?
No, I didn't. They were just getting chased, okay? I lost you guys, though, that's for sure.
Concern.
It's like Minecraft, Kimchi. If you see a purple portal, follow that.
Whee!
Alright.
Oh, cutscene.
We're going towards a colder biome? Snow?
Not
there's...
snow. Was there snow? The path I came didn't
We're
have
going
snow.
to tundra?
There was
Piglins
a
never back
tundra
down.
route that
Now
I
they'll
went,
fight even
but-
harder.
I didn't take that route.
It is going to be particularly
here we are.
unpleasant fighting these piglins.
Moodle, are you here?
I'm here. I'm taking
I might have not really brought a
flanking
squad
action.
with me.
Yeah, you brought turtles. And you got some creepers. Well, you got some creepers and some archers.
Okay, so that's
So
a big tower.
Yeah, so we don't blow it up, right?
Okay. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out! No!
I will
Right,
point
Moodle.
out that your main goal is to take out the portal. Anything else on the way is a bonus.
So what's the fastest way to the portal?
Well, that's up to you to figure out.
I see. Hands. Oh, that's your group. Excuse me.
Comes in swinging.
Wait,
All
are we
we
starting?
I couldn't jump?
Are we starting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe's jumped on in already.
Oh my god, I don't know why you
course
didn't tell
did.
me.
Oh, I told you. I said throw hands. That's all
Oh,
you need
shit.
to know. Wait, did I lose my little bomber crew?
Your little bomber man.
It's fine. They blew some stuff up. That's all I need. I am my own crew, Moogle. I don't need no one else.
One-man army?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all my animals are
All
dead.
of my bomber crew is here. They survived. That's the portal. Oh. Discovered gold. Nice.
Gold.
Alright, you can reach that from here. You can reach that from here.
What's that?
What was that?
I'm
Something
going to
wicked.
war!
The piglins are on the move.
Sparta ain't got shit on me!
Oh my god, why is it doing this? Cutscene. What are these pygmies doing?
Oh, right. It's nighttime.
Let my food arrive by the time I blow this up. It'll be perfect.
No.
Did we put towers in that village?
I do not know if we did.
You can build towers?
The piglins' hunger grows with the approaching dark. Be prepared for anything when the sun sets.
Bro, I did not
Alright.
bring an army.
I'm leaving you to
A
go and
village is
defend
under
that
attack.
Which one? Where?
Check your map. They're going to need your help.
What happened to my bomber squad?
Check
Died during
your,
that cutscene?
check your troop count.
0.
Then
But they're following me when it's still 0.
correct, but there is like a troop count that you can read, and I'm seeing 0 for you. So
Where is it? Is it west? We gotta go west?
yeah, it's further west.
You leave me myself, Kimchi?
Huh? You what?
Oh, there's fall damage in this game too? I did not know
The
that.
villagers still suffer because of the piglins. Every new day means another village is in danger.
Alright, we gotta change the strat. I need my tower.
Womp womp. The village has in fact been occupied.
I opened a chest.
Gelays are eager to help. They'll fill these chests with things that'll aid you in battle.
Nice.
I've collected coal.
your tactics will be met with further retribution.
Okay, buddies. We gotta go
How are you
west.
guys doing?
She leave me alone. I don't know who she is anymore.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm away.
You just straight up abandoned you?
It's fine.
Well, I started going west and then...
Moogle, you know me. I will throw hands alone if I need to.
Godspeed, Joe.
I believe in you.
I don't. But you know what? I'm gonna go down the blade. Wait, what's a Mossy golem?
They will heal.
And grindstone?
They stun.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's nice. We're making some of these healing golems.
Haha! That'll teach them a lesson.
I have freed the village from piglin occupation.
Yay! How'd you do that so fast?
Alright, golems, listen. You grew 100 deep, and we 20. But best believe, I'm taking the head of all these pigs.
Alright, I feel like I shouldn't be here.
Bacon!
Oh. Oh my god. Your mic cut out? What did you say?
I said for the bacon.
Jeez.
I've never heard a man so passionate about bacon.
I mean, it's food, so...
Also, my order's coming in 5 minutes. I'm hoping to destroy the portal by then. Oh, I found the resource. The piglin key.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm killing piglins for all they got.
Oh, jeez. We're at the... You're at the purple one?
Yes, I am. I am wiping them out.
Kimchi is headed to a new bastion.
I'm taking this place down brick by brick.
Oh my god, what was that noise? Holy sh... I'm terrified. Alright, where the hell am I?
Kimchi's so brave, she's gonna take on a whole base by herself.
But might not be so lucky next time.
I'm not. Shut up. You're hella funny.
Joe, do you
Come on,
see
Kimchi.
this?
Take down the whole base. Come on, Kimchi, I got faith in you.
No.
I'm honestly just impressed. I have newfound respect for Kimchi.
Stop.
Kimchi has learned something from me after all.
No, I moved back, guys. Chillax, okay?
Go in hand. This is a worthwhile lesson I have been trying to teach people. Jesus, I only took down 1%?
1%?
How tough is that? Are they even attacking it?
I will remind you that you don't do any damage.
I know, but that's all they did. Change strats.
Where did my people go? Did they all die?
Wait, do
Oh,
the healing ones do
sorry.
any damage, Moogle?
They do
I'm
not.
Here.
Oh no.
You just
I thought
brought a
you
team of medics.
I thought you meant they self-heal.
You brought a team of medics? I'm kind of dying right now. That's hella funny.
When you said they heal themselves, I thought you meant they self-heal.
Oh, I see. Let me borrow.
Wait, hold up. They were healing me. Pause. Moogle, they were healing me. Wait. You took all my health, Moogle. I need my health. Oh, I can't throw hands.
Come be on this side of the portal. Go hang out next to them.
Oh, yes. The full health I go. So wait, I can't deal any damage?
Nope. All you can do is help take out the troops that come out. You can't damage the buildings themselves.
Oh, you can't?
Nope.
That sucks.
Only your soldiers can.
I think I'm... Oh, I'm not dying. Okay. Come on, friends. Let's go this way. You come too.
And we're doing good work.
Yeah, I know.
Hi, Panda. Welcome in. How are you doing? Are you playing Minecraft today?
Yes, sir. Throwing
Yes,
hands like we should be.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna fucking die, bro.
Where are you? Just come near me. We got healers.
Hold on.
I'm dead.
I think Xander on fire.
Oh! We have done it. We have done the work. Also, local bread. What is good? What is good? What is good? I'm sorry I didn't read the chat for a minute, man. I love bacon. Time limit because of Grubhub.
I've never seen Minecraft Legend.
Kimchi,
Base
or however you
destroyed.
spell it. He commands you to kill. Yes, I do. Throw hands. Violence is the answer to so many problems.
Oh god, jeez.
Alright.
Oh
After this
my
cutscene, I will go grab my food, because guess what, Moo? We killed it just in time for my food.
Help. I'm gonna die. This sucks.
We believe in you, Kimchi.
Kimchi, you can throw hands with the best of them.
I think I'm on fire.
Yeah, you on fire throwing these hands, you know what I'm saying?
No, I'm
Because
dying. I'm dead. I'm dying. How do I get fire off of me?
Jump in the water. That's why it's
Oh.
some shit.
Damn, I died.
See, I had to learn that real quick. My hair caught on fire, so yeah.
When your hair caught on fire?
Joe Hype Man at the wrong time.
Houston wedding. Very interesting time.
What happened?
That looks like a piece of a piglin banner.
Oh god. Okay.
All right, Moodle, let me. Is it safe for me to like go back or no?
Yeah.
Wait, I died?
You
You're
died?
not dead. You're still
It
here.
said I died and respawned. How did I die?
I died. That's
Yeah, I'm pretty
for damn
sure that's just a.
probably a glitch.
No, it said the
They
word
probably
you.
need to-
It said you.
You or me?
Y-O-U.
Okay, that's where I need to go. Oh, you're dead? Wait, are you?
It said you died
I'm
now.
pressing the wrong buttons. Oh,
Alright,
no,
Moogle,
you're
where's-
still alive.
Where's a safe place for me to go, Moogle?
Honestly, you can just chill here.
Alright. Leave me with my healers. I need to
Alright.
stay healed up. I'm gonna grab my Tony. I'll be right back.
Can I only play this with an Xbox controller? Can I use my PS4 or PS5 controller?
I'm using keyboard and mouse, and you should be able to use your PS4 or PS5 controller. I use that for every games.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. If you're playing on PC, you should be able to use whatever other input, but it is, you know, a Microsoft game, so they might be picky.
Why are you in the water? Trying to find more to recruit here.
Are you trying to recruit more animals again?
No. Also think. You're supporting the blue color really well. Oh, thanks. Okay, I only have 2 zomboids, boys. Zomboid farmy boys. Why is it so hard to find minions? I'm calling them minions.
It's accurate. Yeah,
I
finding
only
them
have
just out and about
2.
is kind of hard.
Right? I don't know. Oh, I see another one. Okay. That one's on fire. Whoa, that was funny.
I'm back with the Tonys, Moogle.
Welcome back.
Nice. What else
Yeah,
is over
Moogle
here?
short
There's, like,
version
nothing over here.
of how my hair caught fire. I was in the wedding, and then apparently they decided last minute, without telling anybody, that they wanted to have, like, you know those little sparklers you have 4th of July? They want to have a sparkling tunnel for the bride and groom to go underneath, right? Which is a dumb idea, but they did it. And apparently, people did not think about what would happen if you put a sparkler right above somebody's head.
You know what?
My friend looked at me and said, "Joe, your hair is smoking." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "No, legit, your hair is smoking." So I looked around, pulled out my phone, I saw my hair on fire, and I had to run to the fountain and just dump water on my...
I wonder if someone did it on purpose.
Oh, they were doing Hishi's hands.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, guess what? The only people near me were my homies, and one of them was a tall guy. Who's just an idiot. So, if it did on purpose, I would have called Fade in Houston. And probably would not be here. It's probably smart I didn't do that.
I'm enjoying just wandering around in this world.
Pretty, right?
Very pretty.
Ah, yes. Now, for my food, I have to be very careful because it's very messy. I'm wearing a lot of white, so...
Fuck it, it's fine. It's fine.
Alright, let's see.
But it's an Avatar hoodie.
I know. Avatar
It'll
Last
be
Airbender.
fine.
I have 2 of them, actually. One's black, one's white. I should have worn the black
See,
one.
you're fine.
I might just change into black one, honestly.
You might as well. Don't risk it, you know?
Yeah.
If you want to be precious about it, then...
She said, "I want to be precious." She used that word, precious. Nah, she hit me with the precious line.
Well, it's true.
Mm.
I mean, I do the same with my stuff. Like,
I do it for shoes, actually. I'll switch out shoes. You want to see a food? Alright, Ballsy. Alright. Hold on. Let me turn off the filter. Alright, and the filter's off. Alright, cool. So for food, we have... Again, this is not the best made Tony's because this is like 2 in the morning, but I want it. So we have normal Tony, which is basically the chili ground beef sauce with mustard, onions, and then there's a actual like hot dog inside, you know. That's one. Then we got the loose Tony, which is a much sloppier version of that.
You're making me so hungry. Also, did you guys need iron?
So it's almost the same thing, but
iron would be helpful.
It's right here.
I'm gonna see if I can use the fork to show it.
How do
So
I
this
find
one
a
has
location?
like actual meat, like Moodle might tell you can tell, but this is like all meat based. So outside of the top sauce, it's literal like ground beefy as meat, and it's super good. That's loose Tony, similar, just without the this with more meat and no hot dog bun or hot dog winner, excuse me. And the last one is the final, the trifecta, which is chili fries. Now you could get chili cheese fries, but I actually don't like cheese like that, so I typically just go with normal chili fries.
Now
And yeah,
I'm hungry.
That's what we call Detroit steak. She said, "Now I'm hungry." Kimchi, I didn't eat, so I am hungry.
Mount unlocked.
And now,
How do you
where's
change
my
mount?
where's my raisin crush? What? There's a raisin flavored crush?
Or
Mood was that thing?
Raisin flavored crush.
Yeah, he said raisin crush. I've never heard about that before. Also,
That-
my camera's a little blurry, so maybe if I start real quick.
Feels criminal.
I'm reading to learn how to play.
Also,
You're
the
reading?
answer.
Kimchi reads?
Hmm?
Kimchi, you read?
Reading.
You didn't know there was a raisin crush? Absolutely not. That's a thing. Do we even
can
sell that right here?
build things.
Alright, so Moodle. You the Michigander. Which one? Should I try the loose Coney first? The chili dog? Or should I try the chili fries first?
Chili dog first.
Alright. I'm actually going to change because it's super messy. So I'll be right back.
I have no idea what we're supposed to do next.
Just take on whatever base you want. We're trying to liberate the overworld.
Oh, I guess I'll go, though that's your marker. I'll go to this one, then, the one that you're at. I feel like if I had a wallpaper of just like running through where we're running through right now, it would be perfect.
The game is quite scenic like that.
But I can't collect flowers, so there's kind of an issue there.
That is true. Oh yeah, are you looking forward to playing the new update that came out, Kimchi?
Or
Minecraft. We're getting
I'm back.
camels,
Oh.
we're getting pottery, we're getting cherry blossoms.
that sounds cute.
I'm back.
I don't know, I haven't played in a while, so
Ooh, Minecraft?
yeah. My sister's actually playing it right now.
The first bite.
No.
Let us know how it is.
Bruh, if I move away from Detroit, I'm gonna miss this so much.
C. What's V? X? Mossy Golem. Cobblestone? Plank.
Bro, it's so good.
No, my spawn army is full. Okay, I guess.
You said check Discord balls? Yeah, I'll check in a minute.
This is a dangerous plan of attack.
Alright. Next up, Loose Tony. That chili dog is gone. Oh, this is about to be extra messy. Let me put my keyboard away.
Oh, Kimchi's here. Hello.
This one breaks apart
Hi.
super easy though.
I'm working the back lines, don't worry.
It's Perfect.
Yay, yay.
Oh, dude, what the hell?
Prismarine.
Wait, how do you guys get it to go like a certain... Oh, I think they're stuck. Are they stuck? I just stole your army.
No, you take it.
Stole my army?
No. Relax.
I was gonna say, take it. They don't do any damage.
Wait, how do I put my mount?
Alright, and then for the leftover ground beef, people just eat with the fork. No one's going to dish you for that.
How do I change my mount?
If you... Let me double check if they've updated it here yet.
Hi guys.
Hello, Rika. How are you doing?
Alright, finally, the chili fries. Once I finish eating my chili fries, it's everything. So I'll be back to play.
Would you like to be able to command more troops at once?
Mm-hmm. More hands to throw.
Then that is what I will upgrade. You will be able to command 15 more troops.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Troops.
Yeah, keep on commanding troops. Yeah.
Rika, how's your day so far? Let's go see where we go next. We'll go here? Or... that one? Yeah, we'll go this one. Let's go find our way there. Where we go?
Oh. He's going towards the big beaks.
I said online connection lost. Hold up, what?
You lost your connection online?
Oh no, it restored. Never mind.
Oh shit, how do I get down?
Never mind, I'm restored.
How to
I'm
find
restored.
a safe way down? Wow. This is scary. This is... oh my god, I'm so scared of heights.
You're scared of heights? Oh no.
In games too? Fucking... damn.
That's tough. That's tough.
You miss Minecraft? This one's really fun. It just started. Just woke up. You just woke up. I don't know how to change my mount. I think it said R, right?
Well, R is just like the information. Yeah, if you want to change your mount, you have to walk up to a mount and then hold Q.
Oh.
So it has to be a mount you can actually ride. So the big beaks and the tigers are the rideable mounts here.
What is this Wolfie pack doing?
Oh, you can make them follow you.
All of them?
Yeah.
Can I have that many to follow me?
Yep. The neutral mobs in the world don't follow the same rules.
Oh, I only grabbed some of them. Come back here, you!
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it won't let me have all of them. That's fine. We got a big chunk. We just birdies.
The birds are available mounts. You can swap out for that.
Wait, does that mean I lose my
You can fly?
horsey?
You can like float down.
Oh god, this is so laggy. Holy. Does that mean I lose my horsey?
I mean, you swap out your horse, but you can like get that mount back.
Okay.
These big beaks glide majestically from any height, which will give you a soaring advantage over piglins.
I love big beaks. Big beaks are pretty cool. Also, since I can't command any troops, because you guys have like all of them, I'm just breaking the space down with archer towers.
Oh, that's
Wait,
why.
where's my troops then? I don't see mine.
Oh, you teleported, Joe?
Yeah, did they disappear?
Yeah, if they weren't under your command when you teleported, they got left behind.
Wait, they were.
Damn, imagine leaving them all behind.
I got no answers for you, then.
I'm coming back, my army. Where were we at? We were right here.
Oh, wow, Kimchi's here. She's brought the troops.
Well, whoever can climb over. Come on, guys. You can. I believe in you.
Okay. Is there a way we can just who has 16? We have that many?
Kimchi has like the totality of our troop count.
Oh God.
I'm still trying to get them over here.
That makes Kimchi the strongest in our army.
He is presently the strongest, yes. Holy shit, there's like a full contingent.
You better be tearing down the walls, Kimchi. I expect to see kingdoms crumble. And the fact she's not responding means that's probably not happening.
No, I'm just too concentrated. Stop.
I'm sorry. I won't talk to you anymore. She told me to stop.
How dare you speak to her that way?
Her? I'm no her.
No, I'm saying how dare you speak to Kimchi that way?
What did I do?
Ah.
Damn, Minecraft looks nice. Damn, she sounds toxic.
Me?
Yo.
Oh,
Me, she is a little toxic, but no, it's fine. We all can be a little toxic sometimes.
Not Moogle. Moogle's never toxic.
You're right, that's Moggle.
Yes, that is Moggle.
And Chocobo.
Oh, Chocobo just exists as toxicity and salt.
Sounds about right. Especially when you bring up the word beans.
He wishes there was salt in his beans. At least then it might have tasted like something.
Bruh, them Taco Bell beans aren't. I swear they're not even real beans either.
Wait, should we be upgrading our base?
I already upgraded our base a little bit to give us the increased troop count.
Wait, mine still says 20.
So it's not, that's the spawn count. You can control like 35, but you can spawn in 20.
Alright, so what is this game? This is Minecraft Legends. I'm away from the
Do you
group
prefer
because
this or
I
the classic
was
Minecraft?
/
I haven't
eating.
really played it much. I just started. So.
But what about beans? Moogle, do you want to explain the bean story?
I love beans.
I would not do it justice.
That's what I'm saying. We need Chocobo here. It's the emotion.
Okay.
The rage.
Where do we go next? We
That
go...
it was in his voice.
Oh God. We go.
All I've seen you do was around this hill. I literally am in the process of eating until
Ooh, I
people
can get a
start talking in chat.
I'm gonna go get a tiger.
Alright, but for real, guys, where are you guys? 'Cause I don't
I'm
know
in my
anymore.
own little world. I'm sorry. Not really that sorry.
Alright, I will drop... Let me see. Yeah, I will drop a ping. We're gonna go to this horde of the Bastion.
Damn, what you eating? So I was eating.
Where? Okay, hold on.
I was eating at this place. I ate. It was called Coney Island. So in Michigan, we have this chain selling a lot of Greek food and Detroit-style street food. For us, that's basically our variation of a chili dog, our variation of chili fries, and then what's called like a loose burger, which is ground beef and our chili style put together. I ate both chili dogs already, and I'm in the process of going through the
I
fries.
lost like half of them.
But then I realized I was abandoned, so I came back here.
That makes sense, honestly.
food in general sounds good right now, I literally just have food. I was hungry. Nah, I just don't need
My God.
Are y'all
What?
catching bodies? I'm gonna take that as a no. Why am I not hearing the answer be a yes, Moogle? I need explanation.
I'm looking at the base I pinged.
It's
Doesn't
a big
exist?
one. It's a huge one.
Huge? That means we can throw hands?
It's triple layered walls.
Hands!
Oh my god, the wolves are very, very
Aware.
crazy.
I had some Korean chicken a few hours ago. I need more. Gotcha, gotcha. What flavor was the sauce down the chicken? Because let's be real, we know the big draw for Korean fried chicken is the fact that it's super crispy and works all the sauce while still maintaining its crispiness.
Do they still follow me even though I'm really fast?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be babysitting the fuck out of them or... I see, and how does that make you feel, Kimchi? Them fluffy, evil wolves. Nope.
Triple layered? So
What
you
are
saying that...
What?
Is Korean fried chicken triple layered? I thought it was double fried.
No, we're talking
my
about the
God.
base.
The base walls, dude.
I'm hungry.
The
Okay?
horde of the Bastion raised great
We're talking about
fortresses.
fried chicken.
Oh
in
my god,
literally
this is
just
a
ate.
huge fortress. Shut up.
What's this one?
We're gonna need to all be here. I wish we could afford.
They believe in strength
What is
and
this?
endurance above all other
What is
traits.
On my stream.
Oh, that is a blast house. We can go up and investigate it if we haven't already.
Are we attacking soon?
The Piglin forces here are
Requires
quite
what
impressive.
power towers? It
Sometimes
requires
bravery alone
100
cannot
gold.
overcome.
Gather more
100
friends,
diamond?
gather more tools, and you'll be ready for
Hurry?
this challenge in no
No,
time.
bro, no.
Man, I'm poor.
You're not ready for this battle yet. You'll have to come back. Bro, we can't be
Let me see.
here. We're not allowed to be
The
here.
base was smooth, silky.
I mean, you can
Stop.
take the fight if you
Evil
want to
armor
try.
with the raid, yo. What's good, my dude? What's good? If we get a chance to do my man shout out or any mod in chat,
gang.
it'll be
I got
Kimchi as
him.
well, but she's streaming, so
Yeah, it's hard to do that when I'm streams.
I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. So,
Especially when
Evil
I'm doing
Armor,
a
what
game
was
like
the game
this.
today?
He was doing Mega Man runs.
Ooh, Mega Man speedruns. Nice, nice. Which Mega Man game? Or
6.
games, I guess. I have not. I'm gonna one day play through the old OG Mega Man games. I'm just playing for Battle Network right now. But yeah, right now we're playing with Minecraft Legends, me, Moogle, and Fatal Kimchi, you feel me? It's our first playthrough, but I think Moogle played before. So I'll play Mega Man 6 and Azure Dreams. How is
Okay.
Azure Dreams?
Where are we going?
Y'all tell me.
Are we really going to that ping, Moogle?
You're not
Are
quite
you
ready
not
for
feeling
this battle.
bold enough for this?
They're telling me I'm not ready for the battle.
Try.
But you know what?
Ready? Let's go.
Who was ready?
Let's go. You'll never be ready, especially for a child.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, Kimchi.
Okay, let's go.
But you're not wrong. I'm not ready for a kid yet.
And you'll probably, most likely, never, ever, ever be. That's
Dang.
just how it goes.
Kimchi saying I ain't gonna be a good dad. Damn, that's tough.
Where's
Yeah,
everybody?
I'm dropping a spawn point here.
Okay, go on work. I'm going for more food. Have a great rest of your stream. Enjoy your food. I will, brother. I will. Thank you so much for stopping by. And yeah, let me know you're going to eat too, because we will come if you get me, got share. Or at least share pictures. So we all can live vicariously through you. Unless you're moving, in which case if you share
There's a
pictures,
lot of
I'll just
noises
come to his house
happening here.
and rob him of all his food.
Google has
wolf-
commenced combat.
wolves. Can we take the wolves?
Oh, you have?
Shoot, I'm not there
Moogle,
yet.
can I take the wolves? Yes or no?
Yes.
Give me.
I'm not there yet. Google.
Wolf pack. Wolf pack. Gang. They killed the wolves.
Yeah, the wolves are like easily killed. How am I supposed to get the fuck over there?
Oh, you light work, homie. You light work.
Bro. Ain't no.
Oh, he
fucking
big
way.
for no reason. He ain't tough. He ain't tough.
Reinforcements are spilling out of that portal. That means more trouble.
Actually, it deals way too much damage. Hold up, wait a minute. Oh, there's cannons firing. That's why. We don't believe in the fair fight. Never mind. Gotta redeem myself.
Where did the rest of us go? Come over here.
I'm alone. You mean the rest of us being mainly just me?
No, I'm trying to get these fools from up here to go down here. So we can help you guys. Okay.
I got no army. Where's Kimchi's army?
Joe, if you've got no army, then feel free to hop onto the spawn point that I created by the space. Oh, Joe, you are attacking a different base than we are.
Oh. Instant transmission complete. Now, where's the army moving?
On assault.
Huh? What do you mean on assault?
We've penetrated into the first layer of wall.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, huh?
Crazy?
What he said.
We have
Crazy?
deeply penetrated into the first layer of wall.
Oh, Moogle double down. My man.
Even my dogs didn't agree.
Dang, they said he lied. He capping. He didn't go deep at all. That's what.
Minnie, that's enough, please.
I need army. Dead end.
Well, Joe, something that... Okay. Over the walls.
We are efficient. Ah, yes, I am here. Oh, great, I'm actually locked here.
Are you okay?
Joe's having
Oh,
fun.
yeah, I'm inside! Let's go!
They're sending their strongest warriors your
okay.
way.
Yes, a lot of stuff is happening.
Y'all better come down with the hands. You better not be me throwing hands in here.
Joe's inside and he's screaming about his hands.
Oh,
Can I not damage the bitch head?
No.
Alright, fine. I feel a little pissed.
Hey,
I don't... No remarks. No notes.
What? Piglets? What's wrong with me saying that?
What the heck is even happening right
What was remotely wrong with what I said?
now?
Nothing, Joe.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, Kimchi and I both said nothing was wrong, so...
That means something is definitely wrong.
No.
Was it too close to another word?
I can't I'm sorry, me and Woogle cannot focus on you right now because we're so focused on taking over this place.
Man, I am fighting.
I see.
I am
Kimchi,
throwing hands.
do you see Joe just madly running around in the inner base?
How is he in there? Oh,
Because
I'm
no,
a
cheat.
no.
We can do it too.
You can?
Yeah, if you really wanted to. I can jump over.
Oh god. What was the point of this?
Yes, move. Hands.
I guess I'll command the army all to myself.
Nah, this army better be taking out these bigger pigs.
It's actually better that Joe and I are doing this, because there are pig engineers in here that will build towers. And if we kill them, then their towers fall apart.
Hey, you little lost ones. Come here. Come here, you little lost ones. Come on.
They lost.
Come on. Come on.
I am
Go over
hurt.
there. Okay. Good
They
job,
light
guys.
work,
Good
Moogle.
job. Let's
They
go
light
this way.
work.
Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Good job.
That sounds so condescending.
What?
I believe in you. Good job.
You can do it. Good job, guys.
Good job.
This is great. This is great. You guys are
Better
doing
not fuck up.
such a good job. Good.
Mom?
What the fuck was
Oh
that?
no. He did not say mom.
Good job. Get that guy. Oh shit. Yo. Oh my god. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on.
Kill me, thank you.
Do you see King Kong up there, Joe?
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Wait.
Oh,
Oh my god. They're
me
still
down.
building towers, bro. They're still building towers.
Hey yo, hold on, wait a minute. King Kong might be a little too big for a brother. Can you get your army to do something?
I'm trying to make them take up the main right now,
Yeah, but we can't damage them.
so... Well, tough cookies.
I do enjoy cookies.
Yeah, but do you like them tough?
Okay. Let me grab some right here.
Buddy, why do we give Kimchi control of our military forces?
No, I'm doing what you asked.
I know.
The panic. I did what you wanted.
Absolutely. Hands and bodies need to be caught. Oh, hell no. Y'all can catch it.
Okay. Slowly but surely, guys. Slowly.
Oh, that's
Wait. They're really just... They're not dying, guys.
They'll die.
Yeah, they're super strong.
This is a
They're
battle
killing
of
my
attrition.
guys.
They do die, but it takes a lot.
I don't think we have enough manpower for this.
Well, the rest of them don't do damage, they just heal.
What? What did you...
The crying one's just healed.
Okay, I think this is lost, guys.
Nah, go back and build some more soldiers. I am gonna throw some hands.
I'm currently on it.
Kimchi, throw hands.
Okay.
Reinforcements are en route. Apparently, I'm actively losing troops on the move.
Ow!
What? You didn't want me to help?
No, how is he losing troops while he's moving?
Being shot at?
There were not any archer towers at the time.
Oh shoot!
You flew, huh?
So we took one portal guard down.
Okay, I'm gonna
more
use
pigeons
high
spawning.
towers to go away.
More
Oh shit,
spawning.
oh shit, oh shit. Do we have water?
Alright.
Oh no, we don't. Fuck.
We don't need water. We just need fire and blood.
There's quite literally nothing we can do at this point.
Yeah, we take out the big guy, we good. We take out the big guy, we get rid of all the structures, and then we go for the, you know?
Guys.
There's
Do
all
you
our
guys
soldiers.
think we're gonna make it through this one?
Yes.
'Cause I have a feeling,
I will not lose to some little piglets, Kimchi. Why are you laughing?
He said that.
You refuse to lose to the bacon?
Absolutely not. Look at that right there. Look.
Okay,
Look
Joe,
at the
it's
king
just this
pig.
big guy, and that's pretty much. Oh, nice.
Yes.
Oh shit! It blasted me all the way on the outside. Oh shit!
You blasted off for real. Yeah, ignore the little piglet. I got it.
I don't know if this is gonna work.
It will. It will
I
work,
really
Kimchi.
doubt it.
We take out the big man, and we can take out all the
You
little fellas
really
ourselves.
fucking flew. Tell him to stop working on this wall, bro. Take on this guy.
Here, I got it.
I can't build here, huh?
Nope.
No.
Fuck.
Red zone is no.
Oh my god. They're just taking them out. I feel bad for them.
I don't. Or sacrifice for the greater good.
This man's
Move a little
crazy.
I'm dedicated to victory.
Moogle, you're enabling this torture.
Torture?
Yes!
Man, listen. I've been throwing hands left and right all day. They can survive. If I can last this long, they can take some for the team. But we are close to victory.
Comparing stamina here?
It's a battle of attrition and skill.
They're resetting, guys.
The big one reset?
Well, he was about to go back into his little home. We have 82%.
Oh, I can't jump. Oh, there we go.
Great! Your lays are eager to start healing the world.
I think this is a bad idea.
I think
Sorry.
it's a fantastic idea.
I got this.
I'm gonna go try to build outside.
No, you already built it.
real
You
quick.
already built.
Wait, is that max? Like,
Yeah,
what?
yeah, 20.
20 max for all of us?
Yep.
We share. If we all had an army of 20, that would be kind of busted.
Here, Kimchi, I gave us the power to heal Netherrack, so you wanted to build in here? Use your ally to cure Netherrack in this area, and if you use multiple ally, it'll cure quicker.
Wait, what?
They hit Z,
Mm-hmm.
and then do you see the red thing? If you
Yes.
so if you cure Netherrack, you can use your gatherers, and they'll cure this area.
Oh.
Easy work.
And we can start building in this area instead now.
Nice.
So instead of leaving it up to our troops, we could start building towers. Or we can start building spawners right here.
If I had EXP for every pig I killed, ooh, I would be max level right now. Bacon gonna be making me eat good for days.
So yeah, Kimchi, if you want, what we can do is we can let Joe keep throwing hands. We can gather up some resources and start building stuff in here.
Sounds good. I made some arrow towers. I don't know if I put them in a good spot though. Probably not. How do you take it out? Oh, F to move.
Hold up, big pig. Hold up, wait a minute. You a problem. Why did you leave Debo the pig on me?
I see you've grown close enough to name it.
No, he's just too big. No,
sorry,
phrasing.
he's too big for you.
No phrasing. He's just a big pig. I cannot fight him. I can't even hurt him.
Making my
And all
way.
the little piglets,
Making
they
my
nothing.
way.
They light work. This made me fly out the building with one punch.
Rider Heel is
I'm not trying to go flying like Kimchi. No
Welcome
thank you.
in. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi crew. I said that completely backwards, but you know what? It's okay. This is chaos right now. It's very 60% left. Let's freaking go.
I told you this is possible.
Let's freaking go.
I
Without
am restocking our resources.
see. Arrow tower right here. Yes, bro. Yes, 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 yes.
Arrow tower.
Look what you have
And
done. Moogle, you've created a monster.
I feed off the blood.
You've created a monster.
Moogle, this is my game. Bro, I'm healing off killing my enemies. This is like infinite. It's like eternal bliss.
There's so much shit going on.
Because I keep catching bodies. Send your whole team after me. I do not lose.
No resources. Holy shit.
No resources.
We made too
no
much
nothing.
stuff.
All I need is a sword and some hands, and I will make this thing work.
Alright, I'm up to get more resources.
Yeah, we need more little minions.
Oh, we ran out of resources?
Yeah.
Not to worry, we are still flying halfway.
Wait, did we tell the big guy?
Yeah. But we just need more resources so that we could...
That means I can throw hands with nothing to stop me.
More... Oh, I don't have enough gather allies.
Also, how is the castle losing health?
The, towers. The towers can attack it.
Oh, you guys have towers.
Yeah.
We've been busy.
How do I get out of here, bro? Come on, man. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for the person chat. Sorry, it's chaos right now, guys.
No, chaos.
Chaos. This
This
is
is
like
the law.
chaos.
It's the law of nature. Survival of the fittest.
Gather. Ooh,
This is
spawns.
order if I've ever seen it.
Alright.
They
You
line
should
them up.
I have
I'm
4.
mowing down.
Lots of resources now.
I found 4 of them. Joe, I can't believe you just ran up in here and just went straight to the middle.
I did.
So crazy.
And I did not die, did I not? I lived.
Where?
Didn't lose half health yet.
Okay, you guys work on that. I know there's not that many of you guys, but we're doing things. You know what? Maybe we can build some bridges so we don't have to go all the way the fuck around. Yeah. Maybe we can do that. Build a bridge right here.
little piglins
Space
ain't
is
nothing to me.
occupied. Okay, so I guess we can't. Can we break down walls? No, huh?
You can if you have creepers. Alas, we do not.
I got full army? Bring the army here.
Do we have a full army?
Uh,
I'll make more arrow towers.
build a spawner in the green space there, and then use recall, and you can get the entire army to you.
I did not know that. That'd be very nice to know.
One more push and the portal will fall.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Come on, buds. Let's go. Come follow me. Oh, we got stuck.
I just want to say, this has been a very entertaining fight.
It's very interesting, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a slaughter fest, but entertaining.
Yeah, we don't want to think about the body count.
Oh, I'm happy at my body count. Shoot. At this point,
lives
Look at the
lost.
cute little rock dudes. They're just
nah, we
doing
dropping
their
bodies.
thing.
More pigs. I swear to God.
It's
I got-
crumbling!
I kill bacon.
Don't
I
attack
kill.
my towers!
I get bacon.
I will mess you up.
Yes, can
Don't
embrace the
attack
violence.
my towers! I
Embrace
worked
the
really
violence.
hard to press 2 buttons to make them.
I've been clicking one button all day.
Yeah, the one person who's never gathered any resources this whole time.
Okay,
or
to be
built
fair, I
anything.
have, just not for this fight.
I know, that's what I was saying. This whole time, basically.
But I've been throwing hands like
Oh
no
shoot, we
tomorrow.
gotta do another one. Ow, I just hit my freaking knee. That's gonna bruise. Rider Hill, have you played this game
Hey.
before?
Mm-hmm.
Good job. Good job, guys. Good job.
Nice work.
Bro, that is tough.
Why are they doing like that though? Oh, that's why. Oh!
I knew that was coming.
My
That's so
poor,
funny
poor
as hell.
boy.
What the heck was I watching?
Bro, I saw that coming, but it was still funny.
Yay! Yay, friends! Look, take them on.
The Horde of the Bastion's leader is displeased by your progress. Stay vigilant. They are the most ferocious and vindictive of the Great Hog's generals. This is the Horde of the Bastion.
Man, forget
They
the
build
hog.
great walls and have strong
They not worried
armor.
about me.
You must breach both if you are to push them back to the Nether.
Alright, if you check the map, you can see they're not attacking anything, but they're making a new Horde of the Spore base.
They're making a new what?
Uh,
Horde of the Spore.
Can we stop
where
can?
do...
You
The skeletons are
Can we
brave,
get the one
but they
over
will not
here?
last long on their own.
Well, I'm being attacked. Hold up.
Can we get that one? What do you guys think?
yeah, we could go after that.
Okay, I'm gonna go to
This
the
village
top
is at
spawn.
peace for now.
Y'all
Let
left
us
one
hope
pig
they
in me
avoid
left
the
to try and kill
piglin's
me.
hungry
Dang.
eyes.
Wow. I was eating, looking at my map, and I started hearing noises.
Okay. Let me check my map real quick.
Did she? Oh, she went by herself.
Yeah, I'm ready for the next one. Are you?
Hands.
A tiger! A tiger! Come here, tiger!
Bruh.
What? What does the tiger do? Why is it kind of slow?
What does a tiger do?
Oh, you have to sprint. It has the fastest sprint speed.
Yeah, you press shift to toggle sprint.
Oh, shift to toggle sprint?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Ooh. Oh, there's a lot of tigers here.
Where?
Right here, next to where I'm at. They're like all over here. I see like 3, 4. I guess we should keep pressing shift instead of...
Alright, if you guys continue to focus on that, I'm going to increase our spawn-in size as well.
Yes.
I'm gathering, stuff.
There's a tiger. I got a new mount.
Let's gather some wood too, right? Oh, I don't have enough. Okay. You got a tiger?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Nah, I didn't get enough.
If tigers weren't gonna eat my face, I would love them. It's okay, I'll love them from afar. Oh my god, they would totally eat your face.
Yep. And then there was a rapper who follows the good idea to walk them around in California.
Okay, how many of you guys do I have?
Alright, let's go.
Why does this remind me of Diablo?
It is actually kind of Diablo-esque in a way.
There's actual pigs here. I can make actual bacon.
Oh god.
Don't act like bacon ain't good.
I just killed a llama!
Moogle.
That's kind of fucked up.
Moogle!
Yes.
I hit it and it fell down the cliff and into the water!
Kind of fucked up. How could you do that?
Good job, Kimchi.
On purpose.
Kimchi. It'll be fine. It was going to die sooner or later anyway.
Not to me though, what the fuck? Oh shit, I almost fell. Woo, scary.
You're worrying too much about the details.
Oh, wow. So the last one was a 2 difficulty base. This is a 3 difficulty base.
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
Ready?
Hands through. Wait, we can spawn more can we spawn more soldiers or no?
Yes. I can actually give us that right now. You'd be able to spawn 4 more if
yes,
you...
I need some form of militia, Moogle. I got nothing.
4 more? That's like that's nothing.
Alternatively, I can give us something far more powerful.
Which is?
I can give us a cannon.
Yes.
How do we get more iron?
I
Where's
can upgrade
iron?
the iron instead.
No, I don't think we need it per se. I was just trying to max out our gathering stuff resources. I guess, does anyone see any near them?
All right, Ballsy. I also saw your I just saw your what's it called? Your Discord message.
Redstone.
Crushed grape is not what we think when we say Crush Racing.
What?
So you know the Crush drinks, right? Like Crush Orange.
Yes.
So Ballsy said, you talked about getting Crush Raisin. And I'm like, what the hell is a Crush Raisin flavor? He meant Crushed Grape.
Oh.
And I'm like, okay, technically raisins are dried up grapes, but no one calls it that.
Right. Ooh, we can go to that one over there. I don't think we want to, but we could.
Over where?
Over yonder.
I'm gonna get us what we need in order to make a TNT cannon. You guys can begin your ascent. Or assault.
Are you...
Ascent? We're going to heaven?
If you so
not too
choose.
sure about that.
Or, sorry, we're warriors now, so I guess Valhalla?
Okay, well, if I so do choose, I can start invading their land.
Where you at, Kimchi? We evade.
Well, I was gonna slowly invade.
What's wrong with my approach? It's fun and efficient.
Well, just this way we can ease into getting to where we want to be. Okay, hold on. I'm going to you. Give me a second. Wait, hold on. Ooh, I can get more resources. No, let's keep going. Where are you at, sir? Oh shit. I hate this lag. They need to fix this shit.
You're lagging?
Yeah, I get a lag. I probably need to mess with some type of setting.
Oh. I'm not lagging.
I'll never take the sun for granted
well,
again.
I mean, we are
Better check
playing
out
on
your map to
yours,
see what
right?
kind of damage the piglins did last night.
Foresight? You look troubled.
The piglins have set their sights on another village.
Right,
They
I've
will
gotten
come
the
tonight.
slowest mountain in the game, but
The beetle?
yeah.
But is it strong?
What is the beetle?
It can climb anything.
Yeah, that's all I had to hear.
I'm bringing you beetles.
For what mental health cheer are you helping? Oh my god. I can look it up, sorry. It was like a whole month ago that I set it up, so let us see. A charity goal. Are we fighting right now?
I'm not. I'm waiting for you.
Okay.
Sarah, don't come over here.
Thanks for waiting. I appreciate it.
Yeah, push up, push up, push up.
Oh my god, why is it making me log in like 10 times? Bro.
The question is, why win?
So it's the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. If you wanted to take a look, here's the information.
Dang, imagine not remembering the charity you're supporting. Can't really.
Well, I mean, I don't
I'm kidding.
really
I'm kidding.
stream
I'm kidding.
much
I'm kidding.
though, so
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
it's hard to remember these details. I picked one. That's probably the most that my mental health could handle at that moment.
Fair enough.
Okay, where's the main base? Oh, all the way the fuck over there? Shit, I was going the wrong direction.
Right. You guys have the means to make TNT cannons.
We do?
I can bomb this bitch up.
Sorry, I'm just
Sorry.
Making the way over
blow it
there.
up. So are we going in, Kimchi?
As soon as this reaches kind of closer, and then I can do a spawn build thingy. So when we run out of stuff, we don't have to go very far.
Such a methodical approach.
Oh, he started.
Well, in that case, I can't get up there normally.
We gotta build.
I don't need a build. I've got hands.
Oh my god. You see what I'm dealing with, guys?
But the thing is, I'm undefeated. I haven't died yet.
Okay, we can't cut through there yet.
Chat, I have mastered the art of war. These little piglets, nothing to me. I'm defending Kimchi's property.
Piglins never back down. Now they'll fight even harder.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Building's kind of hard. It gives me really rough angles to play with. The hell?
Does it really?
Yeah. Building's not really easy. Or it's not fast, I should say.
It becomes a lot more intuitive as you have more time with it.
There you are, there you are.
But yeah, it's not intuitive at first.
Weapons up here. We can break that right now. What attack?
Everything.
Fine.
Oh my god, I can't get up there. I gotta go around. So lame.
Nah, going around is fine.
It just takes such a long time.
Oh, there's more piglins for me to kill. Easy. Light work.
Come on, buddies, let's go this way.
Easy. Light work. Light work.
Oh, I think they're falling.
I'm not ready for this battle. Who do you think you're talking to?
Dude, I'm gonna die if I don't freaking stop for a second.
I don't want to stop. I want to throw more hands. But I don't see enough enemies around here. They scared of me.
Alright, I built the next layer up.
Nice, nice, nice. I need to build one of the...
I have a cobblestone spawner down here.
Oh, where?
Don't know how to
Where's
describe
down?
where here is. Oh, yeah, here.
Thank you.
Go, my troops. Make me proud.
Yeah, look at them go. Some of them get stuck down though.
Oh,
yeah,
what is
you
that?
just gotta re-rally them.
I want that mount. Can I have it?
Yeah, you can get your own.
How? It looks like the embodiment of war.
My battle people?
Not that. What Kimchi's looking at? That beast the pig is riding.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, that.
I love this battle music.
My little golem army. Listen.
Where do you see how many
Bomb right.
how many minions you see how?
Bomb right. 20 out of 20.
How'd you know that I was
I know. Now, war. Jesus. Why is that thing so tough, Moogle?
Reasons. However, it is highly susceptible to stun damage and range.
And we don't have anything that stuns, do we?
The grindstone golem does.
Well, buddy.
I have to hide for a second.
Why didn't you say so sooner? Hands.
Cannon.
Oh my god, I keep getting stuck on that.
Main cannon. Fire.
Okay.
We good. Kim, can you just take the entire army I built?
You keep dropping them on the freaking floor.
Where do you think they spawn at? Kim, so you drop them on the floor, right by the spawner. It's fine, don't worry. The four of you are special.
The four.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
I got it. Let's see.
What can we do right now?
Well, you have the whole army, so you better figure it out.
Here, you take it.
Nah, it's fine. I'll rebuild.
You take it.
We have to rebuild this anyway.
I would also highly recommend that we gather new resources.
Yeah, I think this is a battle we're probably really not prepared for.
I am always prepared.
Well, we can't even get past, like, damn near any part of it.
can, I'm going to recall the
We're
troops.
still at 100%.
Yeah, but
No
we haven't
troops to
gotten there
recall.
yet. We just gotta destroy the towers leading up to the place, you feel me? The less range attacks they can do against us, the easier we have. You know? Hey! Hal, what's good, man? What's good? You can push out, my man. Or you
got you.
Thank you.
There
How you
is
doing,
a
brother?
spot I can put this on. I just need to find it. Sorry,
I'm here.
everyone's ears.
I'm hearing the DVD heartbeats.
Alright, I refreshed our resources.
Nice.
Okay.
This game is war incarnate.
God, I don't even know what to do. I think we gotta start breaking some stuff down. Is there a way for us to
Oh no, no, no.
build up here? I don't think so, huh?
Yeah, we can. Wait, how high up? Oh, all the way up here? There might be if we could clear out that nether crater.
Because they just keep falling. We need to go up, you know? They just keep falling because of that attack.
I have idea.
What's your idea? Donated through the link. Thank you so much. This is so sweet. Awesome.
Wait, what was that roar I heard? That sounded like a dragon.
Thank you. Aww. Oh shoot. Okay. Sorry, I'm in I'm in war.
War, yes. I live and breathe this kimchi. Live and breathe.
Oh shoot, I pressed the wrong button.
Now I need to get my army. And I can start doing my plans to conquest.
I'm not quite sure what else we can do. I can't build it there. Wait. Is that a single block I can build on?
Yeah, this is in the block. You can.
I can't. Shoot.
Alright, you guys have a full army.
Yes, I do.
I'm dying, so I'm hiding.
Joe rolling in from.
Where is he at? Is he at the top?
Nah, but I will make it to the top one way or another.
Good to see. I actually booked my first therapy appointment for next week, so
Oh, did you really?
I'm excited. Yeah, I did. I'm excited to go. And we're doing physical therapy for my hands and arms and stuff like that now too. Oh my god, I keep pressing that. I keep pressing R instead of freaking E. What are you building?
I'm
Your
trying to make
tactics
a
will be
TNT
met with
cannon, but
further
I have to
retribution.
keep disassembling it because it's getting attacked.
Yeah, but they're also. Can we remove the bridge and drop them down?
They don't really take full damage.
Can I try?
Yeah.
Oh, he's floating in air? Oh, yes! Moogle, I did it! He fell! I don't know why this is so exciting.
Because violence is always exciting.
Okay.
Admit it, you're having fun.
Space is occupied. A little bit.
Hey, there's no shame, Kimchi. There's no shame.
Yay! I did it. No mobs available for recall.
Yeah. So that means
Joe has them all.
No, I don't. They're gone. We have 0.
Don't worry, I got it.
I'm back into the jungle, getting more resources.
Oh, Kimchi has a full army. Never mind. All right. Well, when more Kimchis inevitably die, it should be pretty quick.
Trying to figure out how to build higher up so we can get something over there. Because we can't get up there yet, right? Okay, maybe we go from down up then.
Gathering redstone takes a year.
Why did it turn green? Can't build on the wall. Yes, we can build up there now. I figured it out. You've created a monster.
And who's the monster? You?
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, don't fall. Oh, fuck. I'm falling. Oh, shit. Almost died. I think I died. Shit. Hope to try face-to-face one day, though my therapy sessions are online. Oh, okay. Yeah, Wait, I'm alive? How am I alive? Sorry, this is news to me. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I would want to do face-to-face, but I'd probably just cry.
I know where the top is. I made a path to the top.
I'm a crybaby.
Let's go.
I am such a crybaby. How'd you make a path to the top?
Look.
Wait.
We're destroying the tower. And then from there is a path to the top. I'll show you.
You know you can build those guys up there, right?
Yeah, but I was already down here anyway. See? Now throw hands! See, I made a path to the top. You're welcome, Kimchi. Now.
Hey, I helped a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I fell again. How do I keep falling? Am I a big dumb?
Yes.
I'm a big dumb. Hey! Those are literally back when I had my first session, I already cried. And it hasn't even 15. I think it's because, like, the first session, you probably are so relieved that you finally are doing what you need to do for you. I think, maybe. Yo, we didn't even get the other tower.
Moogle is on it. Cannon
The
incoming.
point is, we can.
Cannon incoming. Hold on. What's cannon? Scatter tower, arrow tower, carpenter hut, gate, extendable wall. I don't have it. Can't. Oh
hit.
my god. Oh my goodness. That's kind of cool. Maybe, or I'm just a crybaby. Well, I think it's okay. Crying is good.
Crying is excellent.
Makes me feel nice after. I stole them.
Oh! How'd you steal them?
Don't worry about it.
Nah, Moogle, how is she still my army?
If you
They
spawn
were
them
literally following me.
then I got nothing.
How is she still my army? Kimchi, what kind of sorcery?
Don't worry about it.
Someone in your chat teach you how to do something.
No. I don't like being this high up.
Swear to God.
Guys, if you have the entire army, I'd like the troops to go in, please.
Well, Kimchi has almost all the troops.
No, I was pressing Q for the cannon.
You have most of the troops.
Yeah, if you got the troops, get off the cannon.
I want to get that tower down, but it's so hard.
Well, you're also bringing in the wrong golems
Yeah.
to take that on.
Oh, I don't know.
Downstairs.
Well, you could build a new one here.
Which one do we need?
Cobblestone. It's being built right here.
Where is it, Moogle?
Right next to the bridge.
What the hell? How did I glitch all the way to the floor?
Because you're you.
No, I don't know what's happening. It's so weird.
We're just gonna go right for it.
We got
our first damage on building.
Oh god. I'm gonna find a way
Google.
to make it so we can build closer.
Moogle is already on it.
yes, Moogle. Do your thing and let me do the war.
Kimchi, we now have a beachhead on the building itself.
We need the heal ones up here too, probably. That'll be useful.
I built one as well.
Moodle, you are a godsend.
Hopefully that reaches up. It does not. Okay, so that way has some.
I died.
Oh, Joe.
I got shot. I fell in battle. I'm going to Valhalla. Sad part is I got sniped. I didn't even die in battle. I got sniped while building stuff. Wait, I don't even see you guys.
I'm coming up.
Oh my god, Canthric, hello.
Canthric? Joe, are you having a cat?
wants to play?
That's never idea. Canthric, this is just a cat.
There's so many towers. Oh my god.
Google's been busy.
Nah, how are you doing, Canthric? Doing good, my guy?
Die by fall damage.
I do. Doing great. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to.
I love this clip. I love this clip.
Oh my god, I was like half a heart left of health. Just barely making it
I have
out
to
alive.
admit, I'm impressed how active Moogle took these pills the first time.
What?
With no warning. Oof.
What?
Don't worry too much about it.
I hated that game.
Now back to war.
This cannon can't go that far?
Yeah, the cannon does have range limitations.
Wait. Can I remove the cannon and build it somewhere else?
You can. And on that note, I'm gonna go looking for resources. Hated it, but you're surprisingly good at it. You only overdosed because the game forced you to. You didn't execute either of your children.
Absolutely. Alright, we took down another tower.
Let's fucking go.
Well, I need to build more army.
Oh, I can't build the cannon.
I'm on it. I'm currently on it. So, if you don't have it in your build bar, hit R.
Going over those game parts. Yeah, fair enough. Nah, Canthric, I might OD on excitement from all the violence
Oh my god,
I
I'm
can
gonna
bring
die.
out. Who needs drugs when you got violence to make up for it?
You know what? I'm
What?
going to give Joe.
Give me what?
The power
Give
to
G
wake
Crab
the
instead.
first.
What is
Power to what?
that?
What power have you given me?
A legendary ally.
Where?
I could let you collect it on your own, or I could go do it for you.
We'll do it together.
Well, if you open your map, you can see like east southeast of
I found
the
diamond.
Well of Fate.
Fuck, I died. Fuck my
You
life.
both died.
Oh my god, I was trying to build a wall around me. Like, just for like... Ugh.
Bye, Piglin.
Bye, Rika. Thanks so much. Oh wait, you died
Wait,
too?
Edra.
No, I've been gathering
My man didn't say
resources.
hi to me? I feel hurt.
Okay, where's Joe?
This way.
Over there.
Where do you think I am? I'm at the top. Throwing hands.
God. Can I jump?
No, never mind.
there?
I fell. But it's fine. I can climb my way back.
Plan to stream in about 6 hours with friends too. Ooh, what are you streaming? Enjoy your stream, right?
Ooh, streaming.
Rika.
That's what's
Alright,
up. That's what's up.
Tiger cannot jump, must build so Tiger doesn't struggle.
Tiger can jump.
Not high.
It does pretty high. See? Damn, they all died.
Alright, Joe, I'm building a cobblestone spawner up here.
Alright. I'm gonna get a few healers.
Oh, I just took it down. I'm putting it up higher.
You see that Moodle? Right as I'm trying to heal, she's like, nah, homie. You don't get no heals.
I mean, you can go build your own too, right? Mossy ones are healers?
Yes.
What do the wooden ones do?
They shoot little arrows. They're not like truly ranged. They have some ranged damage. But the big thing is that they're better at attacking enemies than cobblestone is.
Okay.
I need to make kind of a wall. Just a slight wall. Shield.
Let's see. Cobblestone.
This is how it would be if Joe were trying to rule the world.
Really?
Yes.
Nah. Not quite. Oh my god. I got eviscerated.
Oh my god, Minnie, stop.
Wait, what happened to my entire army? I just built 20.
I know, I brought them up. You keep going down to build them. We have a spawner up here.
But I wanted to bring my army with me, Movie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My army.
You can
I've
recall it
denied you the
though,
joy.
it's fine.
It not be. I can only recall if you're not. Yeah.
Yeah, I took them from him.
Now back to where it should be.
Nala, relax.
One of our towers fell.
Noted.
I have no idea what these things do, but I'm building them.
We have the healing ones up here.
I can put them up here.
I'll go down here. Not right there. Mossy is the healing one, right?
I've got it. It's here. But yes.
Thank you for healing me.
I need heals. I need heals.
Where are you, Timothy?
Thank you.
This is an absolute just slog of attrition.
And the king of throwing hands will not lose.
Keep pressing the wrong buttons. I wish I had a controller.
Alright, somebody use the rest of our army to make people who can fight and bring down the spawners. Whiskey, I forgot to drink whiskey. Nah.
Ooh, whiskey. Okay, this one's a little too close to the edge. I feel like I'm playing Fortnite. And
I do not feel like playing Fortnite.
no, I feel like that's what we're playing.
Nah. If we destroy the spawners, we win. That's one down. I see Kimchi's got taste. Warms my heart. Tasting what, Baldy?
Can you make another one?
We don't have a big enough redstone capacity to do so.
Oh, no more healers.
Alright, I took out the spawner.
Oh, you got the spawner?
Last spawner.
It's breaking. 50% broken movement.
We're getting there.
She said whiskey was yummy, good enough for me. Wow.
Well, what about that tower over there? All the way in the back.
Yeah, but it's not going to reach us. We fine. Like, they can't even get over here.
Did you see what I did so that they couldn't get over here?
Yeah.
That was hella funny. I was like, what can I do to make it kind of harder for them?
The portal is taking some serious damage.
Nice.
Oh, oh, here we go.
We're destroying the last spawner, and we're destroying the tower at the same time. Let's go.
We've also pretty much converted this entire area back to grass.
That's what happens when Kimchi plays.
I make grass.
Yes.
Oh, Joe, no, why'd you fall?
I got knocked off. I can't jump, which is annoying.
Okay, now what?
We got it.
We actually did it. It took so
W's.
long, but we did it.
I told you.
Oh my
Undefeated.
I think I'm gonna make popcorn after this one. Oh god. What? Oh god.
Bruh.
What?
This horde is feeding something terrible in the Nether. I fear that soon we will all be on the menu.
Hey, me, alright, we'll be on the menu. Shoot. I eat pigs, not the other way around. I just heard okay friends, and that's it.
Huh? Oh, I was talking. Oh.
I heard okay friends and then silence. I'm
Don't
like,
mind me.
good.
I was talking to. I was talking to the minions.
You're high.
I gathered them and I was like, okay, like, you know, like, come around, kids, you know, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh.
Like Boomman said.
What?
Gather around kids like Boomman.
No.
We don't want to emulate Boomman with that one.
Not the enemies. I was okay.
Anyway, Joe.
Hey, yo. Ori with
Oh.
a raid? Shoot, I'm
Why?
being raided. Hey, yo, you give
While
my
we're doing
girl,
raids.
my girl Ori a shout out, you feel me?
Get it?
Damn. Also, what's good? Twin boy, what you say?
Do you guys see if you collect
Or is
everything
it hi, Kimchi?
after? Hi, wife. How are you? If you collect everything after, you can get all like the stuff back.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, how was Outlast? That's what you guys are doing the entire time, right?
Fuck my ass.
Was it you and Namu? Or you guys played the group?
Ori, that
did?
clip was hella fucking funny.
You did a trial without hiding? Let's go! Did Namu get you killed? Tell me the truth. Did Namu get you killed?
Okay, I need to figure out why I'm so fucking laggy.
Fair enough.
Oh, you know
fair
what?
enough.
It's probably because you guys are within the same vicinity, too.
Probably that. Probably.
Since I'm all the way over here, it's just laggy in general.
Nice. So Namu and I did duos for a bit. Then Bredius joined us because I bought him the game. Now I got A+. Nice, nice. Why does everyone keep thinking I kill people? Because Namu, you do. Like, you straight up kill people. By either throwing bottles in their direction to
Joe,
distract the
can
monster.
you help me break
What?
things down?
Okay.
Get more materials.
Sure. We just need to use the boxes, right? This
So
is
I
wood?
do see the value in that, Kimchi. We do also get resources from these village
I
chests.
found all the.
Where?
So if I
What
do
chest?
this, bloop.
Oh, I just wanted to build more towers.
I mean, yeah, we
Okay.
can still build more towers. There's no tower cap. It's just the resources, and you can get them back from the chests a lot easier.
Okay, where was the chest?
If you look at the map, you see all the blue ringed villages.
Yeah.
If you go to any of the villages, not the well houses, they will have a chest. And so, for the most part, and I just got the upgrade to link all the chests together.
Oh.
So that means each area has a region.
Okay. Where's a safe place? Any not?
Any village.
Oh, okay. Which one are we gonna do next anyway? Are we gonna do
Well-
the horde or the hunt?
I was actually going to
Bastion.
recommend that you guys stop by the First of Oak.
Where's that?
I've got a marker on it. It's west of the village I'm currently in, east of the Well of Fate.
Oh my god. Where's your marker?
The piglins thrive in the darkness and are on the hunt. Beware.
Wait, where's your marker? Oh, there. Okay. Shoot, I went the wrong place. How? Okay. We be chilling here for a little bit, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom and eat some popcorn. I'll be right back. Macaroni in a pot? No, no one got the reference. That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. Time for bed. Ross. Joe?
Kill.
Joe?
Who did you kill?
Joe?
Who did you kill?
I
Kimchi,
killed
who?
Moogle! How did that even happen?
We're going back to.
Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so it doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in...
It's a little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part.
I'm the only alien here, frick! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Crazy!
Oh my Yo, who's wheezy like that, bro?
I love it! Do it again, do it again! Bet you won't!
Whoa!
I need to color correct my screen. Bitch! I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing.
I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair.
Hey, man, shut up, Ballsy.
Macaroni in a pot? No, no one got the reference. That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. Time for bed. Ross. Joe?
Kill.
Joe?
Who did you kill?
Joe?
Who did you kill?
I
Kim
killed
Chi-Woo?
Moogle! How did that even happen?
We're going back to
Into messages, you'll see the version and the IP. Can we live together again? We will find all of the animals again, yes. And all the diamond armor to the pros with, oh my god. Mina, of course I'll be your Minecraft waifu. I love you so much. I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny. What the hell is that? Namu?
Apparently.
Namu, what the fuck is that? K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Alone?
Yeah. Hey, Chin, is that really you?
Granny, win.
Like, actually?
I'm
You're
coming
not
for your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck?
I was just gonna go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh, no, no! Mina!
It's a little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part.
That's how lonely I am.
You talk to yourself about it. Oh yeah, fuck. I need to color correct my screen. Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing.
Turn it off. It's so oh my god.
I'm the only alien here. Frick. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Fuck.
Oh my Yo, who's wheezy like that, bro?
I love it. Do it again. Do it again. Bet you won't.
Whoa.
It's such a chore, like you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to
Bruh.
wash the cup after.
Yeah, okay, look up and hold space. There you go.
Oh my
What
god.
hell was that?
Oh my god. See, it's not just me. I don't make weird noises, just not just me. I can't.
What the heck? My heart's beating really fast. Okay.
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Press space, press space, press space. Space, space, hold space, hold space, hold space, hold space. Space, 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 space. Hold it, hold it. Hold it. Oh my god. She died. Hi, hi, hi. I'm up late? Yeah. Hi, so... I wanted to give a huge shout out. Oh my god, hold on, I'm tired. To RikaNet, oh my god, thank you so much for donating to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I just think it's so important to help in any way that we can, and donating can just be a good resource for anyone who needs help out there. And I do want to say, like, mental health is so freaking important, guys. It's so important. I just started my I just booked my appointment with my therapist, and I'm really excited to go ahead and start that journey and figure some things out. And I'm just excited. I'm happy. I'm very happy about it. I also went to the doctor's today. I actually should be wearing this thing. I have golfer's elbow, and I also have what is called, hold on, I can't even think of, it's too loud. In the game is too loud, hold on. I have golfer's elbow. Found that out today. And I also have the dialogue volume so freaking high. I like the ambience high, that's fine. Okay. And I have tendinitis in my Achilles, so that kind of sucks. But we will do physical therapy. We will do everything that we can to just kind of like figure it out. I'm gonna put this brace back on because I need to. I had it off for quite some time today while we've been playing the whole stream, basically, because it kind of cuts off your circulation when your arm is bent like this, right? Kind of cuts off. It's just like extra pressure squeezing, so I'm trying to get it on the right spot. Feels good. Feels good. Okay, let's get back into some gameplay. I'm gonna undeafen now. Hello?
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 Hello? What was that?
Hello?
Okay. Hello? Where'd you guys go? Oh, you guys doing another thing? Do you guys mind
We were
if I
taking
go...
on an outpost while we waited on you.
Okay. Do you guys mind if I go to the... What is it called? The Oak?
Restroom?
Something?
Kidding.
First of Oak.
We were waiting on you to go do it.
Oh, we have to do that?
I want my golem.
Wait, how do I exit this place? Oh, it just lets me exit.
How long is the cooldown for?
I actually don't know the exact number.
What's a golem? What?
You don't know what a golem is?
No, I mean, like, what, in pertaining to
It's
the
ready.
game, what is... It's what?
So the First of Oak is a ballista, essentially.
And we get it by going to...
No, I get it.
Oh. Oh, shit, I almost ran into fucking whatever that barbed wire shit is. Crazy.
Easy. Silly Strains Lumi noodles, a tickle of hot water, and your noodles getting what the hell? Ballsy, I'm concerned of how quickly you come up with some of these. Also, really?
Also, Soph, I'm usually up late only on Fridays, though.
That is true. She actually is trying to be a responsible human being and have an actual bedtime.
Yeah, I'm up way later than I expected to be.
Absolutely.
Well, I see Kimchi has gone over to the First of Oak.
Oh, that sneaky woman.
I have?
Yes. Well, not. You're almost there. You're not quite there. Wait, is she there? Wait, is she there? I don't even see it.
Yeah, she's there.
Mm-hmm.
Kimchi, I swear to God, if you take my ballista.
Wait, what am I supposed to do?
Nothing!
Oh, did I take this oak guy?
I will kill her, Moogle.
I already took it.
Can she?
She took it, yeah.
I actually hate this girl. I was looking forward to that. Damn it, Kimchi.
You can have them.
Nah.
Log into my account.
I hate her.
Well, seeing as you guys are the ones with all the firepower now, go liberate the creepers.
What firepower,
It's literally just me, Moogle.
She has it all.
I do.
Who's y'all? She has the whole army and the weapon you promised me.
Wait, why is it? Oh, press Q. Got it. Wait, why didn't you guys do this without me?
Oh, because we're kind.
Oh, well, I mean, I was making popcorn. Huh?
Nah, fuck her.
Okay, where do you want to go?
The kindness is definitely lost.
Nah. See, Moog, this is what happens when I try and be like, y'all, and play nice.
Where are you guys going?
I'm going away from y'all.
You want to go in the skeleton homestead?
Creepers. He wants creepers.
Creepers up here?
Yes, and also good news, Joe. The Creeper Homestead will create creepers that you can passively collect beyond your cap.
Oh, nice.
So more bombs. Cool.
Yes. Wow, she really is just rocking the full army.
Did you say something? Can't hear you over my army.
Namu Knight. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
That is upsetting imagery, and I will have none of it.
I refuse to even finish reading that sentence when I read Namu's nightstick. I already knew that was a mistake.
Let's go, friends.
I hope they all die.
Damn, I was just gonna say this is... Never mind. I'll just keep it to
I
myself.
actually lost one.
19 more to go. That's unhealthy? Probably.
Hmm.
Are you enjoying your popcorn?
Yes.
can hear the sounds of satisfaction.
Wait, which direction do we... How do we get over there?
Just north.
Oh. I don't know where I'm going.
Joe's just running off on his own.
That's fine.
Joe, are you trying to collect your tower?
Nope. I'm just going on an adventure.
Oh,
I hurt him?
Away from Kimchi.
I hurt him.
She hurt me. She hurt me. Nah, Boom Man's patent. Wait, what? Boom Man's potent gel caps? Dissolves everything, cleans everything. Even Boom's after ice cream visit to the... Nah.
Yay, I found a chest.
Oh, a villager zombie. That's interesting.
A parrot. Oh my god, I'm rubber banding. Fuck my life.
Well, you missed the cutscene I just saw.
Oh, I died.
Hallelujah.
Because I touched a stupid green thing. What's the green thing do? What is it?
Huh. I found another village. And last one, because I think enough incredible prods for one night. Ballsy. What is your obsession with these products? Ace, it's redstone. There we go. Kimchi's Ringaling. Don't know what the fuck it does, but it sounds classy and available at all the hardware stores. No, that's bullcrap. Why do we all get sussy ones and Kimchi's is I don't know what hers does?
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing.
Oh my god, I really did hurt his feelings, didn't I?
No, he's talking about products. Ballsy, stupid, pervy products.
Oh god.
It's just that somehow your product is the only one that he conveniently can't find a pervy thing to say about. Conveniently.
Well, that's probably good.
Hell no. I'm not calling her a princess. It's never happening. Submit to what now?
What?
I'm not submitting to nobody. I'm never going to submit to the idea that she's a princess. That's not happening.
What the fuck is this, Moogle?
Mm-hmm.
What is this place?
Where am I now?
This is the Creeper's home.
I am at the edge of the world. Oh,
Okay,
Redstone.
where are you, Moogle?
Currently assaulting the base north of the Creepers. Nope, south of the Creeper's home. To fully liberate the Creepers.
Let me see.
Let's see how long this takes.
Wait. Moogle, is this Redstone over? Or Never Rat? I can't tell.
That's Redstone.
Okay, why didn't it pick up?
Because we're capped. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm at the edge of the world, me going to the bathroom after Alta. Also wishing I could jump off. What?
Oh, it's done.
Yeah,
That was
creepers
fast.
are super strong.
Let's see.
Alright, if I can gather enough lapis here.
Let's see.
Cutscene.
I made it to the end of the world and y'all found a cutscene?
How long is the storyline?
I'd say that you could probably get through the whole thing in like 20 hours.
24-hour stream, let's go. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, do we even have the time for that? Rip creepers. Lumi's not sleeping? That's actually impressive. Lumi always sleeping.
Probably clear out this base
I'm
on
listening to
my
Namu in
way.
Discord. Gotcha.
Where?
Plus, I'm distressing from work. Oh, de-stressing, my bad, not distressing.
I've pinged it on my way down. It's just west of the well house.
Ooh, I can jump higher.
But I've got 23 creepers. My entire army is just creepers.
Nice.
That's what we love to see. A creeper nation.
They're just all little boom men.
That didn't sound great.
It's just boom mans.
But Creeper Nation, you know what I mean? Just does not
That's fine.
ring off. No.
A nation of creepers mean nobody who likes creepers will be there. And you thought coming on Joe's live stream was a good idea. Why? Dang, ballsy. Dang. I don't know how to feel about that comment.
Some mini base. Let's make our way there, boys.
Never crack. Got you. Oh. Fiore? Fiore was good. How are you still streaming? Or are you done for the night? Nah, Moodle, can you give a shout out to Fiore?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I got her to start saying, hey, yo, what's up? Yeah. I think Fiore might have taught a few bad habits from me, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Hi, Goops. How's it going?
But yeah, we're playing Minecraft Dungeons, which is basically build an army and throw hands.
We're playing Legends.
It's a dungeon to me. I'm stuck with y'all. Anyway, I'm kidding. But yeah,
Hey, why'd
Minecraft
I get looped
Legends.
into that?
Minecraft Legends. Well, Moodle, I feel like you're the supervisor of this dungeon. You feel me?
That's horrifying.
and Kimchi's my trial. Anyway, yeah, we're playing Minecraft Legends, which is basically gather
You playing Minecraft?
an army.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah,
I
build
saw
an
you
army
playing
and fight
Minecraft.
people.
Oh god.
Hi, Ordi. Hi, Namu. Are they in chat?
Nice. We did it. We let
I was
all the
gonna say,
Foxies go.
so I'm playing this game with Kimchi and Moogle. I don't think you've met Moogle yet, Fiore.
One ally? Where to next, Moogle? The next one down here?
We can. I'm actually gonna go build us an improvement real quick.
Ballsy, do not say you are Ballsy, I don't know how to break this to you, but there are many reasons why you could not pass off as either Namu or Ori. Yes.
Mr.
What a
Bob, come
man
here.
dream.
The wasteland of my battles. Beautiful.
What direction do I want
How am I doing? I'm doing
Let's
good,
go this
Fiore. I'm
way.
doing good. You know, finished work today. Been chilling with Namu and Ballsy earlier. Now I'm just playing with Kimchi and Moogle. So, you
Gabby
know,
says hi.
nice chill day. Oh, tell Gabby so what's up.
She hears you.
Is she with
She's
you
playing-
or is she just in chat?
No, she's playing Minecraft too.
Gotcha.
She's in
Like
chat.
normal Minecraft?
Yeah.
Nice.
We're about to be very happy, Joe.
Also, Fiore said hi to everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
But yeah, Fiore, what did you do on stream today? I saw you switch to like a few different games, so you must have been doing a lot.
Come on, friends. Let's go this way.
I'm also part of a minority, French unicorns, and don't you forget that. Are you really trying to compare being French to being Korean or Puerto Rican? That how
Where am I?
cute is that voice? What voice? I don't know whose voice you're talking about, but if it's mine, I'm very confused and concerned. Oh, the girl? I am not calling her voice cute.
Who said that?
Fiore. Jesus. Kimchi.
Yes.
She's saying who? And I'm like, no, Kimchi.
That's me.
Yeah. Kimchi is cute. Her voice. I'm about to throw up.
Shut up. You're
I'm
so
kidding.
dramatic.
I'm kidding.
Says the most dramatic girl there ever lived.
Absolutely. Nah, Kimchi's got ballsy. That's not happening.
I'd like to call it a melodic voice, thank you.
But she can't sing.
Yeah, but my voice itself sounds like melodic. Oh, what is
sure.
this? Oh, wood. Oh, do I need more wood? We do.
Hello,
We would
Moogle.
like
I got
more
Fiore
wood.
saying, "Hey, yo, what's up?" Now, ever since. Good God.
How have you done this?
So we're playing Outlast Trials, and the entire time, like, she's newer to the game, so like when they go after her, she's not the best at hiding. So I go and like distract the monsters and stuff, and they start attacking her, right? And I have a habit of saying, "Hey, yo, what's up?" every time I see a monster. I'm trying to distract them, you know. So she picked that up from me, and now she starts saying, "Hey, yo, what's up?" So in my chat, she's
We
like,
lose so much
hold up.
wood.
In my chat, she's like, "Hey, yo, what's up? Big guy, call you," because there's a big PP man in the game. Help me.
Ooh,
Oh,
I found
sorry.
a place. We attack.
No, you heard me. Kimchi can confirm.
Attack. We
There is a
attack.
big PP man.
We attack.
You attack, you die.
We attack. Why?
Because you know throw hands.
I've been this whole time.
Nah, it's
What
been
is-
Moodle. Moodle
What
carry.
is Kimchi attacking?
She
what
says
am
she
I
learned a
attacking?
lot. Oh no. I'm hoping I'm teaching you the right type of lessons, Fiore. That's all I'm
I
saying.
don't know.
I heard about this PP man. Please share your experience with us, Joe.
Oh,
I ain't
God.
got no experience, man. He ain't never taught me once.
What is this place?
Yes, explanation still
sounds
muted, by the
scary.
way. Namu, I absolutely hate you. I absolutely hate you. Did he explain the what are you talking about? What
Why
are
does
you
this
talking
sound
about?
scary? It sounds so scary here.
No, Fiore, no,
God, oh
no,
God, okay.
no,
That was
no,
loud.
no. We are not talking about that in my chat. No.
You're over here talking about pee-pee in my stream.
That's tough. Sorry. To Kimchi's stream.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold up. You got your sister in here. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Gravity. Specifically to you, because you're a minor. I apologize.
So wrong.
Just to you. Like, strictly just to you. I'm not apologizing to Kimchi. But to you, I apologize.
See how they treat me, Gabby?
Nah. She stole my shit. She deserves it.
You can have it. I
Nah.
don't want it.
Nah, it's too
Makes
late.
me...
Nah, big guy? No, sir. The free willy tactic is simple. Get Nate. Ballsy? No. But
I
nah,
don't know
Fiore,
if I
what are you up to
get
right
this.
now? Are you just chilling? Or relaxing, I guess?
Where do we go? I
Ooh,
don't know.
another chest. Prismarine.
What is this? I think this is iron.
Yo.
Capped resources. Oh,
Yo.
nice.
Finally Friday? Absolutely.
It's Saturday now.
Ballsy, we already talked about this. No more products in my chat. Alright, let's see. Where are we
There's a lot of
going? Where are we
iron
going?
here. What's making that noise? What's making that noise? Is it like a wolf or something? It sounds like a wolf.
You hear a wolf?
That's what it sounds like. I don't know what it is though.
Alright, where am I? I'm near Moodle?
Hello?
Moodle?
Hello?
Buddy?
I am the friend.
You never play Minecraft before, Fiore? You absolutely should. Do you have Game Pass? If it makes you feel better, I only started playing it like last year. Moodle's closing in on me. Dang.
I just cleared a base.
Yeah, I know. It's close to where I'm at. I scoured the coast to coast, Moodle. I've scoured this world. I've seen animals and things I did not know existed. Trust me, I can't believe.
So those blue stone
To
type
be
things?
Ballsy, what do you mean it's cute watching me play? But the other people would have broke my screen already. Also, why would you broke your screen watching Minecraft? Yes, but I use more Switch. I Fall Guys, Mario, never play Minecraft. I don't know anything. Now I got it, but don't know nothing. So Fiora, it is free on Game Pass, so if you want to play it, you can. And you absolutely should, especially with friends. It's a lot of fun. But you also play Switch games more? I feel you, I feel you. I've only started recently using my Switch more. But I do want to. It's super convenient.
Kimchi, you should go north and help Joe.
Oh, you abandoned me, Moogle?
Abandoned you? I wasn't part of that base fight.
Oh, it said you're over here. Why wasn't the map? Let me escape then.
No, Kimchi's on her way to you. She's got her army.
But only
Wait.
because Moogle suggested to.
Moodle, why can't I switch between options?
Options?
Well, I'm trying to switch between what's it called? Like the different types of spawners I want.
Arrow keys. Oh, what?
Yeah,
Spawners?
you know what I mean, like making an army, making my army.
Yeah, if you're trying to select which one attacks,
not the tats. I want to make. I want to make soldiers.
I mean, mouse wheel then.
Yeah, but it's not actually doing anything.
Oh.
So, like, for example, right? I can go to any of these areas, but I can't switch anymore. I don't understand.
Did your hotkeys get undone?
Is there a way for that to happen?
I'm not familiar with one, but that's all I can think of.
All right, my scroll wheel's still working. Obviously, I just tested it. I love the houses that people have and the pigs. I love killing the pigs for bacon and pork. Is that acceptable? And yeah, I feel like Kimchi also likes the idea like you can build whatever you want in Minecraft a lot too. I just want to build a pyramid eventually. A gigantic pyramid. With some pharaoh statues. And a throne room just for me.
Oh god.
What?
Nothing.
Why you say, oh god?
No reason.
Wait, were you calling me a god? I mean, I'm grateful, but that's a little much.
A little too heavy-handed?
Yeah, even I'm not going to claim to be a god, you know. What do you like what do you like more? Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo? That's actually hard. So for me, Xbox is at the bottom because I never really grew up with Xbox. I've always been a PlayStation, Nintendo kid. So I've owned pretty much every PlayStation console from the PS2 onward. And then I've owned every Nintendo console from the Game Boy Advance and GameCube onwards. Probably PlayStation's my favorite. Because I love Sly Cooper and series like that, and I vividly remember those being a big part of my childhood. Almost as much as Pokemon, but overall PlayStation. Followed closely by Nintendo, and Xbox is a very distant third.
Gabby, I wish she could play.
She could, she wants.
She doesn't have Game Pass.
Oh wait, did the one that I gave you guys expire already or no? Kimchi.
What?
The one that I won from Rena. Did that one expire already?
The one what?
I won from Rena. Did that one expire or no? The Game Pass I won from Rena's giveaway thing. Did that one
Oh,
expire or no?
I don't know. I don't even know if she used it.
Ah, gotcha. Yes, PlayStation, even the old sound, childhood memories, absolutely. If tomorrow you had only 3 games to play till you croaked, what would they be? Yo, why are you guys asking me the morbid questions about what 3 games will I play until I died?
What the hell? What kind of question is that?
Ballsy, why? That's depressing. Am I supposed to die tomorrow?
You can't because of a card?
Did you just recall my troops?
Oh, yeah.
As I was sending them on a bomb?
Everyone's. I didn't
Wait,
know there were that it
she needs a
recalls
card?
everyone's.
You need a
Why
card
does it
for a Game
recall
Pass code?
everyone's?
Is she sure I didn't use mine?
No answer there.
Also, to answer your question, Ballsy, if I had to pick 3 games, so question, will I live until the completion of all 3 games?
Oh, the first died.
That means Joe can get it again.
Yep.
Malby RTK4, SOD2, and well, Eve Online.
Eve
Alright.
Online is quite a choice.
3 games to play until I died. I would play... Alright, if I die within 24 hours, and 3 games, are there even 3 games I like that can be in 24 hours? Okay. I would play Sly Cooper 2 again. So I'm pretty confident I could beat that game within, I'd say, from today till the rest of your existence. Okay, Fiore, you redeemed custom chat. Dang, you got points that quickly? Okay. What chat command do you want, Fiore? Give me a name and what you want to say, and it's all yours. Sorry, Ball's gonna answer your question in a second. She doesn't waste hers on Uwu? No, because
Da 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 da.
all right.
Water again?
So
Thank you,
Fiore,
Bossy.
tell me the name of the command you want, and then tell me what you want it to say.
I'm doing good though, Ballsy.
Hey yo, what's up though? kidding. Gotcha.
Oh, I fell. I
Yeah.
got stuck.
Also,
I'm stuck.
yeah.
What the fuck? I'm stuck, guys.
Step
I'm like
bro.
complete. Okay, the
I'm
enemy
kidding.
helped me out.
I was gonna say, if you fast travel, you can usually get away.
Let's see. Fiore command.
Oh my god, I'm rubber banding.
The best. All right, the best
Wait.
gamer in Outlast Trials.
Google?
Do you want the ha ha ha
Are you
in your command
a-
as well, or no?
Cutscene?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What did you do?
I broke the shield generators.
Oh.
So Fiore, is this what you want in your command? Just the best game, the best gamer in Outlast Trials? Is that what you want?
Oh my god, they killed them so fast. Alright. What's a good counter against the golem, guys, Moogle?
A counter against the golem?
Yeah, because they keep, like, messing me up.
Against the bigger guys, skeletons honestly are the best.
Fiore.
But we don't have them.
Yeah, they move a lot.
Yeah, this is kind of my go-to at the moment. Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second, Fiore, and command yours.
Just, bunch of skeletons. Or not skeletons, creepers. And then blow it to Kingdom Come.
Let me see.
See, look at these roly-poly guys. Do you see them?
Yes, those are difficult to contend with.
Because then I can't keep building stuff because they keep knocking them down.
All right, Fiore, check your command.
You need grindstone golems for them.
It's okay, that doesn't require more than one brain cell. Dude, I need all of them right now.
Okay, let's go. There's a 5-second cooldown, Fiore. So you have to wait like a few seconds. It's a dumb little thing. So people can't spam it. Try it again now. Fiore. It should work.
Not enough resources. We need more wood.
You need more wood.
That seems unlikely. What are you trying to make?
Now it lets me... Wait, we have a lot of wood. What do you need, Kimchi?
Oh, I don't know what it... Wait. What? How do you make the... What is the scatter tower?
Oh, it's saying that we're out of coal.
Oh.
Yes, that's true. Fiore is the best at Outlast Trials by far. No one even comes close to her.
I'm stuck.
You keep up the army. I will...
Keep the army up? I can't. The roly-polies keep getting them.
Police?
I mean... Build new structures. Build them elsewhere.
Let's see. I have confidence in me. Fiore, we love the confidence. We love the confidence. I have faith you will become the best one day. Alright. Now time for me to take down an army.
I'm dying. I can't do this much longer. The roly-polies are kind of too crazy.
Well, hang on. I sent in a reinforcement.
Alright, I'm
Group in the
taking this
back.
one down.
It's not looking good. Dax.
This is looking great.
What timing? Yeah, they're just breaking down everything I just built.
Keep at it. Feel like you're getting too dispirited too quickly.
That's what I'm saying. You don't get the spare kimchi.
But as soon as I build it, thank you for the headphones, Ballsy.
Let's go.
As soon as I
Okay.
build it, they break it down.
I mean, you just gotta build it right back up. That's what we call resilience.
That's what I call depleting resources.
That
and
you
not
can knit
using
back.
proper strategy.
I'm just saying, my strategy has worked very well so far.
Alright, I'll make sure to do it. Maybe I can learn something.
All right.
I think this one just might need proper base building. Oh shit. You little bitch.
I think I have to do something that's within TOS, but represents myself. This will be hard without swearing. Your command kept swearing in it. It just has to be appropriate. Also, Ballsy, don't forget, I'm the one who approves whether or not it's appropriate or not for my channel. Or if I even want to have it.
That's fine. It reset.
What reset?
It just told me the difficulty all over again.
Ooh.
It's not a reset, it just is rewarning you.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh my god, he won't get off my...
Haha. No, for a good purpose. Appropriate swearing. Please elaborate.
That was my neck.
What I meant is swearing that doesn't break TOS, which is pretty much anything that's not racial or like, I guess, discriminatory by Twitch's standards.
I'm relying
Let's see.
upon golem wave tactics.
That's why I do Moogle. I have no army. Does Kimchi have the full army?
No, I have it.
Ah. Oh no, did I just do a self-slur? I'll leave that up to you. But yeah, Fiore, if you ever get this game, let me know. We can play.
I would love for there to be enough people to do some friendly PvP.
As you can tell, Moodle loves the idea of PvP. I just like violence.
I mean, brute forcing my way through AI is one thing.
It's still entertaining.
Yeah, but I'm saying the sense of actual accomplishment
Fuck.
definitely increases if I actually fight real people.
He just wants to prove he's better than us. I see how it is. Ballsy took it out of context. So, Moodle likes to brute force. Oh my.
Oh my.
Moodle, is that what you do? Moodle, you brute.
Oh my god, I died.
Even the great Moodle has fallen.
Hmm. Deforestation.
Let's go. Let's go. I can say I'm surprised, but given his occupation, I understand
Oh
the need
my
to
god, the
bash
rubber
people.
banding is fucking
Oof.
crazy.
Hold up. Kill them all. Kill them all. Easy.
Fuck, dude.
We're 15%. Almost there. I just need my army of 30. I want some of that negative energy or something. Bashing your friend's stall can be one. It's free, harmless, and liberates your soul? Depends on what
What?
friend. Obviously, in game, absolutely.
Why do I keep getting stuck on stuff? You literally, this thing cannot jump.
My army of 30 will annihilate this stupid tower.
It definitely feels like it is. 4%, 3%, 1%.
Let's go. My army never falters. Just want to clarify, don't want people to think I condone any actual mischief. I'm pure and innocent.
Hmm? They made them look so creepy.
Oh, yeah!
No! Hmm? Oh my god, I can't rubber band. That's so annoying. What? The plot thickens. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder why the thing didn't update. This thing. Oh, it really didn't update. I wonder why. That always scares me for no reason. Moogle went bye-bye?
Yeah.
She heard that?
What?
I thought you were deaf, and I'm like, how did you hear him say he's going bye-bye?
He left the game.
Oh, yeah. He said he's about to go to bed pretty soon. It's 4 o'clock a.m. here.
What a little baby. I'm just kidding.
Dang.
I'm
Kimchi
sad.
really out him like that.
Yeah. You
can't use Asian excuse anymore. I mean, she's the same age you are, so.
I mean, she stay up till 4 a.m. We'll see if she can put her money where her mouth is.
I was just kidding.
She's like, no, please.
Huh?
Wait, did the man bring you cookies?
No, he's at work.
The cookie redeem.
Oh, I thought you meant real cookies.
It's in stream.
That reminds me, I get free cookies, Moogle.
Oh, that's right.
I have to redeem it by the 18th, though. So I'll probably do it sometime this weekend.
Nice.
And then abuse it for the rest of my life.
Excellent.
No,
That'll even out the tuition costs.
Absolutely. Moogle, look at my little army.
It is adorable. They're like sheep.
Yes.
Dun, dun, dun.
Absolute bangers. Look at this. They all ready to throw down.
Yeah, I know.
On a moment's notice.
It's okay. They leave me out a lot.
Look at them. Little gremlins ready to throw down with Afro Joe.
I say it's unfair.
Also,
always been this way.
Moogle, before you go, what Ballsy said. I think he wants to say something to you, Moogle. I suggest you run while you still have a chance.
I don't know why it's not working.
A friendly warning. I do not trust what Ballsy's about to ask.
You should be showered with cookies? I know, right?
And do I have pets? I do not, Fiore. No pets. What about you? He said, he might have sent you a message.
I don't have a message.
Says,
never mind.
Give Kimchi cookies. That's what it says. Or
ask everyone
on Twitch.
And the Paragon, ask everyone. He wanted me to ask. He said, ask everyone.
Gotcha.
I, being Ballsy, am a paragon of virtue, love, friendship, and understanding. A very well-known fact, albeit my own twisted moral compass.
Twisted moral.
I think the twisted moral compass is the only thing I agree with an entire statement, Ballsy. The only thing. I have a dog and a cat. I love them. So my dad hates cats. And my... which parent was allergic to dogs? I used to be afraid of dogs as a kid. Still kind of am, but now it's mainly just like pit bulls and larger breeds. My dad hates cats with a burning passion. Like every time he sees a cat, he wants them to die.
I want to do a puppy stream.
And I think my mom is allergic to puppies. I can't remember. You know, I'm actually... Wait, have you never done a puppy stream?
No, I want to do like a full puppy stream. Like I want to take them to the park.
Oh, like the whole 9 yards, like taking them out all over the place, and yeah.
And we could have lunch and just have the puppies. Yep. Are we done playing?
Wait, are we? Sorry, I was responding to somebody. Up to you. If you want to end here, we can, but I'm also down to play a little bit more if you want. I have nothing going on.
I believe in you both.
You believe in our ability to throw hands?
We would not get much done.
Hey, what do you mean?
I still have
can
no idea what we're doing in this game.
take down bases.
And then?
I don't know, but I feel like that's most of the point. We take down enemies,
Oh,
destroy portals, get cutscenes.
Alright, I'll wait for Moogle to come back then.
Yeah. She's like, dang. Okay, I see how it is. She doesn't want me. She doesn't want to throw hands at Afro. I see how it is. I see how it is. Nah, she just wants to eat. You can't trust me? I am a trustworthy person. Thank you very much.
I said I can't trust it.
Oh, wait.
As in your ability to give me directions.
What?
Oh no. Yeah, no, I'm leaving before that gets out of hand. Good night, everyone.
Nah, Moogle, don't worry. You didn't defend me, so you don't need these hands too.
You know what?
Nah.
Understandable.
Nah, night, man, night.
Night.
Good night. Take care.
Bye.
Moogle must be so tired.
Yeah, I guarantee he is. Also, he's also doing stuff around his house, and he's also trying. I know he's been staying up late for some of his clients. He's been paying his house, and they're packing for Japan to leave. I think Wednesday.
Damn.
Dumb, dense motherfucker. Why
or
would
sometime
you
next week.
do that?
Yeah, that's crazy. Moogle, power to you, man. Power to you.
Good night.
Also, give yourself a shout out, Moogle, if you want. What are you doing right now, Kimchi?
Eating popcorn on stream.
Absolutely. Normal popcorn? Do you like put something on it?
Parmesan.
Gotcha.
What are you about to do?
Still debating. I could stream a little bit more, or I could raid out. Doesn't really matter. I'll probably stay up a bit longer though.
Or you could what?
Either I'll keep streaming or I'll raid out, but I'll still probably be online if I.
Oh, I thought you said you were gonna work out. And I was
Yeah,
like,
workout on stream.
Okay.
Workout stream?
No.
Or me work out at the gym at 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning?
I mean, that's the time people usually go.
My gym isn't even open till 5.
Well, you can go ahead and just do that now.
Yeah, but most people do not work out 5 in the morning. The gym is empty.
No, people here work out at 5 in the morning all the time.
Bruh, the gyms here are empty at 5. It's usually rush hour or like usually like here the most packed times are lunch, after work, and then like right before work, like 7 or 8. So that's when everybody's like available to work out. 5 o'clock, no one wants to wake up.
Dude, with your sleep schedule, you probably could pull off going to the gym at 5 o'clock and then going home and going to sleep.
I probably could, but then the problem would be I won't wake up. I could, but that's the problem. I won't wake up in time for meetings. If it wasn't for that reason and also other stuff.
For me, you stay up late anyway.
Depends. I've been lately, but even prior to this, I usually stay up only about 1 or 2 o'clock and then I went to sleep. So it used to be my sleep schedule was go to sleep by 1 or 2, usually by 1, wake up by 7, probably rest up, chill, talk to my parents for a little bit, so they go to work at 7:30, 8. Then I go to the gym, usually from like 8 or 8:30ish to like 10:30 or 11. Not 10:30, 8:30, drive to the gym by 9 to like 10:30 is my workout, and then I'll drive home by 11, and then I'll be ready for work. That's usually how it used to be. But it became harder over this year because basically as soon as I started that schedule, my boss decided he wanted to have randomized meetings that went from like my normal off times of work. So I had to attend those, which meant I lost gym time in the mornings. So I'm hoping to get back into that habit since my new team is trying to get rid of that. You go to the gym after work though, right?
Yeah, I go right after.
Is it busy for you guys after work?
Not where we go.
Really?
Mhm.
I wish. For me,
It's a
the gym
really
is
big gym.
packed. Yeah, our gym is big, but it's packed after work. Like that's when everyone gets off.
It's really big, but it's like they have the same sets of things in different rooms. Like there's literally punching bags and like
Yeah, same.
what is it?
Like you have
Well,
punching
like-
bags. You have like, do you have like the ops? Not the
Oh, there's like a CrossFit area.
the CrossFit area. So like you have like the box jump area. You guys have
Mhm.
like the punching bags, the kickboxing stuff.
They have like a whole like
the
dancing or yoga.
yeah.
They
Yeah, my
have a
gym has
cardio room.
Yeah, my gym has that too. It's
They
just
have
that it's
tennis
packed.
courts.
We don't have a
and-
tennis court.
and pools.
So is yours like a full gym or like a country club type place? Since you said about tennis court.
It's basically set up like a country club.
Yeah. Yeah, my gym does not have a tennis court, unfortunately. That's like the one thing. I won't say I wish it had it, but I would definitely play tennis more if it did.
And they have a ball court, which we're thinking of playing, but not because I have the tendonitis in my Achilles, so I can't. I like physically can't. It sucks.
Yeah. The old gym I went to used to have a racquetball court, and that was fun.
Oh, I bet.
Hella fun. We definitely did not play correctly, but we still have fun.
That's all that matters.
I love how we have a bunch of my golems all surrounding this one chicken.
Are you still streaming that?
I am. I'm just walking around doing nothing right now, talking to you in chat, basically.
Dang.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
See, we're both streaming the most random things. I'm looking
Well, I
at
mean,
the
like,
chicken
this is
game
what we
mall.
probably would be doing anyway.
Let's be
It's just-
real. All right,
it's
chat.
just we're
Y'all might not know
broadcasting
this. Literally every time we're done streaming, me and her literally just sit here like this and just randomly talk about the most random shit of all time.
Usually, yeah. It's usually how stressed I am.
Yeah, it's usually either it's hella serious or it's random shit like this.
Or we're watching something. That's another thing that we do.
Yes, but that's on Sunday, by the way.
Sunday night? Or
Yeah.
what
Or anytime
time though?
Sunday.
Okay.
Anytime Sunday, Rob, probably. Because I'm free a whole day.
We're gonna detail clean our cars. So
Ooh, nice.
it's been years.
Also, what's up, Camthrick? What's up? You said I feel like the Escher from The Walking Dead. Oof. At least you were ballsy. I exercise regularly. I get off my bed, walk to a mailbox, and come back home easy and cheap. Thought these were Chia Pets. Random shit's always the best. Absolutely, absolutely. Nah. Look, honestly, it's been so hard for me to even go to a gym in terms of like just allocation of my time and stuff I wanted. I've genuinely considered just buying a treadmill. I'm still considering having like those under desk treadmills. Like, like I have a standing
Will
desk. Right?
probably pay for that.
They reimbursed me for the standing desk one. They already said
Yeah.
they would. So I'm heavily
I think
debating
you
on
should try
getting one.
it, and then if it doesn't work, then just either sell it or return it. So
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing.
I would say do it.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I've looked for one on Amazon. I'll probably just order it. I'm on vacation next Thursday for a few days.
Nice.
So I'll probably order it and then hope it's back by the time Father's Day comes around. So I should be back Father's Day. No need for actual devices. Just train in your backyard or through whatever you can get your hands on.
It's hard
Well,
to stay motivated like that, though.
Kind of. So like I have a box. So here's the thing. It depends what I feel like doing. So I have a like a little boxing bag downstairs in our basement. I'll go down there just to practice for a little bit and just to like get some cardio in. And that's fun. But I feel like for me, that's good for me gain like stamina, I guess. But because of how intensive boxing is, you're not going to get a long workout. And I feel like I need to at least attempt to push for a longer workout to improve my overall stamina and just for me to lose weight faster. That's how I feel, at least. That's what general works for me.
Oh, also, I got my oxygen measured today.
Your oxygen measured?
Mm-hmm. And it was at 99%, which is crazy because I used to smoke a lot.
That's good.
I know. But I've been doing breathing exercises, so.
Nice.
singing.
Okay. How long have you been doing breathing exercises for?
I mean, I used to do them a lot every night. But I'd say the past week, I've really been doing like 20 minutes. Or not 20 minutes, like 20-minute videos of just like following breathing exercises and singing exercises. So
Gotcha.
this has been my, I can mindlessly do it because I'm just copying whatever the person says. And I'm
Yeah.
not focused on being perfect. I'm just focused on doing it.
Yeah.
And then hoping eventually it would lead to like me being able to control my voice better.
Do you fireman? Yep, I feel you. Do you fireman carry the bag for a few mini laps first? The bag is heavy as hell. Like how heavy?
Oh my
Like let me how I put this. I'm looking up to make sure I have the right weight for my bag. Okay, my boxing bag's about 150 pounds. Probably close to 150. I got it when I weighed a little bit less and I bought it too high, but probably around 150. Yeah, there is no way I'm going to carry that thing around several laps around a track. That's not happening. That's too much. But yeah.
I think my Stardew farm got yeeted.
Your Stardew farm got yeeted?
Yeah. Unless we were playing under Mina's. I don't know.
We were playing Minas, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, yeah. We were playing Minas, unless you made it. But I'm pretty sure she was. It was hers, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I think it was hers because she wanted to play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep,
I
and
couldn't
then
remember.
she invited me, you, and I think
Dozen?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. That was the crew. And we found an infinite money glitch.
We did?
Infinite gold. Or whatever the
When?
currency was. We kept throwing it on the table, and if you picked it up fast enough, it duplicated.
Oh, yeah. That was funny. Did we do
Yes.
that on stream?
Yeah, we did.
That's hella funny. Why would we do that on stream?
Because we were trying to make
Oh
bread.
my god.
The thing
You're
was,
at
I'm not
98
sure.
right now because of allergies and you're smoking. That's not that bad.
The thing is, I'm not sure. I wasn't streaming that day. I think it was you who were. I think you were the one who was streaming. So I'm not sure if you caught that or not on your stream. Because you were like trying to do something.
Did.
Yeah, you probably did at first, and then you said, "Okay, I don't feel like doing this," and you went fishing or something or gathering.
No, I was the one who was doing it the longest.
Oh no, you were, because you're the one throwing it. I was the one picking it up, and you were throwing it like here. I got it.
Because we were trying to see how much we could make in like a day or something.
We made bank, Kimchi. We made
Yeah, we
bank.
did.
Money was not a concern for a
It was
minute.
crazy. I wish it could be like that in real life.
Hey, hold up. We'll make it happen.
Who's we?
You?
Exposed. Gabby said exposed.
Hey, yo, wait a minute. We do not promote cheating. Chat. We don't promote cheating. We don't
just
promote.
promote exploitation.
If it's allowed within the game's code, it's perfectly fine. That is my philosophy. As a developer, that is for my professional opinion applies. Exploit every piece of code you can. No, I am not a lawyer, so make sure it's legal for you to do that. But yes. If it's in the menu options, then it's fair game. Have you finished your popcorn yet or nah?
No, there's still hella popcorn. I can't
Are you
eat
playing
that
Stardew
much
Valley?
anymore. Yeah. Gabby said yes, exploitation. Gabby, if you want to play Stardew, you can hop on.
Look
I
at
just
y'all
don't know
playing
which one.
Stardew. Gabby, exploiting is an art. Master it. That's my tip.
Wow.
No. Oh, let me finish. This is my advice from an old head now, I guess, to you.
The
If
fuck
you
does that
can,
make me, grandma? Bitch.
I was going to say a sage, but that works too.
Yo, my coworkers dropped me off to my appointment today, at the hospital. And I was like, bro, I feel like Lola. Lola's grandma. I was like, I feel like
I know what that
Lola Kimchi right now. And they were all like, why? Because you're getting chopped off. I was like, yeah.
That's tough.
Anako, can you take me to the appointment, please? Like that. And then I want to do Beach Farm.
I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna switch to GTA. We can still be on the call if you want.
Okay.
I'm down.
That would be
I just want to
interesting.
vibe. I just want to vibe.
Old head Ballsy said he's a dinosaur. Wait, Ballsy,
you're not a dinosaur.
You
You're
gotta
the
do your
ancients.
best dinosaur impression. Should we switch to someone else's chat?
You want to go in my private Discord?
Okay.
All right, cool. I'll meet you there.
Okay. Wait, which one?
Here.
Stream?
Just go my. Yeah.
Okay.
You have permission.
I'm ready there. Fame, how are you? What is up, my guy?
Yo.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We're switching over to GTA for a little bit. Ballsy, I know you are well out your element. If you want to join, you can. But I'm about to try and make some bread. Kimchi about to vibe playing Stardew. This is about to be a very interesting mix.
And I don't mind if anyone joins call too. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
I know how to press the mute button.
Yeah, she does it to me all the time.
You're
she
still
mutes me.
half asleep. You're gonna
She
join me?
mutes
Okay.
me.
Let me make this farm real quick and then I'll add.
Does you want to join the voice chat or no?
Gabby, you want to join the voice chat? I'll add you if you want.
All right, we're gonna save.
How are you? I'm doing great. How are you doing? We're just chilling. It's already been a pretty long stream.
How long has it been?
6 hours? I never go over 4 or 5.
I'm at 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Later? 5 hours and 45 minutes? I started, I think, almost an hour.
Yeah, you started a little bit before me. All right, I'm gonna prep a brew coffee and perhaps rejoin. Nice, Ballsy. Okay.
Bye. See you later. Okay,
Alright.
wait, hold on. Time's going by. How do I add her? I don't remember how to do this. I was wondering how you were on during my morning. Yeah, no, this is crazy. It's so late. How do I do this? I forget. Oh, not local. Gabby, do you remember how to do this? Hmm. Does it autosave? I don't remember.
What? Started?
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I have to host a new farm. Okay. I have to start it over. Oh, I almost caps my name. No.
I changed the title of my stream real quick.
Um.
What would be a clever title? Nah, forget clever. I'm too tired.
Dude, I never know what to title my shit, but I mean, I figure if people want to be here, they'll be here. Fuck the title.
Well, I'm gonna be careful with my titles because last time I got one.
Oh my god, dude, what the hell is going on? I like just hopped on and I was like, ban?
Bro. Okay, question. When you came in, did you think that comment was about you or Namu?
What comment?
You didn't see the comment when you banned him, right?
What comment?
Fair enough.
No, I think I didn't care. I was
Yeah.
just like, let me just delete this.
Yeah, I was like, thank you. I'm like, I'm playing a game. I can't ban him, but someone do it, please.
I mean, honestly, it's just people are just always gonna be weird, so
Yeah.
whatever.
Bro was putting gang words and gang crap in my chat. I'm like,
Yeah,
yo.
some
Bro,
people just can't keep it in their pants, man.
That's
They
what I'm
just
saying.
need to let it all out all the
Yeah.
fucking time.
Bro asked me, was I in the gang, Kimchi? I'm like,
It's like, why would I put that out there? Like,
I'm
what?
like, yeah.
Excuse me?
He's like, you in BMF? I'm like, did you just watch the show and start talking about gang crap? Help me, God.
Oh, yeah, people are just so weird sometimes. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
pretty weird, but like that's like
Nah,
an
that was
extreme different
that
type of
was
weird.
extreme. Bro went in 1 minute talking about gang stuff to being kind of racist.
Super
like-
racist, dude. What the
No,
fuck?
no, that's hella racist. That was hella racist. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's hella racist.
Any inkling of racism is hella racist. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
absolutely. Nah, I told my mom about what happened on the stream yesterday too, just out of curiosity.
What'd you say?
So I told my mom there's like a wannabe blood in my chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she started laughing at first. She's like, "No blood won't actually be on there." I'm like, "You right, you right." And he was capping hella hard. He's like, he said he saw me up the street. And I'm like, bruh.
What?
He said, "Yeah, I saw
Maybe
you
he
out the
was talking
street."
about in the game.
No, he said
but
he saw
didn't
me in
you
the
change
street.
the game?
No. I was playing Outlast when he joined. So
Oh,
he said,
okay.
"Nah, I saw you up the street too. Don't let me catch you on 7 Mile."
What the fuck?
And I'm like, "Oh my god!" I
Just
know you
because your
lying.
fucking description.
Just that my name's in Detroit. I'm like, bro,
Yeah.
just because I'm in Detroit does not mean I'm off 6 or 7 miles. It's just that's that clear. There's like 9-mile roads in Detroit. And then on top of that, I told my mom, I'm like, yeah, even if he did see me, he capping. I wasn't even out. I didn't even go near 7 Mile for the past
I
week.
don't even go outside.
I don't. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Damn it.
I don't even go outside.
I work from home, homie. That's the advantage. I gotta leave. But nah, check this out, DMG. So I told my mom, right? And so she told my neighbor thinking it was funny. But my neighbor, he was raised a bit differently than I was. I'm just gonna put it that way. And his life when he was young used to be very different. So when he heard this, he went outside this morning and just stayed out there the whole day, walking back and forth across his house, looking at mine. I looked out the window like several times. He was still there. I'm like, what's he doing? So I call my neighbor's son. He's like my age. And I'm like, yo, is your dad cool? He just walking back and forth. Is he looking for somebody? And he's like, oh man, your mom came to our house this morning. And she told she was talking to my dad, and she had a conversation about how like some dude claimed to be blood coming saying like blah blah, right? So he went and can I say on stream? He legally carried a weapon and was
okay.
walking back and forth in case anyone came to my house.
Is my volume?
Oh
okay?
my god. It's a
So
little
we told
intense.
when I told him that, I'm like, okay, tell your dad, please calm down. Nothing's gonna happen. But
Oh,
it's good to know
God.
my neighbors love me. I thought they all hated.
Why would you think that?
I was a menace as a kid. Let's just put it that way.
Gabby, I added you, by the way.
Yeah, I'm joining.
All right,
Oh, I
I'm
have to
here.
turn you
Wait,
down.
what? Yeah,
it's
no,
like,
we came
is
at a
my
good
volume
time.
okay?
Oh, yeah, is Gabby here?
Or I have to turn her up.
I'm sorry, Gabby. What's up?
Can you talk again?
Hello.
Oh,
I
she's
have
all
you
the
up
way
at
turned up.
200.
It
What the
is
hell?
me. Do you need me to turn up my volume more?
Yes.
If you can.
Okay, is this better?
A little bit. I mean, I have you up all the way.
Yeah, same. You
If
sound
that-
super soft to me.
Okay. How about now?
There you go,
How about
that's
now?
better.
That's a
way
lot better.
Okay.
That's a lot
I
better.
have my thing really down because my friends have really whack setups, okay?
Yeah, well,
Ah, okay.
gotcha. Just remember, we ain't whack like your friends, you know. We.
Damn! What the fuck?
I'm kidding.
You
I'm
know
kidding.
my
I'm
friend
kidding.
group all be like.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Hot in 4K on 2 separate streams.
Absolutely.
What should I set as my favorite thing? Like the most expensive item ever?
Well, some of
Yeah,
us
do
are.
that.
Namu, you're rich. Chill.
Go do that.
Namu's rich? I thought it was Joe was rich.
I'm not rich.
Who's the rich one here?
Namu,
Definitely
not
not me.
me. It's definitely not me. I'm not rich.
Dude, I don't even got a job.
You say you do, you don't.
I don't.
Joe is rich.
I'm literally the
I'm a
poorest
peasant.
person.
If
Namu,
I
you
was
can join in
rich,
chat if
I
you're
would. Yeah, Namu, join chat if you want to.
bored.
But hold up, Kimchi. If I was rich, I would not be in Detroit.
If
Just
I was
saying.
rich, I probably wouldn't even exist. Thank you for following, Howdy. How are you doing?
Battle is now following.
How do I make my favorite thing? Like cheese?
Cheese? Is that what you want? Put parsnips?
No, but that would be so sad.
What? What's wrong with
Goat cheese?
parsnips? What's
It's
wrong
more
with
expensive.
Parsnips?
It's not that expensive. Trying to get the most high quality.
Oh my god.
It doesn't be expensive. All right, switching games real quick.
Where's the green?
You're about to hear Joe scream bloody murder over and over again. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Namu.
Ayo.
Hello, we're sitting at Nurses
Oh,
Station
shit,
browsing
yeah,
Twitch
it's a
and
lot
18
for me.
rounds. Oh, awesome.
Yeah, Gabby, I promise I will attempt to hold myself back because you are here.
Oh
Dude,
my
I just
god.
got jump scared by Namu's voice. Holy shit. I'm so
If that
sorry.
jump scared
That
you,
is hella funny.
turn me down.
I am the scary person.
It's just because your volume was so loud, like on my thing. I was like,
It's not even loud though, what?
because my audio, my audio
Oh,
is fucked up,
God.
dude.
We need to get your we need to get you something better.
I already switched it down, but yeah, what do I
Donate
wear?
to the cause.
Donate
Give-
to the cause.
Give Gabby that top tier streamer setup.
Oh my god.
Ayo.
Top tier.
Oh my god. I do love this game too. We're actually just vibing out. We're not even really playing. We don't have a goal or anything. We're just relaxing.
Goal is to make as much money
today.
as possible. I don't even know
That-
you about it.
Hey, get rich or die trying. I believe that.
I need to start playing Stardew Valley.
Do you want to play with us?
Oh, the way she
let's
said
see.
it. Oh,
What?
if you don't
What are you
play.
guys about?
Oh, Nama, if you don't play, you're gonna break her heart.
What is you all about? Whoa, calm yourself.
I'm just fucking with you.
Namu is not available right now. Please leave a message
No
after the beep.
mods. No, actually, I haven't played for a very long time, so no, I wasn't even planning on playing today, honestly.
Let's see, vibing with her friends make her do that.
Wait,
Like, just play random ass games.
GTA?
Yeah.
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 See, Namu, here's the thing,
You
right?
get to pick, Namu, you get to pick what game you want to play.
Choose
Oh,
a side, Namu.
shit.
But I'm just gonna warn you, depending on the side you choose is racially motivated.
Anyway, after we're doing duplication glitch, right?
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Gabby, what did you say? I can't hear you over Nama's loud ass laugh.
We're doing duplication glitch, right? We're going to abuse the system and make as much money as physically possible.
Is that what you want to do? Oh, Gabby, are you gonna play the Chocolatier one?
Probably not.
The haunted Chocolatier. Why?
I don't know. I feel like it's more story driven, and I like story games, but I don't know.
Oh wait, hold on.
I'd probably just watch someone play it.
I can't.
All right, let me roll the dice for this one.
Oh, he always gotta roll a dice for everything.
Well, it's
Come
because
on,
I'm, you know me.
bro. Y'all don't understand. Okay, no, I tell the story. So
no,
we're
no,
all.
you can play GTA so Joe's not alone.
It's fine. I don't care. But like, Kim, you understand? He actually rolls the dice for everything. So like, we were all
Why?
going to meet up. So me, Moodle Boom, and we're all trying to meet up at his house for his party. Okay. We're just trying to find out food. Okay. Moodle and I both are like organized when it comes to food stuff. So we're like, okay, we need to know what food we're bringing, when we're going to bring it. We gave you options. Pick a food. Namu cannot pick for shit. He can't.
Okay,
So
same.
instead, here's the logic. We said, you know what? Let's just go for majority vote. Namu couldn't pick from the majority vote, even though we all majority voted one option. So Namu suggested, let's roll a die to pick what we're eating.
Sending love to this
And
game.
then became so indecisive about the die roll, he didn't even end up rolling the die.
I do love this game.
We just all randomly selected pizza at the last minute. Like,
So was
Namu
it
didn't.
pizza though?
Yes, because we picked it.
Mm. Oh, Gabby, where's your house?
I love you, Namu.
It's.
Wait, hold
But
on.
that made me mad as hell. I'm
Yeah,
trying
it's the
to.
closest one.
It was like 2 hours we're supposed to meet up, and we're like, do we need pizza or not?
Yeah, just my thing. Okay.
Nah, I learned real quick.
Oh my
when it comes to Namu,
gosh.
if it's food, I'm either picking for him, or we have something pre-selected.
It's like dating a girl then. Girls never know what they want to eat.
Dating? I ain't dating this boy. What you mean?
No, I said it's like. I didn't say you are.
That's too close.
Okay.
He's my brother. That's as close as we getting.
Hey.
You feel me? I want to keep that boundary.
They got issues.
You got issues?
We just have brotherly love. What's wrong with that?
I mean, I already know I got issues, but you know.
Yeah, she had to throw
Anyway,
your.
we're literal siblings.
True. Damn.
Mm.
Damn. She told you.
Mm.
What do you got to say to that one?
For the sake of me still being nice to a minor, I will keep my mouth.
You're never nice to Lando.
I disowned him a long time ago.
As of you can't disown your age. Like, what?
I can disown him as a person.
Yeah, I'm still 12, guys.
You're not 12, Kimchi.
I'm disowning my age. Like
You're 12? Okay. Then why are you drinking?
I didn't drink anything.
You did on stream prior. Not today, but you have previously. So you're 12-year-old drinking kimchi? Is that
No,
what
I'm
you want to
12
admit?
today.
Oh, just today?
Mhm.
You know what? It's 2023. You can claim to be whatever age.
Oh my god, that's horrible. That's horrible.
Never mind. Never mind. I'm not about to get
That's horrible.
Nah. Before somebody actually comes from my head, I'm just going. I'm gonna stop right there.
Yes, your mom watching your stream right now, coming for you right this moment.
My mom would not care. I'd be like,
shit,
Mom.
it's not
I'd be like,
real.
Mama. These people trying to identify as 12 when they know good and damn well they're 32.
Who's 32?
I did remember like one time when you were streaming, Your face
How
was
did
like,
Lando wake back up as soon as we played GTA?
hey, Lando.
There was no freaking way.
Dude, I'm telling you, he says that he's sleeping. It's his excuse.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way, Lando. Every time we play a game you want to play, you wake up magically. There is no way.
Oh shit, we should have used all the parsnip scabs.
Oh no, you can't get them.
You
Only
can't?
No, you can't pick them up. You have to
Oh,
get
that's
another
dumb.
player on.
Alright. Oh yeah, Namu, did you hear for GTA they're changing how the MC like titles like serve club like the secure serve motorcycle club and like agency works.
Was like.
Wait,
we
what?
got a fishing rod.
So they're changing how Securo Serve and like agencies and organizations work, like how your title, you know what I'm saying? So like how you can create your own MC, motorcycle club. Yeah. So you know how normally if like if you're a motorcycle club owner, you can get raided, but people usually go to like Securo Serve or an organization so they don't get raided.
You want to know what this map has an advantage on?
Oh.
So I already know
So
about this.
they're going to bind it all
on
into
the
boss.
coast of this beach one, there is stuff that pulls up on shore.
Yeah.
And also when you make crab catches, it's the same like drops as on the beach loot table. So if you just put a bunch of crab like catcher thingies over here,
let's go
then
get
they'd all
fishing
pull up.
rod.
Okay.
She sounds too happy about a fishing rod. Also, Illumi finally joined my
Let's
Discord.
fish!
Dang. I mean, thank you.
I like
I feel
fishing
hurt.
too.
When's Illumi gonna join my Discord?
Oh, you know who didn't join my Discord yet?
Who?
Namu.
Booman.
No, Booman did.
That'd be
He
hella
actually-
funny.
He actually joined after you, Kimchi, which is kind of
Oh
funny.
yeah, am I on your Discord?
Moogle
You
hasn't
are
joined
now.
my Discord yet.
Oh, is this the Discord?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I
was
noticed
not
because I was trying to add him when I was doing live. I'm like, wait, Moogle's not in my Discord.
I'm skipping
Me
Bo's
too.
thing. I'm so sorry, but I've
Isn't
played it too many times.
Isn't he one of our? Isn't he one of your mods?
No, I'm one of his mods.
No, he is.
On my Discord?
Yeah, no.
friend
He's
who
a
absolutely
he-
hates
he's a
fishing in
mod
this
in
game.
your
I love it though.
in your
I
Twitch
hate it.
channel.
Yes, I know.
I hate it.
You hate what?
Fishing?
Really?
Oh, I thought you were going to say
Yeah.
like I hate Moogle joining Joe's Discord.
Damn.
Yeah. What?
I love
Oh yeah,
doing this
yeah,
for the
you're right. Hold
Discord.
on.
A and
You'll finish
W,
this
I
one.
hate you.
I'm right.
Wait, you're right about what? Oh,
That
right,
Kimchi,
right.
that Kimchi hates
Bro,
Moogle
this
joining
so
Joe's
cool,
Discord.
talking
She never want to see me win. Like that's tough.
Who
Come
said
on,
that?
Kimchi. Come on, Kimchi.
Who said that?
You.
When?
Are you kidding me?
30 seconds ago.
I was agreeing to whatever Namu was saying because I wanted to be agreeing to what Namu was saying.
Yeah, which implied you never wanted me to win.
But is it true or not?
Probably.
Otto, when you go at the base, go from the bottom. You know the bottom entrance?
I can't hear my sister.
Wow.
What'd you say?
Alright.
That?
When you go to the base, go from the bottom entrance so that you can see the... Because there's more ocean stuff happening. I forgot how fucking big this map is. The ocean one's like humongous. Yeah, that was crazy. Also,
Illumi.
that makes no sense.
Illumi.
Fuck.
I had to look at Joe's face for a bit, and he was like blinking.
He was what?
I was just blinking. I was just like,
Oh.
He was
blink?
like, what am I hearing?
You blink?
yes, Kimchi, I blink.
You joined. Thank you for joining, Illumi. You're loving music? Oh, great. That's awesome.
But Kimchi, you know I blink. Aren't you the one who said I blink for jump scares?
You blink at jump scare? Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh, that's what you
Do
said.
you?
That's what you claim.
Namu, what did the dice tell you?
What?
Bro,
Oh, I didn't even do it.
You didn't even do it?
Hold on. I got this.
Wow.
I told you, he's too indecisive to decide if he wants to roll die.
Wait.
Impossible blinking is very difficult. Yeah, dude, it's so hard. Imagine how buff your eyelids must be if you could blink.
Joe, I'm at
All
my
right.
friend's house doing a sleepover for their birthday. Oh, nice.
Kimchi, what should I do for my dice? So like odd numbers, I get to do GTA or
I don't know, you're gonna have to roll the dice for it.
roll the dice to see if you can roll the dice.
And then if you can't decide on that, you might have to roll the dice before that.
Nah, yeah.
I can't fish because you guys are making me laugh. I can't concentrate.
Bro, I swear, Namu's life relies on dice.
I am just that indecisive. Come on, guys.
Wait, Namu, do you have to roll a die to figure out which of the die that you have you're going to roll?
No.
Good. He's not foregone yet.
I mean, I could be if it's gonna be that.
I
Just
am
have, like-
bored, so
just,
I
like, have
watched you. You're bored at your friend's birthday?
Damn.
That's tough.
Illumi, you said you wanted to like. Never mind.
I sent it to you.
But I was like gonna say like you should just have like a wheel that just decides for all your dice to decide.
Oh, true.
To decide for the deciding. Of
Yeah,
the
I
dice,
agree.
to
That'll
But
be
he
funny.
he likes dice though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stick with the dice. They're more iconic.
We're in Joe's Discord.
Who?
Illumi.
Ah, yeah. She can jump in if she wants. If y'all cool with that.
My mom's just gonna sleep during the chat.
Oh. Oh. She doesn't snore, so I think that's fine.
So, guess I'm doing. Wait, I'm not sure if I.
Bro, he actually does not know if he said even or odd. Put a dice.
No. Like
Oh, Gabby, we should have done the sprinklers over here, or we should have
Namu,
planted
just go
things
play-
over here.
Namu, if you want to play Stardew, just play
Why?
Stardew.
No, that's what I rolled on.
Why there?
Stardew it is.
Oh, because you can put sprinklers here.
But I'm not sure if I.
You can put.
I'm not sure if I
Namu-
downloaded
Oh
it.
wait, I don't know. Actually, you're right.
It's literally like a. Okay. Anyways, just play GTA. It's fine. Just go shoot things with Joe, so Joe's not alone.
We're not gonna get sprinklers for a while.
I know, but I'm saying like, this is
Future.
where we would do it. I didn't. This is my first time
Dang.
playing this map.
Really?
They're asleep. May I remind you,
Or
it's 4 a.m.
I guess that makes sense. It's the first time playing this map too, but I know a bunch of stuff because I'd be watching.
So wait,
I'd be
Lando, why are
staring
you
at
up?
the screen.
If all your friends are asleep, why are you up?
Never mind. He's being
Stop.
creepy.
Stop.
Watching
stop,
them sleep.
Stop. 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 I knew it. Stop. Nah, there was a friend of mine who legit did that one time, and it was kind of creepy.
Did what?
So he, during junior year, there was a very good friend of mine. He had like really bad case of insomnia. So like for a 7-day trip, he slept 2 hours.
Why?
I have a
He
friend who has
physically couldn't
bad
sleep.
Insomnia.
So what happened was
Hi, Lemmy.
we're 4 people in the room.
Hello.
I took the bed to myself. 2 of my other friends took the bed, and he took like a chair in the corner. And the thing was, the chair in the corner is right where if I wake up, I see it. So every time I woke up in the middle of the night, he's just staring straight ahead, and it looked like he's looking right at me. It was the creepiest thing I've ever experienced in a room.
I just want to say stuff you, Namu.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
stop
stuff
a
you
little
too.
I have a Looney turned up all the way too. What the heck? Hi,
Looney's just
Cal. Welcome in.
yeah,
Oh wait, is my volume low?
yeah, it's a little bit
Not
low,
for me.
but I can hear you.
Alright, so we saw that.
Nah, we just roll die
Thank you,
again.
Namu.
I
that
don't
was
think
by
we missed
accident.
anything.
Wait, how's it now? Cause
It's better. Thank you.
no problem.
How are you doing, Lemmy?
If I'm still up,
Wait, so when you do Stardew Valley,
Why are you
like,
up?
is it?
no. Oh, I'm off tomorrow. I mean, sorry.
Oh, okay. Is it what?
So when you do Stardew Valley, is it like crossplay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, the one that I'm. Wait. I don't know. Wait, is it? I think it is,
I
right?
don't know.
Like, so I do have it on my
No.
Xbox Game Pass,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not sure because you know sometimes it doesn't like it doesn't
Allow you-
crossplay with like
yeah.
Steam.
Oh, gotcha.
Cosplay Steam
did
and
w-
what?
Xbox Game Pass. I'm pretty sure it does, right?
Yeah, let me look
I
it
feel like
up.
this one would.
When we played, didn't one of us have it on Steam? Or am I mistaken?
I have it on Steam.
Stardew Valley.
Oh, you have it on Steam?
Cross.
Mhm.
Then I played it with you, Kimchi. I played it on
Play.
Game Pass.
So Steam
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
Xbox can, Switch cannot. Hello, Panda. What the hell?
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
good,
that
Hal?
makes sense.
Panda,
Yeah.
what? With the facts, I had to buy it thrice so I could play different. Oh, damn!
What?
Addicted.
I'm so
Wait,
Oh, I
happy.
love this
Public
game
lobby.
too.
I'm out of school.
Cold is better than
Oh
COVID.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
careful.
Yeah, I had like my
Booty, let's go!
multimedia friends, but they were like in 12th grade, so they graduated.
Let's go!
Oh sweet. Did you go to the graduation?
No, I couldn't.
Mm.
Aw.
But like, I didn't know them too well. I was just at like, you know some of the older students in multimedia.
Gotcha, you know of them pretty much.
Yeah, because they're like the leaders of the group, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to make a scarecrow.
Oh shoot.
I still don't know the proper strategy. If you're supposed to be
Nah,
Yeah,
Hal, you
part-
still up? I'm kind of surprised, to be honest.
Oh, dude, he's.
Why is
Yeah.
everyone up right now?
We're
Usually,
demons.
Hal usually just stays up, anyways.
We're demons, that's why.
I usually don't stay up
Oh,
ever.
and I lost the control of my
anymore.
life.
What?
Namu,
Are
that,
you okay, Namu?
Namu, brother, that was a bombshell. He's like,
Are
yeah, he
you
always stays
okay?
up. We're demons, yeah.
Am
lost
I
control of my
wrong?
life.
No.
Why can't I drag this
Mm.
into the trash can?
Namu, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to comment, so for the sake
Bro,
of our
what do you
brotherhood, no
mean?
comment.
What
I can't
guys,
grab
what
this
do you
into
want?
the cat.
Do
What the
it.
fuck?
Do I have your permission?
Yes.
To what? To what? What are you doing?
Yeah, his life's messed up right now.
Yep.
Do elaborate.
Nope, that's him. That's all him.
Oh, like I just got out of school.
What,
What,
like,
do
did
I
he become
do?
like a pimp or something? I don't know.
I forgot.
I'm on
Oh,
chaotic
I
high,
forgot.
okay?
I forgot to be a dick.
I'm just high.
You're
I mean,
high?
what?
I said I'm on chaotic high. And that's exactly what
What
I'm
does
like.
that mean?
High.
He's high off chaos.
Oh,
Like I'm high off violence.
wow. Okay, no.
What?
It's cross-platform, not cross-play. Oh my god, you're fucking dumb. All of us are dumb. Go to sleep.
Dude,
You're hella
what?
dumb.
I forgot instantly.
I'm dead. Woo, that was funny.
I have ice cream.
Good shit. Panda, why are you awake? Why the fuck is everyone awake? Everyone go to fuck to sleep.
That's a
And you go to
book.
sleep.
Cheddar, who is sleep? What the fuck is sleep? Huh?
Sleep
Yeah,
is a
I am
cousin of-
sleeping.
You're
You're
not.
sleeping.
Kimchi,
Yeah.
the title of
My
a
tastes
book,
kind of bad.
and it's by Samuel L. Jackson.
Hello, I'm back. Dude, first day, like, mom's not here, and I forgot to take my medicine.
Go
Uh-oh.
check it.
Yeah, I took it already. That's when I said that tastes bad.
Oh.
Because I was like, damn,
See?
Oops.
what is he? Oh, I'm like,
See ya.
who is this?
It's me.
Gotta get my money.
Blinking and sleeping are two impossibilities. Oh god. Oh god. No.
I have to go. My phone's going to die. And with me forgot my phone charger. Ooh,
Who forgot their phone charger?
Lando.
Lando, how could you forget your phone charger and not be here for Joe's stream?
I know, right, man? Nah, I'm more surprised he forgot it for a sleepover. or that no one at that sleepover has a phone charger.
Dude,
It's
my
almost
friend-
5 p.m. there. Where are you?
What?
Blinking is sleeping for that brief moment. Shut up.
Wait, maybe Rika's from Australia?
Wait, what's the time zone? Right? What time is it for them right now?
Philippines. Nice.
Al,
Look,
how did your mic jump that high?
Bruh.
Me?
Yeah.
Just
Sorry,
for
I
the
was
word
getting- I got
Philippines.
excited.
Just for the word
Oh.
Philippines. I kid you
I'm
not.
Filipino.
Joe,
what are you
don't.
on about? We're Filipino.
Oh, I understand. I'm just saying, just for that word, your mic spiked.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with what I said, Namu.
That's how the
Thought you were gonna
Philippines
say
works.
something.
Yeah, if anyone like there's like a running gag in a lot of communities where it's like the Filipino audience gets like hella excited when it's mentioned when like anyone talks about it, like the Philippines, because I don't know, just go like that.
What? I can't fish there? That's
I
booty.
believe it.
That's booty.
Yeah.
Look at her trying not to cuss while her sister's around.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh,
I
I
didn't
say
get.
that shit all the time.
I didn't get a Pokemon card. That's so booty.
Oh, shit.
That's
What
his
the-
booty.
What?
Dang.
Why do you have to say it in that context?
Why did it have to be a Pokemon card?
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna play GTA.
He switched over to GTA.
Because he
I
told
knew
me
it.
to.
I didn't get a Pokemon card. That's booty.
The draw of money and violence has called Namu.
Dude,
It's
Ate,
the
do you
drugs.
do you remember when it
That
was
too.
like when you introduced me to Overwatch and then like you guys left the house and then I like cursed hella, but like
Oh my god, yeah?
oh my god,
They all
I
have
was
phones and
I just got so angry. It was my first shooter game I ever played, like that I got into. Like I played COD before, but it was not like that. Like I did not own that shit.
Oh,
And
my God.
it was I got so into Overwatch, and then I would talk to how did I go on VC? I don't even know,
Oh my god, my brother plays Overwatch.
but I remember when it came out, and then but I
I
my
used to play it for
vocabulary.
days on end.
The
Doesn't
vocabulary.
Blizzard made that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's not comment on Blizzard.
What, the greatest gaming company of all time? Treats their
Shut
employees with
it.
treats their employees with hella respect.
With so much.
No, never has had any scandals in their entire gaming history.
Because we used to not get mentioned a lot by other countries, so it's a big deal for some of us. That's true. It's very true. Very, very true. Mm.
You said compared to what?
Compared to like Valve or something.
Honestly,
Fair.
the moments Gravity says, obviously, for a split second, I thought she meant about Joe hearing police sirens.
Oh. No.
Obviously.
Obviously.
Joe,
Gabby.
jail, same.
Gabby, is that really what you thought? Is that what you felt? I feel hurt now.
No. That is what Namu did.
That's what Namu wanted to hear.
Insinuated.
You caught me.
It is
Alright,
hilarious.
Night
to see
Lando,
people go
Night
insane
Lando.
when PH gets mentioned. Yeah.
Night Lando.
Lando.
I haven't gone back to the Philippines in a long time. It's been a minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The last time we went was 2017.
Oh wow.
Gotcha.
That was a long ass time ago.
Oh, it's raining. I should have my
I'll save
hoe.
money and let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Kimchi.
Does that mean that you're taking me or?
No.
Philippine money?
Can I come?
Yeah.
Where are we
Uh,
going?
Joe?
My family
Yeah?
comes from Cebu.
Did you
I'm
make a
too
public
broke.
lobby or private?
I probably accidentally did a private lobby. Cause I thought it was just one person.
Anywhere besides Cebu.
We can go private if you want. I'm just finishing the
No,
last
there's
mission.
there's like
been
Lady
to-
Avery. I don't know if you know.
Behold, right?
Oh.
I don't
Well,
know.
I'm gonna finish this mission
I
up.
don't
'Cause I'm
know. I
already
only
almost
remember
done.
Cebu, but that's because
Okay.
And then you want to just go to the
like,
closed friend lobby?
my brain was only like aware of.
I think she's
I actually
pretty
looked.
chill.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
after,
legitimately thought it was private
the
because
first-
I legit
the
did not see
second and
anybody.
third time.
Very good.
'Cause did I go when I was like a baby? And then another time when I was like 3 or 4? I do not remember.
You went when you were 2, and then a little bit older. So 2019, how old were you? Or 2017, sorry.
I don't know.
A4?
2017 was 6 years ago.
God, time
No,
went by
it
so
was.
quickly.
Don't
Was it
dox my age.
2017? I don't remember. I really don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Don't dox my age.
Normally,
You was like setting me up for this. You was like 2017. You was this.
you know what's funny though is you asked how old were you?
Okay. I was just thinking. Okay. I was like,
We usually just visit our family. We
old
stay
were
there
you?
for about
and then I was like
a
thinking
month or
about
something.
this, and then how
You and your
you're
sis.
streaming and how Joe's streaming.
We have a huge age gap. It's a very,
we
very
got
big
you.
age gap. It's like 15 years. I'm old. I'm old.
Alright.
Okay, what are we doing today? I feel like we're not making any progress. We love it.
We getting money.
And drugs.
So we have
I barely have money in this game. What the fuck? An old 12-year-old? Oh god. Oh yeah. I remember saying I'm 12. When do we get
You're
the kitty
12?
cat? I want a kitty cat.
Oh no.
There's a big.
So I have a question, Kimchi. You're 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it legal for you to be married at 12 in your state?
What if I just am not in my state?
Is it legal for you to get married at 12 in the US?
What state is that?
Dude, it's just a joke.
Hey, see? She switched up real quick. She switched up real quick when the law got involved. She's out in the feds showing up at my door. The FBI we down moment.
You're gonna get everything
open
taken out of context here.
Absolutely. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do?
Negative.
Oh.
She said negative.
Oh well, it's more fun that way. What are you up to right now, Namu? What are you up to right now?
Just driving around, I guess.
Actually, after I finish this part, do you want to help me with the casino heist mission?
Oh yeah, sure.
I did half this up, I think. There's just a little more I have to do.
Yeah, let's Robin Hood shit up.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Wait,
never
Robin the
played
Hood?
GTA.
Yep.
Yeah, Namu, I'm down to rob the hood anytime. I mean, what?
And this is why you got weird people.
Oh, hold on.
Wait, no, we're not
That's
those
not
guys.
on me.
No.
How the hell
Can I
did
buy
Coolio-san get me
bean starter?
that?
What, Gabby?
Can I buy a bean starter?
A bean?
Bean.
Like
are
I
you
said,
talking about?
Namu, the only saving grace that I told you was that
Bean
Fiore did not
seeds.
know a single thing he was talking about.
Can we grow beans?
I
Okay.
don't know.
Sure.
No, like, can I buy it right now?
Oh, we have split money.
Oh, we have split money. What the heck?
Yeah.
She said, "Split money, man. Your money, my money."
She doesn't want any of that.
She like, no, your money, my
Actually,
money.
no, that's smart. That's smart. No, get split money, cause then you can just combo it later.
Nah, she meant your money's my money. We gotta use it for what I want.
Huh? No, it's split. What? What are you guys talking about?
That's
guys
why she
confusing
said,
me.
"Why is it split?"
I love how now she just like reacted to what you just said.
I know she got the delayed reaction.
Oh my gosh.
Because she was focused on doing something. She was fishing.
I was
It's okay,
literally
Gravity.
not
We
paying
got your
attention,
back.
you guys.
I found a book.
Yeah. I got bread.
I like to eat bread.
I do too.
I
Bun?
like yeast rolls.
Come bun?
Kimchi using that Spanish she practicing.
Yeah, that's all I learned yesterday. Eat
I don't-
bread.
Dude, I took Spanish 1, failed it, don't know any Spanish.
Wait, what?
She started Spanish 1, failed, and now she don't know any Spanish.
Oh.
They put me in Spanish 2 last year, even though I failed Spanish 1. I did not know what the heck was happening, and they were like, "Wait, what? You was in Spanish 2? What? Wait, my bad."
They say my bad.
They were like so confused. They were like, "How did that happen? That's not right."
Thank you for the like, Rika.
And then they took me out of it. Thank God.
Yay. Has anyone ever tried yeast rolls?
No.
No.
It's so
Or
good.
yeah, I already
Very good.
did.
Yeah.
They're like sweet rolls, and it tastes good when it's hot.
Yeah.
And you add butter.
They're delicious.
Yes, I think it's. I can
Oh, let
only
me
find it
guess.
down
Someone took your sweet rolls.
What was that,
Sorry.
Namu?
What?
I was making a Skyrim reference.
Sorry, Namu.
Looks like
Don't
I'm
talk
the
about
only
taking
one.
my sweet rolls.
Yeah, I think it's the only one because it went over my head too.
Because I'm the only one that got it.
I like Skyrim, but I guess I wasn't too invested.
Oh, there's hella people in there.
Wait, isn't Skyrim the one where it says, "I took a knee to the arrow"? I mean,
Arrow to the knee.
Yeah, arrow to the knee. knee to the arrow.
Imagine knee and an arrow. That's
Wait, isn't
tough.
that from like Monty Python? Or no?
Huh?
Isn't it originally from Monty Python?
I don't know.
Like in the Holy Grail.
Oh,
No
Do you
idea.
guys, do you guys
I
know what I'm
like.
talking about?
Wait, say it again. I like that
No.
movie.
Yeah, I thought it was originally from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Uh,
Or no?
I just know the killer rabbits in the
And the
movie.
Holy Grenade.
Rabbit.
And the Knights of Knee.
And they. Yeah. That's a crazy movie.
That's a what? A what?
Yeah,
A crazy
it is.
movie, Monty
I
Python.
heard that's a crazy booby.
No,
Movie.
Damn,
It's
that
like-
booby is crazy.
It's like the movie is so crazy because it kind of like innovates on like
Mhm.
like on like that kind of humor. Cause like before
Slapstick
like movies,
comedy.
yeah. Cause before movies were not like that, like or it did not like do that as much. Like hella stricter.
That was a perfect dive, Joe.
I know. Beautiful.
I give it a 5 out of 10.
You know what? Considering I'm somehow able to swim in this game, I'll take it.
Fully clothed too.
Exactly.
Potatoes.
And in the rain. Come on, you gotta give me at least a few more extra points for that.
Missing.
Okay. 5.5.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I would prefer at least it hitting a 6 out of 10, but no. I'll take the 5.5. That's higher than what I needed on my exam to pass. So
I'll give you a 10 out of 10 if you can do
More
it out
fish?
helicopter.
if I can kill if I just for the helicopter,
If you dive off a helicopter while flying.
dive off the helicopter. All right. Oof. Okay. Wait. Not how did I was gonna say, did I glitch through the game? Okay. You know what? I'll try it. After I escape, I'll try it. Okay. How do I get to the helicopter though? It's back there. I think I go to a lower level. Ahem. Excuse me.
To grow beans because the birds can't eat them.
There. Better.
Oh, really? Wait, how do we get the scarecrow?
You have to harvest your first thing of crops.
I just blew one up.
Okay.
So we have to wait.
I see.
But once we get
They
that,
take away my.
then we can.
They took my helicopter away.
Oof.
Oh my goodness. I keep
Okay,
getting
no.
freaking dirt.
Yeah, the other, like, it's still
Sorry, Lumi. Looks like I
better
can't do it
to
this time.
Fish at the other places, I think. But like, this is more convenient.
Can we build
Oops.
stone
No.
sign? Wooden sign. Let's build some stuff.
Are you gonna build paths? Around the farm, like the food. Man, what the frick? Me broken glasses.
How far do I have to go from the boat?
What you mean?
There we go.
Or more.
Online. All right, where's my casino? My casino is here. Wait, that's a nightclub. Hold up.
Bed already? Let me put down these.
Yeah, I get my energy is really low because I'm like been clearing out trees.
I've been dilly-dallying.
Oh, the ferry is going to. Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm gonna head to my arcade.
Okay.
Going to buff our stuff.
Wow.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Them potatoes. Them potatoes.
Damn potatoes.
Only 40.
Actually,
oh my goodness.
Let me leave my
Payday is tomorrow.
organization, and you can just like invite me. You can just invite me over.
Sure thing. As soon as I get off the water.
But it's gonna be sunny. Oh, we have good luck today. Like, really good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll get
All
the.
right, where's my mechanic?
I'll harvest the like crow.
Okay.
Potato patch. And then if that doesn't boost me, I'm gonna take over the potatoes. Because the potatoes already grown because of the
House
fairies.
3, nightclub service.
Okay, we need to do ore soon.
Okay, I'm keeping 2 of every thing we collect. So there's 2 potatoes and 2 parsnips. Okay.
Okay.
For the community center. You gotta harvest this so that you can level up in farming. This is rubbish.
Look at me, I'm a farmer.
Farmer Kimchi in the building.
What's up? Hi, Lunar. How are you doing?
Fermentation.
Oh no, not that word.
Need a little help.
What game was that? Do wood around? Wood fence.
No
Make
problem,
sure to
Lunar.
keep room for Scarecrow. We need 12 potato seeds, right? Because there's 4 by 3 missing.
It's 15.
But a couple haven't grown.
Oh. Hold on 1 second.
It's 12.
Potato? Yes, 12.
Okay.
Potato.
Potato.
Oh,
Who the hell
fuck,
says
I'm broke.
potato? I've never heard anyone actually say that.
Dude, I spent like all my money. I'm like, I actually have 0 money. And I only got 7 potato seeds. I'm so poor.
I feel you.
Me too.
What is you on about? I see you have at least a little G, even with your camera in the way.
Mine?
No.
Mine says 59.
59.
1,000.
Yes.
59,000. Gabby, that's what she meant to say.
59 billion.
What are you guys going on about right now?
She did the money glitch, and now she don't have to worry about money ever
Let's do
again.
the money glitch. Fuck this.
Yo, is someone trying to
Yeah.
To.
All right. Bro, is he immortal?
I'm taking
Well, you
the
need help?
freaking table outside.
You're putting
Bro,
a
he's
table
actually
outside?
immortal. I can't
Hey,
kill him.
isn't it the money glitch on the table, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
are
is
we
he
actually doing
hacking?
it?
Fucking
I'm just
go.
trying to cash,
It's not
man.
hacking if it's part of the game.
It's not.
Really not.
God.
Spifx. After if we just do potatoes, it's not gonna be as bad, right?
Let's just go
Come
to
on.
a
Yeah.
different.
I'm about to. I
Okay.
just wanted my G's cash, man. That's all I wanted.
This
How do you do it again?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
Joe, how do we do this
How do
again?
you do this?
Oh, you
I
guys
don't know. I've
instant
never
money glitch?
done this before.
All right, so you guys
Wait.
need a table. One of
Uh-huh.
you
Wait,
has
just
to
put it down a
spam
little?
throw, like continually, like throw like the object, pick it up immediately, as fast as you can, and in between the other person has to try and pick it up in between, right?
Yeah, you're
If you
doing
guys
too
do it right,
fast.
it duplicates the item.
I don't think it's working. I don't think we're good at this. We're not good at this.
Oh
I don't
no!
remember how we did it.
Yo, Joe,
I
we
really
should go
just
to a
don't
different.
remember.
Yeah, I'm about to. I'll invite you to a close friend session.
How do I put something on the sign?
You
I need
said-
paper.
No, you just gotta. No.
No,
Oh,
I'm
I'm thinking of
struggling,
Minecraft.
and I love it.
Like,
Oh, that's how you do it.
What?
Wait, you can't do that. That's not what that one is.
Talking about what?
oh my bad.
Hold
Just
on.
get the parsnip.
And
It's in the...
yeah, we are struggling.
What is you doing? Look, okay, look. I got it. Look. Oh my goodness.
I thought it was funny.
You
What
thought?
is you doing?
It just looked like you guys were passing a potato.
That's what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
know.
They're playing hot potato.
Potato, hot potato.
It was, I was playing more
Oh,
hot
you had to invite
potato.
me.
I know.
Wait, I don't
My
want
social
this.
club's acting
Fuck.
super weird though.
Oh,
It's super
well,
slow.
Made it.
Here, I'll just make
so
I'll just make a
might
friend
as well
session.
put it down. That was Apex Legends.
All right, Namu, try joining me directly.
Oh man, I want to play
hold
an FPS game. Gabby, let's play a FPS game.
I don't like the games.
Really, you don't like Overwatch? Fuck! I picked up the table.
I don't know how to do this.
Put down.
Yeah, I put it
Oh, this is
down.
entertaining.
Where's the potato?
I don't know what the fuck is happening.
What
the
did
fuck
you
are we
do to
doing?
the potato?
Did she eat the potatoes?
What the fuck, Gabby?
It's on the table.
It wasn't on the table.
I put it on the table already.
Look at my screen, bro.
Kimchi, did you
Dude,
pick it up?
I
Look at
don't
my
know.
screen.
What
And
is
here we are
happening?
just listening and chill like a sibling.
You know what's ironic,
fight
Namu?
right now.
Kimchi said that we were going to be the ones yelling.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
GTA,
okay,
you feel me?
okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
We've been calm the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you pick it up?
There's nothing on the table.
You picked up the table.
So Namu,
Because
who
there's
knew
nothing on the
Stardew?
table, bro.
Who knew Stardew would be more inducing?
What's happening?
All right.
I can't go.
Are you able to join my lobby, Namu, or no?
Mm-hmm. I'm joining you. Hold on.
Okay. Now let me get to my casino.
Wait, so do you have one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And you should stop
Okay,
at the casino
Maybe
so I
you're
can spin
supposed
the
to
wheel.
have.
Oh, same here.
Oh, I think
You
I
have
know
to
how
have
to
a
do it.
full inventory.
Mm,
It's clearly on the table, Rika. No.
No,
Go
yeah,
back
no,
to
no.
lurking. You're clearly
No,
lurking.
just no. Yeah. No,
We all
I'm
need
getting
help.
it. It's
Wow.
just that look, I cannot place it down because I have to pick it up for me. So like I
You're
have
pressing your
7 now.
viewers to go lurking? What's wrong
That's
with
what
you?
I'm saying. Kimchi's saying
Go
no.
See?
back to lurking.
She said, don't be
Goddamn.
active. Go
Okay,
back
go-
to lurking. We don't
So,
want
look,
you.
Like I'm gonna
Hey,
start
bitch.
picking it up, right?
Like,
And then you just
damn.
have to.
Kimchi's
You're
happy.
like
Go
you're
back to
getting
lurking.
it,
God
right?
damn.
Yeah, I have one. How many do you have?
I only have one, but it's like duplicate. So when I do it like quickly, that's when you get it.
Viewers of the Fatal Kimchi channel, do not be oppressed.
The
You do
bird
have the
of
freedom.
fire.
Fight for it.
Yep, and if you want to join the freedom movement, come join Afrojoe TTV. You feel me? We believe in freedom over here.
Yeah, take all my viewers. It's fine.
Okay, I'll just keep doing it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was stretching. You know, I have it.
You
Wait,
know
I
what,
don't see
Namu?
anything anymore.
That made me
Oh.
sick. I feel like I just pulled a boom man.
I'm not
You
ticklish,
did.
but I
You
don't
really
like the
did.
idea of you know how people
I feel
you
sick
like
now. I'm
photos of-
sorry. Stay over
My
at
Alexa's
Kimchi's.
But you know
broken.
what? Here's the thing. I'm not gonna leave you behind, so I just give you a shout.
Wait, so we can do it with potatoes.
Yes,
now.
Namu. That's my
You
homie
know
right
what?
there.
Hold on. Give me
Crap like
one
that.
second.
I don't like the idea of people
That's a
just
real
real
homie.
fingers and just touching me random place. Watch her up. She's about to Ahmad you. Watch.
Wow! He banned me.
You banned him?
I
Pull
didn't
a
ban
boom.
him.
Oh,
Kimchi.
Kimchi what?
what did
Namu
you
doesn't
do?
watch my streams anyway.
But he's what?
Namu,
Why do
you
I
still
have
banned?
hella potatoes?
Namu, you still banned, buddy?
I think so.
She
And I feel
bring up
sad.
like Limit. What?
Damn. Wait, potatoes are so much more easy to
I
duplicate.
am so.
I'm tired.
I'm so sad right now.
You're unbanned, Namu.
Wait, how many do you have?
I have like 11.
And I'm no longer
Wait.
I'm no longer a mod. I'm no longer a homie.
I never
I'm no
banned
longer,
him.
I'm no longer a. What
just-
you
Oh.
did?
Yeah.
No,
All right,
I
Kimchi,
unmodded.
I'm about to. Did you unmod?
I only unmodded him. Why? What are you guys going on about? What the fuck is wrong with you guys right now?
I'm about to look. I'm about to look.
It
through the-
literally
No,
just says you have removed as a mod of this channel.
actually,
Yeah.
Oh my
that's
god. Okay,
action.
that's enough. I have like
okay,
42.
there we go.
I was
No,
gonna
because
say.
I was
actually-
a mod
I was
view.
gonna
That's
say.
why.
I was gonna say I can't even see
But
your actions,
still-
actually.
Gabby, you're the
But
you're
still-
you're gonna be the only one that's rich here because
Oh. My bad. Here, wait. Let me
Alright,
split
Namu,
it.
we're going to Vegas, baby. We're going to
Honestly,
Vegas, baby.
honestly, I tried to like give like the chance for the people to fight back, and now this is what I get.
Here.
When you're the voice of the people, it's always hard, man.
Boycott kimchi.
Oh wait, fuck.
That's okay,
Here,
Kimchi.
You just
I-
gave me one.
I gave you
Boycott
some.
Yeah.
You got 20,
Namu,
right?
I
22?
won $25,000. Let's go.
Okay. It should be
They gave me
good.
one.
I
Also,
like this
it's-
table.
this-
Let's move it over here.
This was kind of weird.
Okay.
I tried to give a shout out to Joe, but somehow
a
it just
great
played. It just
table
gave me
for
a shout out
making
instead.
things. Building.
Yeah.
Because I have the auto shout out. So
No, but I already
Also, you have a
like.
mail one too. Yours should have a mail shout out, right, don't you?
What?
You have a mail shout out as well, right?
Yeah, but it like I think there's like a timer on it though.
For the manual one?
No, for the
She was talking
for
about the
the auto
manual
one.
one.
Yeah, but if you type in my chat, then it auto shouts you out.
Yeah, but he was saying he tried shouting me out, and it, yeah. So, okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You use the same
So
command for both. Do you use like the same? Like, it doesn't
No,
use the
it's
same
not a
like background command.
It's not a command. It's a chat. The second you chat something,
No, I'm saying I
it
get
auto
that,
shouts you out.
but what is doing the shout out? Like exactly, that's what I'm saying. So like, is the same service doing a shout out?
Yes.
Then that's why it has a cooldown. So what he's saying is that when he tried to shout me out, because Namu commented, shouted him out first.
That's what I said.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a cooldown between the two.
I said it was.
But
yeah,
you said no.
I said it was timed.
I have to go to sleep.
You literally just
my
said no,
God.
Kimchi.
Dude, I feel already sad already.
Yo, we got
I
scared
know.
clothes.
Kimchi unmodded me, and now I'm not her homie anymore.
I feel
Oh
that.
God.
Just the hoe.
Here goes the more dramatic stuff happening.
Yeah, I'm a fucking bitch.
You say you ain't the homie, you just a hoe. I heard that in Lumi.
I'm just a hoe.
I mean, if you said it.
And she
That's
accepted
okay,
it.
Kimchi. I gave you a shout out in Joe's channel.
It's every time I
He
get
went to the
Joe
effort
and
of
Namu
manually.
in a chat,
I know.
they just gang up on me for no reason. It's fine. I'm used to it.
Pause. And also no. We did not gang up on you, Kimchi.
We need to go the
Follow
other
me.
top.
I'm sorry, hold on. Give me a second. You want me to what?
Okay. We need to grow the other crops.
Oh, I'm
She's so full of blue
what
man,
should
by
we
the way.
grow?
Oh,
We
absolutely.
can grow the cauliflower. That makes big bucks.
But you know what's ironic, Namu? She
What?
says we double team her when we were together. Does she not notice that every time we get multiple females in the stream, they double team on me?
Where did all our wood
Consistently.
go? Did you? Where's the wood?
What the hell?
I put it back.
Look,
Okay.
there was no better way of phrasing that without getting worse.
You're like, yes.
I'm gonna go get cauliflower. The homie's having a bad time period right now. Lend them a packs.
After, did you sell
Hey, yo.
fiber?
Yes.
Oh my god, we need that to make scarecrows.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Rita,
Well, it
thank
doesn't
you for the
open
follow. I
for a
appreciate you. I
while.
appreciate you.
Oh my god, you really got someone to fall. Oh my god, Namu!
Namu, you are the GOAT.
Wait a minute, how's this my fault?
No!
Namu, you are amazing.
Because you shouted him out on my stream.
See, I told you, she never wanted to see the homie come up. I'm here, homie. Absolutely. Welcome to this
Oh
crew.
my
Welcome to
God,
the gang.
oh
You
my
know.
God, oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, we believe in
Hey,
freedom.
I didn't do. I didn't
Namu,
do
you shouted me
anything.
out. You a real homie. Namu,
Mm-hmm.
just be grateful. You a real homie. You feel me?
How many
Shout the
cauliflowers?
brother out.
15?
I'm laughing what Lunar
Yeah.
said.
Right, I'm just like, you know, I just give a shout out. I
Do you
didn't
want
say
anything
like
else?
go
Also, how
follow
you doing?
Joe.
You doing good?
What do you want to grow on the other one? You can choose.
That's
How many
Rika's
days
choice.
Don't do beans.
Exactly. Now we
Good.
can't force
Cauliflower?
anyone to do anything.
Yeah, sure.
He just presented
So
them
more
opportunities
cauliflower?
and they took it. You know? Alright.
Wait, what did you say?
Oh, Namu, I like the new drip. I like the new drip, Namu.
Cauliflower with more cauliflower? And let me.
I need to go shopping soon.
I like cauliflower.
I'm about the whole store eventually, Namu.
Do you like cauliflower, guys?
Yes.
We love freedom. Absolutely. Absolutely. We
Cauliflower
love
food.
freedom.
She said food.
I'm not talking about freedom. I'm talking about cauliflower.
Oh,
Wait, food?
dang.
Cauliflower.
Yeah, this is my
is
conversation. Where the food at?
I thought she said cauliflower. Cauliflower. Oh, dang, I can't say it.
Yeah, cauliflower.
Flower collie.
Cauliflower. I mean, what?
What? What the fuck is that?
Cambridge University.
Aren't we all just
Oh, yeah,
mispronouncing
you gotta-
cauliflower? Yeah.
You guys should get those things.
Yeah, we eventually get nuts.
Group. Oh, I was about to say it. The security ban thing.
Oh my god.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it out loud.
Oh, yes, you do, Namu. I know you want to. Here, let me.
All right, group sex.
Whoa!
That's crazy, man.
The group sex van? Is that what
Yeah,
you're talking?
the group sex.
Oh no, Rika, I don't care.
No, you have to
I'm
say
just
van. You
messing
have to
with
say
them.
van. That's important, Namu. It's
Nah,
a van.
how we
the
show
group sex
that we
gear,
love
the
each
group sex
other.
van, the group sex.
Yeah, group sex
hat.
van. You know what time it is? Yeah.
What?
Thank you for the head pats.
I'm not lying. That's what it's called.
What are you guys on about?
We're having two different conversations. I'm conversing with chat.
Yeah, we're just talking about how my next mission involves me getting a group sex van for the mission.
Okay. Look, I'm all about the chaotic energy, but where the fuck is the train wreck of a conversation going even? I don't know. Honestly.
Can y'all calm down? It's GRUPPE.
Oh
Group
my God.
sex SECH.
Duh.
Come on. Phantomo? Hold up. The OG?
It's
Namu-
2:30 and Joe's very
More.
loud. I gotta turn him down.
I'm sorry.
No, we can't hear him. Great.
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
What can
Wow.
Why did you turn them down all the way?
What, Gabby?
Why did you
I'm
turn
doing
them
good,
down
Mo.
all the
How's
way?
it going? How's it going?
Oh my god, he's so loud. Wait, what did you say, Gabby?
Why did you turn him down all the way?
I didn't turn him down all the way. His voice fluctuates when he gets excited. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Look, if you guys want me to get louder,
Frickin'
I will.
Phantom Mo,
But
okay?
he does all the time. It's like, wait, Lunar, don't say that.
I know what the heck.
Do you want me to get louder? 'Cause I'll do it right now.
What? What is going on?
Hey, yo, you got
Where
a
is
horny
this
bro.
conversation?
What the fuck? Do you
I know
what-
none of
do
you
you know
guys
what they said
are
in
talking
chat, bro?
about. Hold up. I
It's
know
just
none of
Afro
you.
Joe hit horny hour.
Absolutely.
Why are you saying this on my
absolutely.
stream right now? I wasn't
And also,
saying it.
I don't want to hear anyone talk about me getting loud. All of
Where'd all the voices go? They disappeared. Ah, no more voices in my head. Feels great. Wait, I can skip this. My bad. I'm wasting time. I'm wasting time. I don't even know why I'm up so late. I just watered the fucking floor, bro. What? Okay. I need to go turn in this artifact. And Dan, I need to go crack this geode open. Yes, yes, I do. I haven't played in so long, I don't know the map. Like, I don't remember where everything specifically is. It's... Where
Where do I turn in the artifacts? Is it under? Oh my god, getting stuck on nothing. Shit. Oh fuck, I left my sister in the chat with them.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm unfiltered.
Hello.
Yeah, but we do have a minor, so I've at least had to attempt to show, you know, some tats, Namu. I've been so busy with work. I work and sleep. That's about it lately. How is work and the game streaming? Okay, work is work. I think we all can agree of that. You know, work is. Gaming has been fun. We played so.
Likes to talk a lot. I mean, he's streaming too, so it's fine. I'm just in a quiet mood because it's been a long day and I went to work. I woke up hella early. I think I woke up at 6 actually, not earlier than 6:30. I think I woke up at 6:30. But I had work from like, I want to say 7:30. Then I had a doctor's appointment. God, everything was just so draining. I was very tired. Your character looks like Sailor Mars to me. Yeah, I'm also in power saving mode. Yeah. You're so quick with that. What the hell? It's true. I've had a long day and I've spent a lot of my time like cleaning and just doing like stuff that I've been needing to do for a while. So let's see, can we make a scarecrow yet? Wood, coal, fiber. Okay. Oh god, she's asked me to go pick this up. I just need to have a full like inventory. Okay. Hopefully it's working. You're dancing in bed? Is it the music? It's just funny because when I play back the VOD, it doesn't have like the music. It's so fucking funny. Okay, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Look, I have golfer's elbow. I'm going to physical therapy, and if it doesn't work, they're gonna shoot an electrode down this nerve and see how slow my hand's reaction is. Like, it's crazy. It's so crazy. The melody is nice. I like anything with like a heavier bass. Bunger?
It is straight out of Book of Villains. I love it.
Bungu. Pizza.
Pizza.
Can I get pizza?
Oh,
No,
pizza.
I had noodles earlier. Well, I still have them. I just eat really slow, and now they're cold.
Aw.
I forget to.
Can you just like heat them up
eat
again?
my food.
Just so you forget to eat.
No, I like.
She is child. It's hard for her to.
I just like play video games, and then I
Oh
forget about my
no!
food.
Don't make this a Lando situation, please.
What?
It's hard for her to remember to eat.
It's like right in front of me, but I just forget.
Joe?
It's Kimchi's sister. It's Kimchi's sister. It's Kimchi's sister. It's Kimchi's sister.
Joe?
Now
You
I'm
want bass too? Yeah.
Now I'm just giving up on the next generation.
I want to learn how to play bass.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Wait,
I had
guitar
faith.
bass?
I
Yeah.
had faith in Gabby and everything else, but when it comes to food, I'm just giving up on this generation coming up.
Wait, what?
Hi.
I'm giving up.
Let's
Namu.
just say we just know a certain youth that has a weird eating schedule or priority.
A non-existent one.
I mean, like, no, I like remember to eat, but I just like am really slow when it comes to eating. I'm also a picky eater.
Oh my god, sometimes it takes her a whole hour when everyone takes 30 minutes. That's how slow.
No, sometimes it
Wait, what do you
can take
mean?
like an hour and a half.
See? She even agrees.
Okay, but here's the question: you do still remember to eat,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I just eat it really
You just
slow.
eat slow. I can
Yeah.
forgive slow eating.
I eat slow.
Really? Especially if like maybe, you gotta go somewhere.
Okay, kimchi, I'm different. I was raised to eat in 5 minutes because I always had to rush everywhere as a kid. But that's not healthy and that's not normal. But I can forgive someone slow eating because at least the intent is there to eat. I can't forgive people forgetting to eat or choosing not to eat. Unless it's for a health reason.
I used to choose I used to be really bad about that though. Because like I kind of just would ignore it because I was like, I was just like so picky to the point where I would ignore it. But like I've kind of gone out of that. I was like really young though. I remember
See, your
I just
sister has hope, kimchi. That's fine.
I skipped like school like always, but like I wouldn't eat breakfast either. So like it was so bad.
Wait, you
But
skipped
I was like,
school to
You
eat?
can't eat when you sleep and you choose to sleep, so.
I mean, I ate while I slept before, but that's a different story. It's possible, it's not healthy.
I was really notorious for not eating breakfast in undergrad.
Well, that's the same with me.
Okay, people skip a meal. That's like breakfast. Usually people either skip breakfast or they skip like lunch or something. Or they eat dinner or whatever. That's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine. Skipping breakfast and then eating lunch or dinner. 2 meals is fine. I mean when someone eats like a snack and calls that their only meal of the day.
Yeah.
I feel violated by Kimchi's sister. Rika, what's going on?
What?
Why?
Yo.
I don't get it.
All right. You know what?
I don't
will
get
be
it either.
Namu, you join my arcade, right? Or my thing.
Hold on.
Like a big
All right.
snack or something.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna actually grab a snack.
Okay.
All this talk about not eating, he had to eat. It was gonna make him faint. Namu's tired, huh? It's so easy to make you laugh right now.
Yeah, dude, it's like 5:41 a.m. right now.
This is like the usual for Fridays, though.
True, and the sun is rising.
I just can't believe I'm still up.
I turned to my window, but I live in a different fucking time zone. Oh my god. I was like, the sun is rising. Let me check. What am I doing?
She was feeling all hopeful and everything.
I was like, oh yeah, the sun is
You
rising.
swear you said validated? Oh my god, stop. You guys are so
Mayor Lewis a gift. It's his birthday.
Namu. Lunar said hey. Not that you deserve it. I'm just kidding. It's that hour where I turn ruthless because I'm not sleeping.
That's okay.
It
What
only
did I deserve this
happens
from Kimchi?
once every
Nama will be okay.
year.
He's
Once every year.
Cool and wood? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I did a scarecrow. He's so
Yay.
scurry. How did I take off this path? Oh. No, pickaxe.
First thought when someone said scurvy, I was like thinking
Wait, why do I have such a hard name?
they need vitamin C.
Oh
If they
yeah.
have scurvy.
Stop. Oh, look at him. He's so scary.
I have a hard name.
Well, you don't want people to
Why
die.
aren't you guys
You know.
sleeping? Well, I have like 20 more minutes until I hit the 8-hour mark, so I might as well hit the 8-hour mark and then I'm gonna go to bed.
And then you can hit the 10 hour
Streamer
mark.
issues. I just call him nom noms. Nom nom.
Well, to give credit, Mika Chu was the one that gave that name. I wonder what he's doing right now. Oh, well, since I've seen him.
What should we do? What should we make? We should make something. We should cut
Burn the
more.
house down.
Absolutely.
But Jesus. I'm just making jokes based on the fact that your name means wood.
You're not the first one that has done that.
Mama's name only has soft consonants. Are you happy to see me, Namu, or is it just morning? Oh
No.
God.
Stop. Stop.
Stop.
Stop. Stop.
You're
Stop.
funny.
Stop.
You're so funny.
I mean,
Don't
I'm
worry about
always
it,
happy
Gabby.
to see
Don't worry
you.
about it.
Heyo.
Oh my God, guys, my sister's here. What the fuck? I'm about to kick everyone.
Okay,
Gabby, but Gabby,
Okay, we need to duplicate parsnips, okay, so that we can give it to Mary Lewis as a gift. Because Mary Lewis's birthday is today, so we can maximize his friendship level, and it'll be doubled if it's a like gift, okay? It's
Okay,
important.
hold on, give me a second.
Alright,
It's
now we're here.
really
Or no?
important.
Well, I'm here. I mean, no, I'm not in the casino.
So
It's
if I
just
do
that,
this,
like,
you just have to right click
I'm
it
at the
and then
group.
you get more. Is it working or no?
yeah,
Are
you
you
can start
okay?
it.
Cool.
No.
Alright.
You're not supposed to
Time
have it
for
in
the
your
sex
hotbar.
gear.
Okay, I'll just be the one who duplicates it.
I think you meant grup sex or something like that.
It's
Do you
literally
have some?
group sex gear.
Yeah, I have
Future budding leaders of America. Wait, what? Okay, let's go give it time. Come on, let's go.
Yeah,
We're on a
we
mission.
gotta
Let's go.
go.
Let's go. Hurry. Give him like 20.
No, you can only give him once a day.
I'm right with you, Namu. Never
and then
mind.
twice a week in total gifts.
Namu's left me.
Two of.
He left
What do
his
you mean?
How
brother.
do you know these things?
I was gonna say I was gonna ride with you,
I played
Oh.
Stardew Valley for
but
a
you
while.
left me.
And also,
Your
I stayed at the
sis is
wiki
so
for
pretty.
like 5 hours.
Where is he?
How'd
I
you break
don't
your
know.
window already?
I was being an
I
idiot.
should have read his trajectory for the day.
Yeah, it explains
Like
it.
that.
You know? Yes. Here you go. Oh, let me talk to you for the extra points.
Oh, Jesus.
The extra friendship
Oh
points.
my
Dude,
God.
it's like it's 5:40. Wait, 5:46 a.m.
Gabby, what do you want to be called from chat?
From chat, I have like
You have too many names.
I have
I call her many things, guys, but
Yes.
she's my sister.
The one with many names.
I have
The woman of many
Grafty
names.
as my normal online username. I go by Ramen in some groups. Not really ever here or in
I
my
just heard.
friendship.
I just heard ramen, and I'm like,
Yeah,
kind of
I-
want some ramen now.
that's crazy.
Look, I made a scarecrow.
Is
Yeah,
the
that's a good
is the ramen place by your house open now? I could go for a few appetizers.
I don't know what other
Gosh.
usernames they go by anymore.
What do you want? Or you don't
just
care?
I just go by
My bad.
Grafty.
Grafty?
Yeah, Grafty, but
This
it's hard
is
to
so
pronounce for
hard.
some.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, so he said air him out.
Grafty.
So I just tell some people to call me Gravy.
Gravy?
Genuinely, like actually, I'm not even joking. Cause
We found it.
Or some
Gravy?
people would just say gravity.
Oh, we take a
and I'm
photo
like,
of the
okay.
license plate. That's on me.
Grafty?
Not
Okay,
gonna
I think
lie,
this is
when
my
I saw
last
Gravity's
day,
first
dude.
name,
My
I thought it
back's
was literally was
killing me.
gravy.
Gravy? Gravy?
Okay,
Oh
not
my
like that.
Damn,
no, can't handle my baby talk.
Yeah.
Godspeed.
Bacon pancakes. Take some bacon and I'll put it
Okay, let's go.
Okay, I have to
Bacon
stretch.
pancakes, that's what it's
Okay.
gonna make. Bacon pancakes.
I like how
I'm
it's
so tired.
duplicating part snips
Alright,
out of
let's
all
go.
of them right now.
Wait, why are we duplicating parsnips?
I don't know. Here, I'll give
There's
you
like
half.
geodes and shit. Come on, dude.
Listen, if you can duplicate something, why not?
Do the geode. We can have
Okay, wait,
hecka
here,
ores. And we gotta go
This
to sleep,
is-
bro.
Oh.
Oh god, oh
Hold
god, oh
on, I
god. Drop
split
it, drop it, drop
I
it. Why
split
did
it.
you walk towards it then?
Oh no.
It's 10 o'clock.
The game, we fall asleep at 12 though, so we're fine.
I know we
actually,
fall
no, it's
asleep
2
at
a.m.
9:30.
Look at Kimchi freaking out.
It's 2 a.m. You fall asleep at 2 a.m. in the game.
Yeah, but then don't you wake up later?
No?
No. Oh, that's just in all the other farming sim games I play.
Yeah.
My
I just play Stardew Valley, and then I know
Are you
everything about
serious? Like, I
Stardew
still can't
Valley.
lose cops here? What the freak?
We have a helicopter.
Whee!
Hey, that was clean. That was clean, Namu.
That's why my username on this one is called Gravy.
That wasn't.
Gravy. Why did we do parsnips? What?
Can you sell them?
Well, originally it was because it was me and Lewis, and we need to give a gift, and then what we was duplicating is the parsnips.
Oh fuck, I already cracked the geodes. Ah shit.
We can duplicate. If we get the cauliflowers, we can duplicate them. They're good. Or
should we do fish?
Jesus,
I don't
Namu.
think we can do fish because they don't stack.
5:50 a.m.
Oh, you right.
You're not wrong.
We can duplicate clay. It's actually crazy. I think clay's good. Oh wait, yeah, and then
Out of my way, bitches!
you're supposed to not have it in your like hotbar thing when you pick it up if you're trying to get the stuff. Why is it not working? Wait.
Oh, I think I totally killed that guy, but oh well.
Wait, can you reset? Just.
Oh my god.
And then do it again. Start doing it.
Kimchi, I'm gonna send you a song I think you would like. It's a song from the
It's not
80s, but
working.
it's almost similar to the music that you're playing.
Okay.
Ain't no mountain high.
Maybe it's just not gonna
enough.
work with clay.
Oh.
Ooh, Lumi, send me a song too. I'm curious what it is.
Normally it works with
Yeah.
Don't send it. I'm just kidding.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Do you see a love I get from people? None.
Okay, so do you want to know how
who
you
else
can
wants to
pick
know
it?
the
How you
song?
can pick up
I'm
the
sending the
duplicate
music
stuff?
video.
Okay.
So I place it down right, and then I pick it up really quickly, and then you just look at the
We need
spot,
drills,
and then
right?
just keep right clicking. Okay.
Okay.
Like, really
Yeah.
fast, Okay.
Honestly, I don't know
Okay.
what's the reason why we need the
Because I was gonna
freaking drill for.
Are you getting it?
Yep.
I think you have to do it slower. You can't just keep going like this. You have to be like, so it gives time to
Oh, maybe. That makes a little sense for sure.
Because you're getting it way more than I was. I was getting like 4.
Oh yeah. Illumi, you're wondering about the movie night thing. So I was telling Kimchi this. I think we might do it Sunday night. If you're interested.
Cool.
Okay, Gabby, that's a lot. My fingers hurt.
Okay. I think it's easier for you if you were to do what I just did, because then you don't have to click it as much too.
Oh shit! I wasn't even like. Wait, we're going to a bank?
Yeah, the Fleece Bank. One of them. There's like 6 of them.
Thank you.
Do we have any left over still?
I forgot what this mission is.
Yeah.
I don't either. I think we just have to steal a drill. Which makes sense, because we use drills in the Fleece's job. Also, it's funny to me how it's pronounced Fleeca. When
it's Fleeca?
Yeah.
Fleeca.
That's what I thought it was. I thought it was Fleeca. but it's pronounced Felisa in the game. Do you know how?
Okay, what are we doing today? My brain is fried. Oh, we need to water the crops.
Oh yeah.
What the heck?
Just run in.
We need
My
to get
face
a
is
furnace.
falling off.
Because then we could just duplicate the metal,
Alright,
like the copper.
There's one more in here,
bar
Namu.
Oh,
if we
you're
wanted to.
right.
And then that goes crazy.
Another one.
Yep,
Or
right there.
like just like get like gems from the mine, and
Bought
then
it.
that goes crazy.
True that.
Alright, you're driving.
Yep.
We're not playing this game.
Are you guys not sleepy?
Oh, I'm definitely sleepy.
Why aren't you going to sleep?
I'm actually not sleepy, surprisingly.
You're way
I'm
too
like-
upright? What do you mean?
I'm a little tiny bit sleepy, but I don't know. Not that bad.
What is
I
sleep?
haven't stayed up.
You
in a
should be
while.
horizontal, bruh.
Actually, sleep.
You're trying to get horizontal.
If you spell it backwards, it's peels.
Peels. You're right. No.
See, Illumi, I thought you were about to say something enlightening, like how the opposite,
No,
like the
what do you
opposite of stress
mean,
is desserts,
guys?
you know,
What are you
something like
talking
that.
about?
But you
She
went
is
to the
right.
opposite. Of, I know, but that's not enlightening.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was pretty
Fucking
enlightened.
dead. That was hilarious.
Spell sleep backwards, and that's the word you'll get.
I know.
EELS.
Yeah. And then
She's
stress
right.
is desserts, and there's a few others that have weird things like that too.
And it's cool. That's cool.
She ain't wrong. True.
There's a box.
I'm just so mad.
Oh my gosh.
What?
I broke a box that washed up short, and
Where
I got quality retaining soil.
Wow. Soil.
No, but it's quality retaining soil, so it retains water better.
You're welcome.
Quality. Quality. Oh fuck, I'm tired.
I was too
guys.
lazy.
Koala.
Namu,
Okay,
you're
said
free.
koala, I said koala.
You're free to
Oh,
Koali?
No,
I
koala.
totally forgot about that.
Koala?
They
I
actually
heard
call
quality
Lester.
and
You're
my
welcome.
brain went koala. That's what. So tired.
Ulu?
Wait, so
Alright, the copter will still shoot at you though, so you have to speed.
what
I'm
is
getting
your
shot.
guys' what is your
Are
guys'
you?
favorite food? Favorite food.
Tteokbokki.
What about everyone else? I
My
like
favorite
salmon.
food? Oof.
I like a lot of food.
See, that's the hardest question you ever asked
Yes.
me. The answer is just yes.
What's your
What is
favorite food?
Yes.
that's my answer too. Well, except for
Mama
pickles.
knows mine. No brain cells?
I
Brain
just like
cells negative.
My
brain
favorite.
Cells, bye-bye.
Okay, I'll tell you my favorite cuisine. It's probably Mediterranean.
Now I want jjajangmyeon.
Same.
I want some jjajangmyeon.
But you can't ask what's a favorite food because like that's tough.
I like
I'm
food with flavor.
Yeah. see, that's the thing though, Lumi.
I know.
That's the hard part.
God damn, Lunar makes me want to get some jjajangmyeon.
Where's my other one?
The micro SMG loadout.
This is how tired I am.
I let it deform so that when it starts.
Don't push yourself, Kimchi.
Huh?
Nah, push yourself
I
to the
was
limit,
talking-
Kimchi.
Oh my god.
Water.
Dude, okay, so so I had my appointment, right?
Mhm.
And then I came back to work because I left my stuff there.
Wait, what?
And I went back to work because I left my like purse there.
Oh no.
And then my friend was like, or my coworker was like, oh, can you print out this report? Send it to me, right? So I download this report through this really old system, and then I open it as a PDF, and that shit was reversed.
Oh no.
And I fucking started busting out laughing, saying, "Am I having a fucking stroke right now, bro?" And he was like, "No, it's right." And I was like, "Bro, am I having a stroke? Don't fuck with me."
Bruh.
It was so bad. I thought I was
That's
legit
tough.
gonna. Thought I was having a stroke. It's so bad.
No.
Namu.
Ouch.
What the? Why
I
did you
want the
do that?
bike.
Clara?
Boom.
Inventory
Bruh.
full. Bite, 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 bite,
Wow.
bite, bite.
Good job,
bite,
Joe. You just
bite,
crashed into
bite.
somebody.
That was not my fault.
You crashed into me.
I crashed into Namu because Namu stopped in the middle of the street.
Oh my god.
Gimme.
What do you want to
The
duplicate?
sad part is that the car didn't
thank
even
you.
budge. It was like.
Give it
Yeah.
back.
It's the beautiful
Okay.
game mechanics. For some reason, if you bump into a side of a car, it makes you go faster. As long as you don't fly off.
That's funny.
Ate, what do you want to duplicate today?
Like, you
Here,
can,
I
let
can
me see
do.
if
I can do
again.
the.
Cookies.
Okay.
Like, I won't do that one. That was a bad angle.
Okay. You just make sure to do it at like a at a slow speed. so
Okay.
that- okay.
Oh, dead. Pain.
Why is it not working? Wait, no.
See, Namu? That right
wait.
there might
No,
be how I
don't do
actually go IRL if I get a motorcycle.
Joe did
Oh
not
god.
believe
Okay, you drop it. I'll pick up.
Okay.
Nah, Lumi, you'll
have
understand.
cookies.
IRL,
Where'd it go?
car
Did
accidents
we?
and me are no stranger.
Did you eat it?
No, I didn't.
It's not, and none of them are my fault.
Okay,
It's gone. It's gone. It's
hopefully-
gone. It's gone.
I feel like Namu and I had conversations last year about it. We both got into a very similar car accident.
You're not dropping anything.
Okay. This is not working.
I get very upset when drivers like you're driving, you're coming up to a stop sign. What are you supposed to do? Aren't you supposed to come to a complete stop? Right?
Maybe we should move the.
Oh, you mean they do
Well-
the California rolling stop? Yeah, yeah.
Like everywhere else.
Wait, what?
You don't. All right, Namu. Do you know what a rolling stop is?
No, make sure you don't have it in your offhand.
No.
It's when you don't actually go to a complete
Oh, I
zero.
think we're
It's you slow
duplicating it
down
extra.
and then you continue on, basically.
What do you mean
What?
duplicating
Oh,
it extra?
I was hit
The
twice.
limit?
I
I don't have a
have-
limit.
Because I have
At a
some.
stop sign.
Oh, you're doing it now. You're doing it correctly now. Okay, I'll just duplicate.
Yeah,
I'll just
I
get
was-
off of you.
So
Oh,
the
God.
first time
Okay,
I
I'm
got into
done.
an accident was during a snowstorm,
cookies
and I
did
got
you get?
ran off the road
Me?
by a
I-
semi truck.
I only got 12.
And fell
Oh.
down a hill into a ditch. And I crashed into a sign. It was not a fun accident.
Okay, that was my last one.
The second accident I
Are you
was
not
in
gonna
was
sell the
in
cookies?
November.
No, you can sell it.
And it was literally because
It auto saves, right?
Yeah, when you go to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to go to sleep, and then it only saves when you sleep.
Yeah. So the second accident I
Yeah.
was in Illumi, that happened because literally I was going to a Youmacon for the anime convention, and
So we
literally
go to
I
sleep
pull out
and
my
you
driveway.
wake up, yes.
I made a left turn on the end of my block,
I'm going to sleep.
and then I'm driving down. Oh, you're going to sleep, Kimchi?
Yeah.
Yeah, be responsible, Kimchi.
Bye, Kimchi.
What the heck? Responsible is 3 in the morning, bro.
Absolutely.
I still gotta go take a bath and relax.
Do you stay back when you go to sleep or
hours.
like in the morning?
I usually only shower at night, so I take baths at night, and then in the morning I'll wash my hair.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Good night.
Nice.
Ugh. I'm tired. I was not planning on streaming that long, first of all. I can't even speak. Hold on. I'm gonna drink water. We can play my favorite song. If I can find it. Alright. Let's go find someone to raid. How's everyone though? What's everyone up to right now? Why are you guys all awake? Besides Rika, because it's probably like 8 o'clock. Good night, Gabby. Thanks for playing with me. I had a fun time. Chillin'. Also, if my banter with my friends gets crazy or anything, don't mind it. I don't know. I don't know exactly what to say. Don't mind it. We're not really doing anything, you know? Yeah. 5 a.m.? Why are you up at 5 a.m.? Are you in the gym? Good night. Yes. Who do we raid? Do we want to raid Joe? Do I raid Joe? That man's like never gonna go to sleep. Do you guys have anyone? How do you know where I am? What the fuck? Kind of freaked. Because the only other place you'd be is the work or the gym at 5 a.m. I don't know who to raid. Do you wanna raid Joe? I wish I could see Namu right now. Wait, why? Yo, I'm never going on Twitch at this hour. What the fuck is on my what is this? Massage ASMR? What the fudge? Syndical hat, yeah. Syndical hat. I want to show you guys the big Cynical. I'll bring it next stream. I think I'm streaming tomorrow. But since I did such a long stream today, that's like a who knows, you knows? It's kind of rough. It's kind of rough to say. I guess we can raid out to Joe. I don't know. I'll raid out to him. That's fine. Let me go ahead and I need to The thirst is real. I just actually finished my water. Let me mod Namu again. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna read to Joe. My voice is dead because I've been talking for like a whole 8 hours plus my 8-hour shift plus I don't know, it's just been a long day, guys. I love you guys. Take care, okay? Take care of yourselves. Do everything you need to do. Mental health, self-care. Breathe in, breathe out, everything. Go the fuck to sleep. I'm probably not gonna sleep for another like hour or two. I probably won't. I won't be sleeping for... Oh shoot, hold on. No, it's not. I think it's because I don't know how to spell right now. There you go. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I had a good time. Just love just doing nothing with you guys. Yeah. Take care. Bye, guys. Oh fuck, before you guys go, just
just want to shout everyone out today. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Leo, for the raid. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow, Pavi. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow, Rider Heel. Nisha, thank you. I saw Dragon today. Thank you for coming out. It's been a while. And Nick Broski and Fiorella.